Chapter 201. The second release of Zanpakuto is released, and there is no stuttering. When the sunset is about to come. The Windless Belt. On the island of Ruskana full of beasts. In a stone house. There is a blue disc on the top of the stone shelf in the house, and there is a floating blue magic cube in the disc, which is slowly rotating at this time. A domain of power constitutes a space full of green forests and plains, and huge rocks are like beautiful scenery. It's just that now in this space. It's full of murderous air. The crisp sound of swords colliding resounds in this space. Dang dang dang. Two figures turned into blood-colored streams in the plains, galloping quickly in the plains. It was Moer and Anohanaretsu who were fighting. As the blood-like figures of the two approached each other. When a huge shock wave rushed out directly from the feet of the two figures. The ground cracked like a piece of tofu, and then was blown out by the shock wave. Xiao Lai is really angry. Take care of yourself and drink more hot water. Moer held the blade of Anohana Lai with a knife, saying with some sarcasm. Hehe, Moer is really good at comforting people, but if you want to make me happy, can you let me cut a few times? Moer shook his head at Anohana Lai's words. No, such a knife will definitely not give Xiao Lai a sense of accomplishment. It's more enjoyable to rely on your own skills, isn't it? Hearing Moer's words, Anohana Lai smiled immediately. I don't think it's necessary. If I can stab you, the sense of accomplishment won't matter. Really? That's too much. I care about Xiao Lai very much. You actually want to stab me? I will be sad if you say that. Looking at his innocent expression, Anohanaretsu felt angry again. What do you mean by caring about her? Caring about her means leaving her at the door all day? Merjun's mouth is really powerful. It seems that I can't break your thick skin without using all my strength. Dang! Anohanaretsu blocked Mer's blade, jumped back, and began to use all his strength. ~ca. Blood as red as a rose began to seep out of Anohanaretsu's Zanpakuto, and her breath began to surge. The surrounding environment began to be filled with blood, like a world of blood. Watching Anohanaretsu use the second release of Zanpakuto. Mer also released the Zanpakuto in his hand. ~ca. The Zanpakuto in his hand is also one of the powers held by Anohanaretsu. He has all the abilities of the clones, and now his power is like a polyhedron with many faces. His power can be increased or decreased as he wishes. That is why he can accurately use the same level of power as his opponent. As the Zanpakuto in his hand is released, Mel's aura also surges, reaching the same level as Anohanaretsu. It's just that the blood environment around his release does not flow more violently. It seems that only the knife in his hand has become a blood blade covered with blood. Anohanaretsu's Zanpakuto's second release can turn the surrounding area into a blood field, so that it can be continuously healed, like a resurrection pool. Attacking the enemy can also cause a dissolving effect, as long as she wants. But in fact, it can also be released by convergence. As long as the handle does not leave her hand, the healing effect on herself can still work continuously. At the same time, the time of the second release can be extended a lot. This Anohanaretsu doesn't know how to do it yet, but now she is staying with Mel. He can slowly guide and teach her this method. Then, let's start the second round of battle. As Anohanaretsu said with a smile, she quickly ran towards Mel. Night fell. Anohanaretsu barely stood up, leaning on Mel's arms. Her healing effect was no longer effective. Because a Zanpakuto had already pierced her abdomen. These two similar Zanpakuto actually restrain each other. If one party wants to treat the other party, he will destroy it. In this case, even Anohanaretsu is powerless. The surrounding blood environment faded. Anohanaretsu's Zanpakuto exited the released state. Mer also put his Zanpakuto back into the scabbard. The other hand gently embraced Anohanaretsu. The soft healing light shone on Anohanaretsu's face, and Anohanaretsu also leaned quietly in Mer's arms, enjoying the quiet moment. It was quiet for a while, the wind blew slowly, and the two seemed to get closer. Mer, the sky seems to be quite clear. According to the agreement, we can go to the hot spring now. This world can create hot springs, right? It's here. I'm tired and don't want to run. Mer listened to Anohanaretsu in his arms speaking very gently, and he also said with understanding. This world can create such a world, but it is not necessary. The hot springs I made are more effective. It doesn't matter if you are tired. I can carry you there. Hehe, as expected, Mr. Mower is a very annoying person. I think you should listen to me obediently, so that I can give you some rewards. Looking at the smiling face of Anohanaretsu, Mower also smiled slightly. For example. Anohanaretsu's ears were a little red and he whispered in Mower's ear. If that woman succeeded by accident, she would definitely not be lazy. Ruskana Island, in a stone house. A voice came from a big radish in a flower pot. Wu, how is the battle between Mr. Mower and that woman? At this time, Bai was very interested in the battle between Mower and Anohanaretsu. And their battle situation was only known by Wu, who created the battle environment for them. Obviously, Wu was not a qualified commentator. Just like a mute, he only said a little for them in an hour or two. It really pissed Bai off. Bai's question also attracted the attention of some creatures in the room. In addition to the bird transformed from the phoenix, there was also a fiery red crystal ball on the stone shelf, a black book, and a small flower on the windowsill. Hearing Bai's question, the blue disc floating and rotating blue cube on the stone shelf uttered a vague and illusory girl's voice after a while. Very, very intense. Hearing Wu's words, Bai was greatly surprised. For the first time, the voice that looked like a 3-no girl showed such intense emotions and even stuttered. Is it that intense? Even Wu stuttered. Very intense? How intense? Can you tell me in detail? Wu. It is very intense. When Bai began to listen seriously, Wu suddenly exploded. How can I say such a thing? Idiot protein. Bai was also confused by Wu's scolding. It was the first time he heard Wu scolding someone. It was too much. Even Wu scolded him. At this time, Bai felt that he was going to shut himself up. In a virtual white space in the Rubik's Cube world, there was a bedroom with a pure white tone. A girl with long flowing pure white hair, bare feet and a white skirt was covering her eyes with her hands. Time passed slowly as she kept peeking. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 202 Kaido was defeated again, and anyone dared to touch him. One day later. New big news began to spread with the news bird. Kaido, the beast and the worst pirate in history, Hisoka, Kaido was defeated again. As the newspapers of the World Economic News Agency were sent to all parts of the world. Looking at the photo of Kaido lying dead in the newspaper, people began to get used to it. Although Kaido, the beast, was defeated again, this time he faced the most evil pirate in history, Hisoka. The man who defeated the Big Mom pirates was also the man who planted the source of chaos in the sea. It doesn't seem so shameful to lose to him, nor is it so unbelievable. People are now more concerned about the evil pirate Hisoka, who seems to have embarked on a similar path to the King of Fear. Will he defeat Whitebeard next, and then defeat the King of Fear to become the new Pirate King? People are talking about this. Some others are concerned that it took Hisoka more than a day to defeat Big Mom, while it took more than 2 days to defeat Kaido. Does this mean that Big Mom is weaker than 29? Some of the pirates who entered the New World even set their sights on the Big Mom pirates. You still have to pick the soft persimmon. Of course, most people are still self-aware, such as the supernovas who were defeated not long ago. The first half of the Grand Line, Sabayati Archipelago, Shaky's drumming bar. Rayleigh sat on a chair in front of the bar, while Shaky was wiping the wine glass with a cloth inside the bar. In addition to the two of them, there was a group of young pirates sitting on the sofa and other seats in the bar. They were Shanks and his red hair pirates who had been defeated in Sabayati Archipelago. Their ship had just crossed the membrane today and was about to set sail. But now they just is good to see the new newspaper. Kaido is defeated again. Really? At this time, Rayleigh didn't know what to say. Should he say that he is worthy of being Kaido? Even if he keeps losing, he can still survive tenaciously. Uncle Rayleigh, is Kaido more powerful than Big Mom? After all, Hisoka took a much shorter time to defeat Big Mom before. Is it because she is a woman? Lackey, who was next to him, was chewing a chicken leg while looking at the newspaper in his hand, and then asked curiously. Hearing Lackey's words, Rayleigh couldn't help laughing. He drank the wine in the glass in front of him, and then said. Charlotte Linlin is not an ordinary woman. Her power is very monstrous. If she hadn't been giving birth to children. Rayleigh seemed to remember the past and said casually. I tell you she was very beautiful when she was young, and she was a flower among pirates. Hearing Rayleigh say this, the people in the red hair pirates couldn't help but become curious. If Rayleigh said that Big Mom was powerful, they could accept it, but if he said that she was beautiful, they would be curious. They had read newspapers before, and they knew what Big Mom looked like. Is that woman so beautiful when she was young? Even the vice-captain of One Piece, Rayleigh, praised her. How beautiful! Yes. At this time, Rayleigh was about to answer when he found that it was Xiaoqi who asked, and the expression on her face made him a little scared. Ha ha ha. These are all old stories. Now Lingling looks just as you can see. Time really doesn't spare anyone. Ha ha ha. Looking at Rayleigh's heroic laughter. For some reason, everyone in the Red Hair Pirates always felt that his laughter was a little hollow. After a while, Rayleigh's laughter stopped. His face began to become solemn, and he said to Shanks, who was sitting next to him. Shanks, you have already fought with the Navy's Aramaki on this island this time, so what are your plans? Shanks, who was standing next to him, also looked serious when he heard Rayleigh's words. Mr. Rayleigh, I didn't think much this time. I plan to calm down after the kendo tournament. Those big pirates are not something we can deal with at the moment. Shanks said seriously. This time, he and other supernovas besieged Vice Admiral Aramaki in the Sabayati archipelago, but they were defeated easily. If Mr. Rayleigh hadn't appeared, he and Beckman would probably have been sent to Impel Down. This battle also made him realize his limitations. He planned to go to the New World, witness or even participate in the grand event of the kendo tournament held there, and then calm down and practice for a while. At present, the big pirates in the New World are indeed far beyond their ability to fight. He didn't plan to become fat all at once. Attacking those big pirates rashly would undoubtedly be like hitting a rock with an egg. Shanks' words made Rayleigh nod his head. It seems that Shanks is still quite sober. Ha ha ha. Then I'll have to take a good look at your progress during this trip. I hope you can surprise me. Rayleigh is planning to give them more pointers along the way, who knows what the future holds. Next, there will be another storm. Thinking of the kendo tournament in the near future, Rayleigh felt a little solemn. Grand Line, New World, Cake Island. Cake Island was also in a mess at this time. In the barely cleaned pink castle, Big Mom was holding the newspaper in her hand and reading. Mama. Was Kaido defeated by Hisoka? Although Big Mom had a smile on her face, she was not in a good mood. Because her alliance with Kaido was just a decoration. There was no way, the guys who came to defeat them were all flying guys, and their whereabouts were uncertain, and they were basically alone. Even if she wanted to retaliate, she couldn't. If it was Whitebeard who came to fight, she and Kaido could work together to fight Whitebeard's pirate group. But there is no if. Big Mom threw the newspaper in her hand and ignored it. Anyway, Kaido was not dead. Now she has a new trouble. That devil descendant Barrett dared to come to her for trouble. Now anyone dares to come and touch her, doesn't she have any face? If he dares to come next time, she must peel his skin. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, please data. Chapter 203 Big Mom's Terrifying Rumors, do you want to hear what you say? 2 days later. Grand Line, New World, Wanguo, Cake Island. A figure flew from the sky in the distance. Whoosh! The strong wind blew the black hair into a mess. I saw a man in a white coat flying in the air towards the direction of Cake Island. This figure was Orochimaru. After the incident in the Sabayati archipelago, Orochimaru rushed to the New World without stopping. Then, after testing the upgraded Yamata no Orokai on a deserted island, he slowly started to cause trouble. For example, the G1 branch under the Red Earth continent in the New World was defeated by Orochimaru. He left without even having time to support the Navy headquarters. Afterwards, several criminal leaders of the New World's evil fleet were also defeated by him. Finally, there was a big pirate named Battle Axe Jorit, who had a bounty of more than 1 billion, and he was also defeated. This journey was like a daily battle. There are news about him, even under the newspapers published when Hisoka defeated Kaido. It's just after the Hisoka incident. Orochimaru took one incident a day and started to calculate carefully. This way the benefits will be greater. And now, it's Big Mom's turn. Big Mom's reputation is now widely spread all over the world. Although she was defeated twice during this period, with Morgans in the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line, the newspapers have a lot of stories and rumors about the big pirates in the New World and the monster generals of the Navy. Ordinary people also have a better understanding of those monsters at the top of the world. Awe and yearning are the ideas of many young people, and more people are in a fearful mentality. Like Big Mom, the king of the fairy tale and dessert kingdom that has become popular. She creates all kinds of living creatures that can speak. Plants, stones, cakes, etc. can be given life by her. She is the real queen of the soul. She can control people's lifespan and is the king who controls life and death. She can summon natural disasters, and thunder and tsunamis must obey her orders. Her strange power can shake the sea, and her skin cannot be left with any scars even by guns and cannons. She is the captain of the Big Mom pirates, Big Mom. There are many rumors about Big Mom, and her rumors were spread by Morgans, so in the minds of many people, Big Mom's reputation is actually increasing. In the past, I didn't know her, I only knew that her bounty was scary high. Now I feel even more scary after knowing it. So those who can defeat Big Mom will definitely be respected by people. And this is also the purpose of Orochimaru's coming. For them, a big pirate with multiple halos is simply a huge experience package. Soon, Orochimaru's figure came to the top of Cake Island. It looks a bit messy here. Is it the trace left by the devil's descendant Barrett? Orochimaru thought to himself. A few days ago, there was a news report in the newspaper that Barrett and Big Mom had fought. Later, Barrett was defeated or retreated on his own initiative. Anyway, Big Mom didn't leave him behind. Instead, Cake Island also suffered. The scene on Cake Island has been in a very bad state. Because the strong enemies come here too frequently. Even if Big Mom has many people with special abilities to sort out the situation, she is still too busy. Destruction is easy but difficult to restore, especially since the sandstorm created by Crocodile raged here. This kind of sandstorm is obviously very fatal to Cake Island. It is very troublesome to deal with. Later, Barrett ran over. He is a fusion man. When fighting with Big Mom, he also used the move of fusion of the giant cakes on Cake Island. This caused another destruction to the scene on Cake Island. It can be said that Crocodile, the king of the desert, and Barrett, the descendant of the devil, are at the top of Big Mom's list of haters now. Swoosh day! Orochimaru landed from midair on the giant cake at his feet. Here, Big Mom's pink castle is being built. That's big, Big Orochimaru, it's Snake Lord Big Orochimaru who's here. Some people were shocked when they saw Orochimaru's landing. At this time, Orochimaru's timing of appearing directly from the sky was not very good, and he was immediately seen by the Big Mom pirates. But it didn't matter to Orochimaru. Dang dang dang. The alarm sounded continuously. At the same time, the news of Orochimaru's arrival quickly spread to every corner of the island. Nothing else, Orochimaru is now very famous. Now his bounty is as high as 2.04 billion Baileys. And he also has a record of gaining an advantage in the battle with the Navy hero Garp, although many people think Garp has not lost yet. But they have to admit that from the situation at that time, Orochimaru was in an advantageous state. And now such a ruthless man with the name of a supernova has come to Cake Island. The members of the Big Mom pirates would not think that he was here for friendly exchanges. After all, he had beaten every place he had appeared in the past few days. Snake Lord Orochimaru. As the alarm sounded, many members of the Charlotte family soon gathered at the gate of the castle. They were led by Katakuri. At this time, Katakuri looked at Orochimaru who was walking slowly not far away, his face solemn. I didn't expect that Orochimaru would appear just a few days after the devil's descendant Barrett left. What should I do? Can Mom beat him? Mom is invincible, what are you worried about? Didn't they lose before? That was all because Mom let them. At this time, one pirate looked at another pirate speechlessly. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? It seems that he ate too many cakes on the island, and his mind is full of cakes. Katakuri ignored the words of the minions on the edge, but focused his eyes on Orochimaru standing in front of them, and asked in a deep voice. Snake Lord Orochimaru, what is your purpose in coming to Cake Island? Hehe, isn't my purpose obvious? Hearing Katakuri's words, Orochimaru, who was already standing in front of them, also smiled. His voice was full of casualness. Is your queen still hiding inside? Hearing Orochimaru say so, the faces of everyone on the field changed. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, please data and luck. Chapter 204 The internal role of the Charlotte family, give the child a little reward. This man dared to speak so rudely to his mother, and now he has to fight. Snake Lord Orochimaru, I heard that you can use many abilities. Let me meet you. When the atmosphere on the scene began to become tense. The hot-tempered Owen was the first to appear, even though Orochimaru was very famous now. But where is this place? This is Cake Island, the base camp of the Big Mom Pirates. Even if Whitebeard comes, they have to go up and fight. The Big Mom Pirates are also one of the pirate overlords in the New World. Now they are blocked at the doorstep by a supernova and dare not act rashly. What kind of pirate overlord is this? He has restrained his temper to be able to endure until now. Now the other party has clearly shown that he wants to fight. If he can still endure this, what kind of pirate is he? And me, Owen, let's go together. After Owen stood up, Daifuku also stood up. He was worried about Owen going up alone. Usually, the two of them fought together, and now it was just right for them to go together. Last time, Daifuku was controlled by Hisoka. Although he was seriously injured and even his lifespan was shortened, he experienced a more powerful posture in his memory. 990, which can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Now Daifuku has begun to pay more attention to his body and practice harder, hoping to regain the strength he had before. As for the lamp demon, he is prepared to be used as an auxiliary ability. And Daifuku's daily changes naturally affected Owen, as one of the closest brothers to Daifuku. Owen didn't want to be left behind by Daifuku, and he also began to work hard. Their diligence, as the eldest brother's admiration, Perospero was under great pressure all of a sudden. It was okay that he couldn't beat Katakuri, after all, he was the top masterpiece of the Charlotte family and had been like a monster since he was a child. But Daifuku and Owen were like him, the eldest brother didn't laugh at the third and fourth brothers. If Daifuku and Owen could suppress him later, Perospero would feel uncomfortable even if he had a good relationship with them. In this case, even though Perospero was usually responsible for many important tasks of the Big Mom Pirates. But he began to take time till they rolled up. Katakuri was quite happy to see their involution, after all, the New World was a mess now. Let's not talk about those big pirates, just the recent supernovas, which were praised by Morgans as the supernovas of the worst generation. 13 of them appeared in a short period of time. Each of them seemed to have a lot of potential. And now the strongest supernovas are even blocking the door. In this case, practicing hard would never be a wrong choice. Their diligence also led the family members below to start working hard, which was a very good thing. And Katakuri himself had a bondage, the bondage from Broly's neck, and he was working harder than ever before. Knife. Meijin Zishuang. Owen and Daifuku just looked at each other and started to attack. The scorching heat heated Owen's weapon to the point of emitting fire, and then he swung it fiercely at Orochimaru. The scorching heat made the people not far away sweat, and the air seemed to be distorted. And Daifuku summoned the Lantern Demon and manipulated the Lantern Demon to launch a powerful slash, which seemed to be able to cut through everything. Now Daifuku's domineering magic has not exceeded the combat power of the Lantern Demon. So he still needs to rely on the power of the Lantern Demon. Facing the powerful attacks of the two members of the Charlotte family, golden snakes swam out of Orochimaru's hands quickly, and they coiled together from the ground to form a golden snake shield. The oncoming attack directly bombarded it. Dang! Dang! In disbelief, the two people's attacks were completely in vain. These golden snakes are the illusion of Orochimaru's phantom beast power, which can be said to be an extension of the Yamata no Orokai. The output of this method is definitely not as good as the main body, but it is very convenient. And Orochimaru also likes to fight in this way. The abilities of each snake head of Yamata no Orokai can be applied to these snake groups. For example, the golden snake that Orochimaru usually releases actually has the ability of sharp gold. Not only is the body surface very hard, but the teeth are also very sharp. However, this kind of out-of-body fantasy beast power can only be matched with one ability, which is a limitation. If it is still connected to Orochimaru, multiple abilities can be matched on one snake. But if it is not out of the body, Orochimaru directly extends the snake head of Yamata no Orakai's main body, which is more powerful. Therefore, that kind of operation is unnecessary. These golden snakes at this time, Daifuku and Owen looked at each other again, and then began to attack fiercely. Dang dang dang! The violent impact escaped from the two people's attack, forming a violent and hot heat wave. Not far away, the people of the Big Mom Pirates retreated to the edge of the castle, and only those with stronger combat power did not retreat. And Katakuri was among them. At this time, he looked at Daifuku and Owen with a serious look as they continued to use their moves to bombard the golden snake shield intertwined with the golden snakes. He could see that Daifuku's attacks were indeed effective. The golden snakes seemed to have signs of melting slightly, and were somewhat deformed under Daifuku's bombardment. But these were based on the situation that the man was watching the show. This was simply playing with them. Katakuri's body began to tense up. He had to prevent Orochimaru from suddenly rising. This man could gain the upper hand in a confrontation with the Navy hero Garp, and his strength was completely beyond doubt. With his current strength, he is simply unable to fight. Now Katakuri can only help his mother to test it. I hope his mother can finish it quickly. Orochimaru came at a very bad time. Because the mother was eating dessert, and she had to eat it. She had food cravings. Fortunately, the cakes she wanted to eat were still stored in Wanguo. Otherwise, Orochimaru could directly pick up the leaks at this time. For a strong man, a crazy mother must be easier to deal with. I hope my mother can hurry up. Katakuri thought to himself. And Orochimaru looked at the two brothers in front of him. After the attack took effect, the faces of the two brothers began to show a trace of joy. He raised his hands. He was very pleased with these hard-working children and needed to give them a little reward. Swish, swish, swish. The opposite Daifuku and Owen looked pale. Orochimaru's hands seemed to have turned into a snake nest. The overwhelming golden snakes separated and swam out directly from his arms. They rushed towards them crazily. P.S. Guys, please add to favorites, votes, flowers, and data. Chapter 205 Big Mom's Change, the Big Mom Pirates in a Melee. Looking at this horrific scene, Daifuku and Owen were stunned. If these were ordinary snakes, it would not be a problem for them. But the problem is that these are not ordinary snakes. Just now, they had to chop the snake shield composed of dozens of golden snakes for a long time before it was effective. Therefore, they already knew how tough and difficult these golden snakes were, and it was hard to imagine what it would be like to be entangled by them. And now there are so many of them, hundreds or thousands. They couldn't tell now, they just felt that the capital letter danger was flashing above their heads. Daifuku and Owen were stunned, but Katakuri behind them was not stunned. He took action as soon as he found something wrong. Flowing glutinous rice ball. The color of the ground began to change, and the surroundings seemed to have turned into a white world and began to surge. Like a white wave, it rushed towards the snakes. At the same time, two strips of white glutinous balls stretched out from the ground next to Katakuri, directly rolling up Owen and Daifuku in front and shrinking them back to his side. Thank you, brother Katakuri. At this time, Daifuku took a breath and looked at Katakuri with some relief. If Katakuri hadn't reacted in time, they would have been buried by the countless snakes. But they were relieved that Katakuri didn't relax. Get ready, it's not over yet. Hearing Katakuri's words, the two quickly regrouped. Hiss. The hissing sound of the snakes came from the white waves in front of them, and in a blink of an eye, the golden snakes were like beasts that broke out of the cage. They rushed out of the white waves densely. Obviously, the sticky and soft glutinous balls alone could not trap them, and they were not real creatures, so it was impossible to suffocate them to death. Watching the dense group of golden snakes rushing in this direction, Katakuri and Daifuku were better. But the female members of the Charlotte family behind them were pale. This moving group of snakes is a nightmare for women, and even men are unwilling to try it. Not to mention them. Fortunately, these golden snakes look good, which turned out to be the last consolation that did not overwhelm them. Those who are afraid should go to Mom first, I will block here. Although he did not look back, Katakuri's observation haki also keenly captured some emotions of the people behind him. While he used a large-scale mobile glutinous rice balls to drive the snakes out again, he said to the family members behind him. The current battle does not allow fear. If you fight with fear, it is easy to drag your feet. This will reduce the overall combat effectiveness. Brother Katakuri. Hearing Katakuri's words, some women of the Charlotte family looked at him gratefully. Because their hands and feet were really out of control. Those snakes were not ordinary snakes. Even Brother Daifu and Brother Owen could not do anything to them. When they thought about them breaking through the blockade and being entangled by them, they felt uncontrollable fear. In fact, it was not just them, some pirates were also like this. Many of these pirates have recently joined. Unlike in the past, many foreign pirates have joined Wanguo now. To be precise, they were forced to join. After Big Mom was defeated by the King of Fear. There were pirates who had just come to the New World or pirates from the New World who came to trouble her. However, these people were directly drained of their lifespans by Big Mom, and a large number of Hazmi soldiers were created to supplement or even expand the number of Hazmi. And some pirates with good strength will be surrendered by Big Mom. Before, Big Mom was defeated by the King of Fear, and even ended up being involved in the domain of Ryomen Sukuna, who used a slash to tear her skin deeply. That battle left a deep impression on Big Mom, and she began to lack a sense of security in her heart. She began to realize that her defense was not invincible. This kind of defeat made Big Mom eager to have more combat power. She is no longer so strict with those defeated pirate groups. As long as they are strong enough, they will be surrendered, and after surrendering, the pirate groups under their command will also be spared. Otherwise, Big Mom will drain their lifespans to create Hazmi soldiers or stronger Hazmi. Big Mom has gradually changed her habit of injecting souls into cakes, stones and plants. What she wants now are Hazmi and other soldiers who can form more combat power. Da-da-da. With the sound of footsteps, some female members of the Charlotte family began to enter the Pink Castle. As for the pirates who are not from the Charlotte family, they stayed here with their heads held high. It is better to face these snakes than to face the moody Big Mom. If they are asked by Big Mom after entering, and the reason for retreating into the castle out of fear is revealed, you can imagine how furious Big Mom, who originally recruited them for their power, will be. Maybe she will drain their lifespans in anger. Hiss. Soon, Katakuri's sticky ball attack was useless because there were too many of them, just like a tide of snakes. Raining glutinous rice. The surrounding ground was assimilated into rice cakes and then turned into several thick rice cake strips, and then quickly hit the snakes that were rushing over. And Daifuku and Owen also began to attack. Demon Hunter. Sword. The rapid slashing and the blazing blade began to knock out the golden snakes that Katakuri missed. Now they no longer expected to solve these snakes, but planned to drag them out until their mother came out. While they were fighting to contain the snakes, the other brothers and sisters left in the Charlotte family also began to join the battle. Opera, who can create cream binding, Cracker, who creates batches of cookie warriors, Pascardi, who can control fire, and Mondor, who controls books and wants to trap the snakes in the book world, etc. At the same time, more than 1,000 Hazmi soldiers in the surrounding area also joined in. The pirates who joined the Big Mom pirates also began to join the melee. In this melee, the most leisurely person was Orochimaru, who created the snake group. This time, he created more than 10,000 golden snakes, and it was very interesting to watch them fight with the Big Mom pirates. P.S. Guys, please collect, vote, and give me data. Chapter 206, Orochimaru's new move, a single attack at a super long distance. After watching for a while, Orochimaru turned his eyes to the pink castle in front of him. Big Mom from the Big Mom pirates must be inside. Orochimaru could feel a strong breath inside. Then, let him help the queen to appear. Feeling that Big Mom's breath inside had no intention of moving, Orochimaru was also considerate and prepared to invite her to appear. Roar. A roar sounded behind Orochimaru. A substantial golden snake head stretched out from behind Orochimaru, which became huge after stretching out more than 10 meters. The roar also attracted the attention of the members of the Big Mom pirates on the battlefield. They couldn't help but tremble when they saw the snake head behind Orochimaru. You know, it's already very difficult for them to fight those golden snakes. They can see in the newspaper that the snake head behind Orochimaru can launch that powerful light ball move. The last attack launched by the 8 heads together even made the Navy hero covered in blood. Even the 2 heads can also beat the powerful Navy air Maki. Now seeing Orochimaru stretch out a huge snake head, they can't help but worry. Katakuri is paying more attention. Is this man going to release that move? Although it looks like there is only a single snake head, those brothers and sisters are not as powerful as the Navy air Maki. Katakuri has no idea what will happen to those weaker brothers and sisters if that move is used here. Buzz buzz. The powerful wave began to shake the atmosphere. As Katakuri's pupils shrank slightly, the fiery red light particles began to condense above the snake head. Everyone on the battlefield felt a chill when they saw this, and began to quickly leave the battlefield and disperse. It seemed that the attack had a limited range, and as long as they dispersed, the damage could be reduced. Now we see Orochimaru concentrating his attacks. Some people are angry, some are worried, and some are fear has all kinds of emotions. Katakuri wanted to step forward to stop it, but was besieged and blocked by a large number of snakes. Under the trembling eyes of everyone on the battlefield, a fiery red light body formed, and under the horrified eyes of everyone, the snake head opened its mouth and swallowed it. At the same time, the ant who was feasting on dessert in the castle instinctively felt that danger was approaching. She stood up suddenly. Napoleon. Yes, Mom. The pink hat on her head suddenly turned into a big knife. Big Mom grabbed the handle of the knife and looked outside the castle. Now her reason has almost returned. She is also aware of the invasion of Orochimaru outside. So, what is this threat? Before she could continue to think, a fierce attack bombarded in. The fiery red light column broke through the many obstacles of the castle and went straight to Big Mom. Kaido. Big Mom's first reaction was Kaido's dragon breath, but she didn't have time to think too much. Instead, she raised Napoleon and smashed it hard against the fiery red pillar in front of her. Boom boom boom. The shock wave began to rush out to the surroundings. Stone chips began to fall, and the castle began to shake. Everyone in the castle looked at the fiery red pillar in a stalemate with Mom in horror. What on earth is this? Feeling that the castle seemed to collapse, everyone in the castle changed their faces. They didn't care about anything and started running out of the castle. As for Mom, she was the least to worry about. If they couldn't even deal with Mom, would it be useful for them to stay outside the castle? At this time, the members of the Big Mom pirates on the battlefield were stunned to see the snake head behind Orochimaru spit out a fiery red light column more than 1 meter thick into the castle like a giant dragon's breath. At this time, they had some questions. What is this? In the previous intelligence, Snake King Orochimaru had never shown such a move. So it's a new move? It feels as terrifying as Kaido's dragon breath. But soon they didn't have time to question it, because the snakes in front of them were not dead. If they really rushed up to bite or wrap around their necks, the sharp teeth and tough bodies would definitely be enough to make them suffer. Katakuri on the battlefield was also distracted and looked at the castle with worry. Mom will be fine. As for the other brothers and sisters in the castle, he was not very worried. He had sensed that the brothers and sisters in the castle began to come out. Just in time, Perospero also came out, which could reduce casualties. At this time, Katakuri was using his ability to assist Mondor to lock the snakes in the book world. Although the book world was also messed up. But there was no problem trapping these snakes for the time being. Orochimaru didn't care about the various things outside the castle. The power of the phantom beasts on the snakes would automatically disappear after they were consumed. They were all consumables, nothing to worry about. At this time, he looked far away at the castle pierced by the light column. From the gap of the hole, the figure of the ant can be vaguely seen. Can you still block it? You are worthy of being the Queen of Totland, hehe. At this time, Orochimaru looked at the figure who persisted in the castle with interest. The attack that Orochimaru used now, which was like a light column, can be called a single pillar. It is another use of the Yakama Jade by Orochimaru after the level of the mythical beast Yaki no Orokai has been upgraded. Currently, only a single pillar can be used, and there is no Yakama Jade. The reason is that this move requires the snake head itself to be used as an auxiliary. The single snake head of the multi-branch jade that combines multiple elements is simply not acceptable. Of course, this problem may be solved in the future. As long as the control is strong enough, even without the snake head, such an attack can be launched, then the Yakama pillar can be born. This requires 3.3 control and relies heavily on the attribute of spirit. This is a matter for the future. And Orochimaru's effort to make this single pillar naturally has its advantages. The penetration is stronger, long-range attack, single attack theory is more powerful than the same jade, as long as it can keep attacking people. If it is a spherical jade attack, then the attack is too far beyond the state that Orochimaru can control the balance of the jade, then the jade will explode directly. This distance is about several kilometers now. But if it is this kind of light column type, Orochimaru can spray it all the way to the end, and the longest can penetrate hundreds of kilometers. This is a veritable ultra-long-range attack. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 207 Huge Fire Curtain, Barrett's Arrival. Looking at the figure of Big Mom who is still holding on, Orochimaru decided to give her a boost. The energy of the single chi jade or the fire chi jade that the snake head just swallowed was released by the snake head with increasing force. Boom! Under the surprised eyes of everyone, the fire chi column suddenly doubled from more than 1 meter to nearly 3 meters. The violent and restrained fire chi column surged towards Big Mom. In the castle, the ant was pushed back by the fire pillar, and 2 streaks of gravel were left on the ground. At this time, she already understood this attack was the work of Orochimaru. Compared to Kaido's dragon breath, this fiery red pillar of light was more restrained, but more aggressive. Now she was holding on to the attack, trying to knock it away, but could only hold on. The violent attack even made Napoleon start to wail. Suddenly, Big Mom felt that the attack was getting stronger and more violent. No, this time she would not be able to get any good, so she had to retreat. Feeling that she could not hold on any longer, Big Mom quickly blocked from the side, and was then hit to one side by the impact. The fire pillar instantly pierced the castle, and then flew through Cake Island towards the distant sea. Swoosh! Since Big Mom dodged the attack, Orochimaru did not continue to control the fire pillar to condense into the distance, but let it dissipate along the way. Boom boom boom! As the fire jade that was swallowed into the snake head was consumed, the move of the fire pillar derived from the fire jade was officially completed. However, the eyes of the Big Mom pirates were also wide open, and they were extremely horrified. Since Orochimaru did not control it, the fire pillar dissipated and exploded directly along the way, forming a fire curtain of dozens of meters wherever it passed. From Cake Island, the vast fire curtain was burning, and it was unknown where it led to in the distance. When the Big Mom pirates were shocked. At a distance of dozens of kilometers from Cake Island to the direction of Orochimaru's attack just now, a fire curtain of tens of meters high was burning in the air in the sea. On both sides of the fire curtain, the patrol ships of the Big Mom pirates looked at the fire curtain hanging in the air and sliding down in disbelief. As the fire curtain slid down, the entire sea surface seemed to have a wall of fire of hundreds of meters. At a glance, there was no end to it. How is it possible? What is going on? How is this wall of fire formed? In just a moment, this huge wall of fire appeared at an unknown distance. Hurry up and report it to the higher UPS. That direction seems to be the direction of Cake Island? Could it be derived from Cake Island? How is it possible? Cake Island is more than 40 kilometers away from here. On the other side. The edge of Cake Island. A tall and strong man with eyes like a ghost walked out of a submarine that surfaced. He was Barrett, the descendant of the devil who gave the Big Mom pirates a headache a few days ago. At this time, Barrett was ready to find Big Mom to hone his skills again after resting. But now, he looked at the huge wall of fire that was hanging down from the top of Cake Island and led to an unknown place, and his face showed an excited expression. Because he knew that a strong man had visited Cake Island. It seems I'm here at the right time. As Barrett's mouth cracked, he began to move towards the fire wall of Cake Island. At the top of Cake Island, Big Mom watched the fiery red light column go straight into the distance and then turned into a huge fire wall. Looking at the place where the fire wall on Cake Island was melting, Big Mom was also furious. The damage caused by Barrett has not been restored yet, and now there is another troublemaker. At this moment, she just wanted to meet the legendary strongest supernova. Tap tap tap. Heavy footsteps came from the ground. Under the expectation of the Big Mom pirates, Big Mom finally appeared from the castle. Although she was very unhappy to be interrupted while eating dessert, Big Mom didn't care about it now. The attack just now proved that Orochimaru's reputation is well deserved. She would not be too arrogant. Mama dare to come to Cake Island to cause trouble. At this time, Big Mom's tiger eyes were fixed on Orochimaru not far away. So you also want to come and defeat my pirate? Snake Lord Orochimaru. Big Mom's tiger eyes stared at him, and his terrifying aura was swaying in the air, like a devil. Unfortunately, Orochimaru didn't feel it at all. Hehe, Queen of Totland, my purpose of coming here is obvious, so let me see how powerful the so-called queen is. Hearing Orochimaru say this, Big Mom's eyes narrowed slightly. Humph. In that case, I want to see how powerful the strongest supernova who can fight against that guy Garp is. As Big Mom said, she stopped talking nonsense and directly posed. Seeing Big Mom's pose, Katakuri's pupils shrank slightly. The arm stretched out and rolled up the two members of the Charlotte family in front of her mother. Elbaf's spear of power. As Katakuri retracted in time, the two members of the Charlotte family also survived. 007 boom boom boom. Big Mom released her moves, and a giant sword energy shock wave was chopped forward by her. The terrible shock wave rushed towards Orochimaru. The ground along the way was directly shattered. Faced with such an attack, Orochimaru also stretched out two new snake heads from behind in time. Golden Stone Shield. As the two snake heads stretched out in front of Orochimaru, a strange golden stone wall connected to the ground also appeared. The terrifying shock wave of Big Mom's attack also hit it directly, like a meteorite impact. At the center of the collision between the two, a powerful impact began to radiate outward. The wind was raging, the ground was breaking, and pieces of stone were broken and then broken by the wind and scattered around. Around the collision between the two, there was a fierce light, which made it impossible for people to see the collision. One could only feel the powerful waves spreading outward in waves. The pirates, members of the Charlotte family, and Hazmi soldiers were blown away, and some were hit by the swept stones. Blood flowed directly, but they didn't care, they just wanted to stay away from the confrontation between the two. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 208 Big Mom is angry, how can the gap be so big? Boom boom boom. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to be trembling. After a while, Big Mom's attack finally ended. The members of the Big Mom pirates, who were unable to stand due to the huge shock wave, began to put down their hands to block the strong wind. They began to look at the battlefield where Mom and Orochimaru were fighting. They saw a shocking scene. The entire battlefield was in a mess, and the hard ground was plowed like a plow. The castle behind Big Mom, which was originally crumbling, also collapsed directly. Many Homi's soldiers were lying on the bare ground in pieces, and even some pirates were seriously injured. This was because Big Mom's attack was not very close to them. After all, Big Mom was going to fight, and no one dared to get too close to her, otherwise the aftermath alone could kill them. And the scene now also confirmed this. The huge shock wave that was supposed to go straight to the sea was forcibly intercepted by that man, causing chaos in the surrounding area. Only the shield that looked like a strange material was still standing firm in front of Orochimaru. Mama! That's great! You can actually forcibly resist my attack. At this time, Big Mom looked at the stone shield standing in front of Orochimaru, and her face darkened after laughing. Elbaf's spear power is a move that Big Mom imitated Elbaf's unique skills in the giant country. It can be said that it represents Big Mom's glimpse of the giant country, and it also reflects Big Mom's attainments in physical skills. This power is not a simple swing of power, but the result of concentrating one's own power. At this time, Orochimaru used such a move to resist Big Mom's move. For Big Mom, it felt very embarrassing. Because Orochimaru had previously shown Rashomen's defense move that looked very strange and powerful in the newspaper. That move was something Big Mom had learned from the newspaper, and from the description, it could even resist the continuous and fierce attacks of the Navy hero Garp without breaking. But now the man in front of her treated her with a seemingly inconspicuous golden and brown shield. In the eyes of Big Mom, isn't this clearly looking down on her? At the same time, she also began to feel dissatisfied with the power of Waiguo's move. If any shield can block it, then what kind of move is Waiguo? Thank you for the compliment, Queen, but it's relatively easy to block such a trivial move. Orochimaru also removed the shield and became modest in response to Big Mom's words. Or it could be said that it was more like a venomous mockery of Big Mom. Hearing what Orochimaru said, some members of the Charlotte family who were still not far away couldn't help but change their faces. Mama! How dare you say that? A trivial move. Orochimaru's words this time undoubtedly completely angered Big Mom. The key is that the opponent really defended it easily, and the fact was even more frustrating. At this time, Big Mom's face was completely gloomy, and Zeus and Prometheus, who felt Big Mom's emotions, also began to show their majestic side. The dark clouds shining with thunder began to grow larger, and the fireballs were also burning. Whoosh whoosh! The sky was gloomy, and the wind blew, making the clothes of the people in this area rustle. The surrounding aura became abnormal. Big Mom's children began to evacuate further away. Because Mom was angry. Orochimaru remained calm in the face of Big Mom's anger, because he was just stating a fact. Although the moves looked good, the result did not break his defense. In this way, it was indeed a trivial move for him. At this time, Big Mom was angry, and seeing that Orochimaru was still calm, her anger in her heart became even worse. One by one, they were no longer afraid of her. They were so arrogant and self-righteous. Did they really think that her place was a holiday resort? She wanted to let them know that she was still the great pirate that everyone feared, the queen of the top of Totland. Die! Brat! Big Mom held Napoleon's hilt tightly with both hands and rushed towards Orochimaru. Bang! The ground was directly stepped on and exploded, and dust and sand were raised. She rushed like an evil ghost. The sharp blade was wrapped with a wool that shook the world, and it slammed towards Orochimaru fiercely. Zeus and Prometheus followed closely on her left and right. One released a huge column of fire, and the scorching temperature spread around, and the other flashed with thunder and struck, as fast as lightning. This time Big Mom was serious, and she had done it twice in a row. After this defeat, she could no longer look down on the enemy arrogantly. Besides, the enemy in front of her was also a powerful opponent. When boom boom boom, pala pala, 3 attacks came, and Orochimaru's 2 snake heads still condensed a gold and stone shield to block. But this time the shield was broken and fractured. But before Big Mom could smile, the broken shield was repaired at an exaggerated speed. For a while, Big Mom was actually deadlocked with the shield, competing with the 2 snake heads. Even if she wanted to bypass this shield to attack Orochimaru, she would be blocked by another newly condensed shield. The intersection of gold and stone protected Orochimaru like an absolute defense. Watching Big Mom constantly chopping those hard shields, she still couldn't do anything to Orochimaru. The members of the pirate group watching around were all shocked. How is it possible? Mom can't do anything to that man. This must be an illusion. How could this happen? He hasn't used his full strength yet. Mom is a strong man at the top of the sea, how could the gap be so big? As Big Mom continued to attack, the members of the Big Mom pirates couldn't help but despair. Because this man has only used 3 snake heads at present, they have seen his heyday in the newspaper, the sacred and majestic 8-headed giant snake. That's why they feel desperate. Why? He used 8 heads against the Navy hero Garp, but now he only used 3 heads against their mother. Is the gap between Mom and the Navy hero Garp so big? At this time, everyone couldn't help but doubt their lives, and at the same time looked at the seemingly leisurely Orochimaru in despair. Monster! This monster! How could there be such a powerful monster in this world? P.S. Everyone, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 209 The Valued Orochimaru, has the times changed? When everyone was doubting their lives, Orochimaru remained calm. Now that the mythical beast Yamata no Orokai has been upgraded to S level, the strength of each snakehead has been greatly improved. In terms of strength, the strength of each snakehead is almost equivalent to the awakening level of each attribute of the devil fruit in the pirate world. Add to that the ability of multiple thinking, which is very compatible with the mythical beast Yamata no Orokai. Now that Big Mom faces 2 snakeheads, it is like facing the close cooperation of the 2 awakened abilities of metal and earth, plus both metal and earth are good at defense. In this case, Big Mom is like facing absolute defense. It is understandable that no matter how much attack, Orochimaru can't do anything. It can only be said that Orochimaru's ability of multiple thinking is very useful, although the price of this ability is not particularly high. But it can't stand the extreme combination with the ability of the mythical beast Yamata no Orokai, which has the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Dang dang dang. Big Mom waved Napoleon and used Tyrant to chop and shatter the shield of gold and stone. The huge impact swept around like ripples. Although the scene was grand, it could not hide the fact that Big Mom could not do anything to Orochimaru. At this time, Big Mom also felt extremely frustrated. Has the times really changed? She couldn't even do anything to a supernova. 633. After a while, Orochimaru admired Big Mom, who was still working hard in front of him. He needed to pay attention to such a powerful woman, so he used the 4th snake head. Face Big Mom with 4 snake heads. Buzz buzz buzz. The wind blew and fiery red light particles are condensing. This is. At this time, Big Mom stopped attacking and felt the amazing fluctuations in the atmosphere. Jumping back, Zeus and Prometheus followed her closely. As soon as she stepped back, she arrived at the light balls condensed by the 2 huge snake heads. The fiery red ball and the wind blue ball looked extremely dazzling. Looking at the ball shining with amazing fluctuations, Big Mom was also on guard. If she could stop it, she would, but the shield that was constantly generated made her attack come to an end. If she attacked without caring, when these 2 attacks fell, even she would definitely not feel good. While Big Mom was on high alert, other personnel hid far away. Now they no longer had to worry about the invasion of 10,000 snakes. Because the 10,000 snakes that Orochimaru attacked were locked up and consumed. After all, there were 10,000 snakes, and there were many of them. When Orochimaru used this move, the power of the phantom beasts distributed to each snake was much less than the initial dozens. Therefore, when the power of the phantom beasts was insufficient, the golden snakes would not be so durable and would easily dissipate under the intense consumption during the battle. Without Orochimaru's command, they just rushed forward, and there was no such thing as combat wisdom. This made Mondor, the user of the book fruit, shine. As long as he was careful in the air, he could still put these snakes without combat wisdom into the book world. In this case, the members of the Big Mom Pirates were able to hold on. This was also largely due to Katakuri's firefighting actions and the support of the new chef, Longbread. It can only be said that the Big Mom Pirates are still quite capable except for the sea. But even so, they also suffered heavy losses. The thousands of homies were basically scrapped. Even the thousands of homies who came to support were directly scrapped. And those other pirate groups or pirates who joined the Big Mom Pirates also suffered heavy casualties. They didn't have Katakuri's help. After all, Katakuri couldn't even help his brothers and sisters, so how could he focus on these foreign pirates who joined? Fire Pillar. Wind Pillar. Under Big Mom's surprised eyes, the two light spheres were swallowed by the two snake heads. Then, like the breath of a dragon, two light pillars more than 1 meter thick rushed towards Big Mom. Faced with the two light pillars, Big Mom wanted to avoid them. Gravity field. The sudden gravity almost made Big Mom lose her balance, and at the same time, golden chains slowly extended from the ground and bound Big Mom's feet. What? At this time, Big Mom didn't care about the movement of her feet. Because the attack came. One was hot, the other was sharp. Boom boom boom. Big Mom used her knife to hold back the two beams of light attack. She didn't dare to be distracted, and stepped hard on the ground. A huge impact began to sweep out from the intersection of the two. At the same time, dazzling light began to bloom. Everyone around couldn't help but stretch out their hands to block the strong wind and dazzling light brought by the shock wave. Mom. At this time, everyone looked at Big Mom worriedly. And Orochimaru. Looking at Big Mom's hard work, he smiled slightly. Buzz buzz buzz. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the sharp golden light particles and the earthy brown light particles mixed and began to form a light sphere of about 50 centimeters. Two-branched jade. At this moment, when Big Mom's pupils shrank sharply, a new attack came. Now she had two powerful light beams on her hands. Although there was no gravity field on her body, there were golden chains on her ankles that were deeply connected to the ground. At this moment, she felt a little overwhelmed. Boom boom boom. The light sphere used by the two snake heads of gold and earth instantly hit Big Mom, and then expanded and exploded. The sharpness of gold and the heaviness of earth, one for the surface of the body and the other for the body, the explosion of the two characteristics of the light jade instantly expanded. A light ball of dozens of meters appeared in front of everyone. Within the range of the light ball, it seemed as if everything was crushed and torn apart. And the light beams of Orochimaru's other two snake heads seemed to have changed when they bombarded the light ball. The entire light ball began to continue to expand, and the original golden brown color also changed to 4 colors. Boom boom boom. Mom. Looking at the light ball that was more dazzling than the sun, everyone's heart sank, and they began to flee to the edge of the giant cake. Mom wouldn't be defeated just like that. At the edge of the giant cake, Barrett, the descendant of the devil, was standing on it. At this time, he looked at the scene not far away, and his mouth was also cracked. The strongest supernova snake king Orochimaru? This time, he is the opponent. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please data. Chapter 210 Big Mom was defeated again, and Pizarro and Shiryu formed an alliance. The next day, new big news began to be carried to all parts of the world by the news bird. Big shock. The strongest supernova snake king Orochimaru defeated the Big Mom pirates and the descendant of the devil Barrett, and the status of the uncrowned king of the King of Fear was challenged. As the newspapers of the world economic news flew to all parts of the world, people also began to watch these big events one after another. This time, just seeing the title, people began to speculate that Big Mom was picked up by Orochimaru when she was fighting with the devil's descendant Barrett. After all, we saw the big news of Big Mom and Barrett fighting a few days ago. If they start fighting again now and Orochimaru is waiting for an opportunity nearby, it is not impossible to defeat them all at once. As for defeating them at the same time, even the strongest supernova Orochimaru is not very optimistic. After all, he is still a supernova. And in their eyes, Barrett is not inferior to Big Mom. After all, he came to Big Mom's base camp alone to fight Big Mom, and there was even a scene of the sky cracking when fighting with Big Mom. Nowadays, people think that those who have the sky cracking scene after such a confrontation are the strongest people in the world. And Barrett's deeds were also spread by Morgans in the form of rumors. It is said that he was a trainee of Roger Pirates and fought against Pluto Rayleigh, the vice-captain of Roger Pirates. He once faced the Demon Slayer Order led by Admiral Sengoku and Navy hero Garp, and was defeated after exhausting his strength. He fought against Admiral Sengoku in the Evil War and was not defeated. Now he is facing the entire Big Mom Pirates alone. In this understanding, Barrett's status in people's hearts is in fact, it is very high. Now that the Big Mom Pirates and Barrett have both been defeated, it can't be that Orochimaru defeated them all by himself. As they finished reading the newspaper, they realized that they were too conservative. According to the description in the newspaper, Orochimaru only used 4 snake heads to beat Big Mom to the ground with overwhelming strength. After that, he fought with Barrett and defeated the Devil's descendant Barrett with overwhelming strength. From beginning to end, he only used 4 snake heads, downplayed it, and didn't even move. It is this overwhelming strength that Morgans believes that he will be the strongest competitor for the Pirate King of the new era. Even the King of Fear is very likely to lose to him. After reading the newspaper, people just felt like they were dreaming and doubted their lives. Is the time changing too fast? Or are Barrett and Big Mom not that strong? At least the Navy hero Garp has fought against the 8-headed form of the Snake King Orochimaru. When it comes to Big Mom and Barrett, it becomes a 4-piece easy crush. Is it that the times are changing too fast or that the Navy hero Garp is too strong? This major event quickly became popular, and then the news that Big Mom was defeated again began to spread all over the world. New World. 2 pirate ships are sailing together in the sea, one large and one small. 2 pirate flags are hung high on the 2 pirate ships. One is a pattern of a skull and a pointed island, and the other is a skull with 2 blades, smoke and blood. If someone sees their flags, they will know that these 2 ships are the 2 pirate groups that have become famous in the world recently. It's not that the strength of these 2 pirate groups is so strong. It's that their captains are both one of the supernovas of the worst generation, Pizarro and Shiryu of Rain. At this time on the pirate ship, Shiryu of Rain is sitting on a chair on the deck of the ship and reading the newly arrived newspaper. Next to him were his 2 cotters, the Dark Blood Sword Master Rosito and the swordsman Modoc, who were also supernovas of the worst generation. There were other pirates on the ship, but none of them were in Shiryu's eyes. Orochimaru. Is he so powerful? He easily defeated a monster like Big Mom. Shiryu muttered while holding a cigarette in his mouth. In the worst generation, Shiryu was almost the first supernova to become famous. After the end of the Worst War, he took a young pirate who had been imprisoned in the Frost Hell and had great potential to create a pirate group. And that pirate was the current Dark Blood Sword Master Rosito. Therefore, Shiryu's pirate group was the first to become famous among the supernovas. Now he saw that Orochimaru, who was more famous than them, directly defeated Big Mom, one of the top pirates, and his face was complicated. He left Impel down for bloodlust, and formed a pirate group under Hisoka's words to go out more. After almost 3 months, he did grow a lot during the voyage. But this was far from enough. Facing the Navy Aramaki, he was crushed even when he attacked with other supernovas. And now, one of the supernovas in the same group as them easily defeated Big Mom. This gap was still very big for Shiryu, and he couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of the times. Hey! With a puff of smoke, Shiryu's mood quickly returned to calm. After all, he was not the kind of person who wanted to compete with others. He was just a swordsman who enjoyed killing. Shiryu, did you see that? Orochimaru was able to defeat Big Mom and Barrett. It's really shocking. Meow. While Shiryu was puffing out smoke, on the edge guard plate of his ship's deck, a young man with blue hair and pointed corners said to Shiryu. The strange suffix made him look a little strange. This person is none other than Pizarro, one of the supernovas. Pizarro, don't come to my pirate group casually. This is not your home. Be careful or I'll chop you up. Looking at Pizarro sitting on the guardrail, Ziliu opened his eyes slightly and said in a light tone. Hearing Ziliu's words, Pizarro laughed and then said. What does it matter? I saved you. And aren't we allies now? Meow. Do you think I'm someone who cares about that kind of thing? Looking at Ziliu's look, Pizarro just felt that he was asking for trouble. Ha ha ha, sorry, Mr. Pizarro, our captain's personality is like this. Seeing that Pizarro seemed a little disappointed, Madak next to him smiled and apologized. In the Sabayati archipelago, Ziliu and the other two turned into mummies and fell to the ground, and there was no one from their pirate group nearby to pick them up. According to this situation, Ziliu and the others might have to enter the city of Impel Down. But Pizarro did not slip away at that time, but watched from a distance. After discovering this situation, he saved Shiliu and the others. Because Pizarro had great ambitions, he hoped to win over Shiliu and the others. Unfortunately, Shiliu didn't buy it at all. Although he himself had no obsession with the position of captain, since he had taken the position, he would do it to the end. Unless Hisoka came to him, he would definitely not give up the position. Of course, it was also a fact that Pizarro saved them. Therefore, under the matchmaking of the good-natured Mordic, the two sides formed an alliance. Madak is still better. Zillow looks like a dead man every day. Madak also smiled awkwardly. Listening to Pizarro's complaints, Zillow ignored him and looked into the distance. At the same time, his thoughts drifted into the distance. Kendo tournament. I don't know what masters there will be. I'm really looking forward to it. His eyes flickered slightly. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 211 The Power of the Back Killer, Zij's Purpose. Grand Line, New World. The two ships are also sailing on a sea area. Two flags fluttering on the ship. One skull has lipstick and soft hair, but the lines of the hair are like the lines of muscles. On the other side, a sword is inserted directly from the skull's head. The two flags represent the Muscle Pirates and the Zij Pirates. Their captains are also one of the supernovas of the worst generation, the muscle-haired ghost Kanaka and the powerful sword Sig. At this time, on the ship of the Sig Pirates, Sig sat on a wooden box on the deck, holding today's newspaper and reading. The strongest supernova Snake King Orochimaru, that guy is so powerful. At this time, Sig looked at the understated photo of Orochimaru in the newspaper and suddenly felt a sense of frustration. Once he joined forces with other supernovas in the Sabayati archipelago to fight against Vice Admiral Aramaki, and finally lost miserably. Later, after recovering, he learned that the man easily defeated Vice Admiral Aramaki and also won the battle against the Navy hero Garp. At that time, Sig felt his own weakness. At the same time, he was curious about the man. Now, he has defeated Big Mom, one of the overlords among pirates. And so understated, can he really defeat such a man? Sig couldn't help but doubt himself. In his eyes, Orochimaru is now a mountain leading to the throne of Pirate King. Hey! Sig took a deep breath and exhaled, and began to calm down. At the same time, he considered the next itinerary. If there had not been the failure in the Sabayati archipelago, then Sig would have gone straight to Big Mom's territory to fight Big Mom after entering the New World. But now it's not possible. After fighting with the Vice Admiral Aramaki, he found that he was still too weak. It was undoubtedly a pebble hitting a stone for him to fight against Big Mom, who was famous among pirates. He needed to be stronger. Sig looked at the shirtless pirates on the deck, who were being trained by a woman at this time. It seemed that she noticed Sig's gaze. The woman turned around and smiled at Sig, and the back that was originally covered by long hair and long skirt, which looked a little beautiful, suddenly disappeared. Sig only felt that his eyes were hurt. Is this the power of the legendary back killer? Sure enough, he couldn't help it. That woman was the muscle ghost Kanaka. At this time, Sig formed an alliance with Kanaka as he said in the Sabayati archipelago. His idea of letting Kanaka help train the crew was also realized, and her method was actually very good for Sig. And Kanaka was unexpectedly good at intelligence. According to her, a powerful force called Haki is popular in the New World. So, what they have to do now is to learn and master such power. Otherwise, those hegemons at the top of the pirates all have powerful Haki, and it is very difficult to defeat them with ability alone. Although it seems that Orochimaru, the alien, has done this. But this is not of reference value to Sig. Hiss. Sig took a deep breath again to calm down his complicated mood. Kanaka is good in every way, but it hurts the eyes. He cast his eyes into the distance. Next, his goal is the much talked about Kendo conference. It is so widely spread that many strong people must go there. Sigurd also wants to participate in such a grand event. After all, he is also using swords now, although in a violent way. Of course, participating is not his main purpose. There are too many strong people in such a grand event. He feels that he will not get any good ranking even if he participates. At least the top 3 big swords and supreme big swords are out of the question. However, his main goal is to attract the strong people who flock to the Kendo conference. Sigur's main purpose is to invite some good strong people to join his pirate group to strengthen its strength. If he can invite a strong swordsman and learn swordsmanship from him, this is also a good choice. When fighting against the Navy Aramaki, Sigur was very envious of the 2 cadres of the Thunderstorm Pirates Shiryu. They are all powerful and reliable companions, unlike him who is alone. I hope the next recruitment will go smoothly. Sigur looked at the sky and fell into deep thought. Grand Line, New World. A pirate ship was sailing, and the pirate flag on it was a very common double-bladed skull. It was the pirate group of Red Hair Shanks, one of the supernovas. At this time, on the ship, Rayleigh sat casually on a box on a deck, reading the newspaper with relish. Mr. Rayleigh, I didn't expect Orochimaru to be so powerful. I'm afraid even the King of Fear would find it difficult to defeat him. Rayleigh also laughed when he heard Shank's words. The King of Fear. That guy is also a monster. Rayleigh was not really that confident in Ryomen Sukuna, because Orochimaru's performance was indeed terrifying. It's just that the man was able to defeat all the great pirates in the New World. I always feel that such a man will not fail easily, especially since Rayleigh has witnessed the man with his own eyes. It was a strange aura, as if he didn't care about anything and was born to stand at the top. It's hard to imagine what such a person would look like after failure. However, 0.7, Rayleigh looked at the photo in the newspaper. This man also showed extreme strength. If he appeared in Roger's era, Roger might have been defeated miserably. After all, Garp was beaten with blood all over his body, and Big Mom and the now powerful Barrett were also easily defeated. It's really hard to imagine why he is so powerful. Just like the man in the Navy. Rayleigh thought of the man in the Navy who seemed to be able to control the power of the sun. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Times are changing so fast. I don't know where the future will flow to, this era of rampage. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 212 The Birth of the Clonus Death, Loyalty Deteriorates. 3 days later. In the doldrums, on the island of Ruskana full of beasts. Mare walked in the forest full of vines and birds, and finally crossed the forest. The scene suddenly became clear, and a waterfall more than 10 meters high fell in front of him, making a gurgling sound. The pool rolled up countless bubbles and extended outward, and finally returned to calm. Mare sat down on the mossy big stone around the pool casually. The clear water and the swimming fish in front of him, jumping out from time to time, the body of more than 1 meter confirmed the abnormality of this island. He looked at the panel of Orochimaru in front of him. In recent days, not only did Orochimaru beat Big Mom, but there was even a newspaper news yesterday that he defeated Kaido. If Big Mom is the 3rd brush, Kaido is the 4th brush. I wonder if Kaido will be beaten to doubt his life. Corresponding to this is the increase in Orochimaru's reputation. After entering the New World, Orochimaru raised his reputation to more than 1 million before beating Kaido 29, and at that time, Mel upgraded his Rashomon to S level. Now, after 2 major events, Orochimaru's reputation has directly reached 204. The events of Big Mom and Kaido gave him 1.02 million and 720,000 respectively, mainly because he showed a relatively overwhelming strength. These reputations plus the remaining and scattered ones before add up to 204. Now Mel's flash of inspiration has upgraded him to S level. Now his attributes are as follows. Doppelganger, Orochimaru. Strength, A+. Constitution, S. Agility, A+. Spirit, S. Abilities, Mythical Beast Yamata no Orokai, S level, Rashomon, S level, Inspiration, S level, Multiple Thinking, A. Skills, Armament Haki, A. Observation Haki, A. Physical Technique, A. Reputation, 104-6543. Note, D is the current world's ordinary person's attribute. Spirit is directly raised to the A and limit due to Rashomon, and directly raised to S due to Inspiration. The ability of Inspiration is actually a very important ability. If it is used for research, it is very suitable. Even in battle, there will be many fantastic ideas for battle, research more powerful moves, etc. This ability is also a very useful ability for Mel. It allows him to study abilities more conveniently. After closing Orochimaru's panel, Mel opened the clone mall, which was refreshed at this time. He left 1,000,000 reputation points on Orochimaru's panel because the clone mall was refreshed. This is the right time to build a new clone. Hero Haki, 10,000. Armament Haki, 3,000. Devil's Essence, 12,000. Blood Feast, 10,000. Observation Haki, 2,000. Frost Aura, 10,000. Now he has 181,000 mall points accumulated. Looking at the Devil's Essence ability above, he has made a decision in his heart. Mare began to call on the system to create a new clone. Soon after entering the system's creation space, the process was completed step by step. Mare also returned to his original position. A woman with long ice blue hair, eyelashes, blue eyes, a hot body and a queen-like temperament appeared in front of Mel. A man wearing a white imperial general uniform and a military cap. Welcome to this world, Asteth. Looking at the beautiful person in front of him, Mel smiled and welcomed him. Looking at Mel's smile, Asteth also smiled with a blush on her face. She stretched out her hand and held his palm. At this moment, loyalty turned bad. 3 more Queen of Heaven. Under the waterfall, Mare was walking around the pool. Mare, look, these are the flowers I just picked, smell them. A queen's voice came over. Asteth ran over with a bright smile on her face, holding a bunch of flowers in her hands. The aloof queen temperament was somewhat gone. Hearing Asteth's words, Mel nodded with a smile. Asteth immediately came over. Mare smelled it, and the fragrance of the flowers was indeed very fragrant, and it was getting more and more fragrant. In the end, it felt like Asteth's body fragrance. Because she was too close, it felt like her face was about to hit her. The flowers are very fragrant, but... Mare stretched out his hands to hug Asteth's soft body, and leaned over to take a deep breath of the hair on her neck under her blushing eyes. You smell better, Asteth. Hearing Mel's words, the corners of Asteth's mouth curled up higher, and she said with a smile. If it smells good, you can keep smelling it. I can stay here forever. Asteth's words also made Mel laugh. Under Asteth's expectant eyes, Mel teased the boss's comforting words. No. Asteth, it's impossible not to work. Try your best to work. I'm optimistic about you. Hearing Mel's words, Asteth's face fell all of a sudden. Compared to being outside, she wanted to stay with Mel, fight occasionally, and then date more. This is the life she wants. The temptation to go outside is far less than the temptation to stay with Mel. Did I disturb you? Suddenly, a gentle voice came from the edge of the jungle. Asteth looked over and saw the woman named Anohanaretsu. She was now smiling at Mel and Asteth hugging each other. Although she was smiling, the temperature around her seemed to be dropping. Seeing Anohanaretsu coming, Mel let go of Asteth, but was hugged back by Asteth. Asteth, who had originally acted like a little woman, hugged Mel tightly, and then spoke to Anohanaretsu arrogantly like a queen. Since you also know that you are disturbing me, can you please show up less, Anohanaretsu? Now, it's my time. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 213 Ring Sponsor Orochimaru, Morgan's Welcome. Asteth raised her chin slightly, and her unceremonious attitude made Anohanaretsu's forehead have a well-shaped stroke. More importantly, the way she swore her sovereignty made Anohanaretsu smile even more and the air pressure even lower. Ah! The juniors now look a little arrogant. If you are so arrogant, it is easy to fall. Humph! There is no need to worry at all. Come on if you can do it. Facing the threat of Anohanaretsu, Asteth was still fearless. Although she is not as strong as others now, she cannot lose in momentum. Hehe, what a lively junior, but in terms of relationship, I am closer to Mel-kun. Isn't it, Mel-kun? At this time, Anohanaretsu looked at Mel with a smile, as if to say that if you continue to hug, you will be doomed. You just showed up a little earlier than me. Now I am here, and the place next to Mel is mine. As for you, just work honestly. Auntie. At this time, Asteth put Mel's words of working into practice. How dare she say that? She actually called her auntie. She looks more mature, but how can she reach the level of auntie? And this is intellectual beauty, isn't it? At this time, Anohanaretsu felt that he had to beat this guy to the ground and make him surrender. watching the two people start to confront each other. Mare was very interested, but he quickly stopped it. He knew the purpose of Anohanaretsu's coming. This was to go to the venue of the kendo tournament. The time was very close, it was tomorrow. This time, Mel had to go with him, because someone kept saying that he would eat everything and not wait with her. So Mel had to go with him. And it seemed that this kendo tournament did attract a lot of people. At least the pirates Isuo and Orochimaru went there. Of course, they didn't go there to participate, after all, what was there to participate without a sword? One went to see Xiao Pingguo, and the other was a sponsor of the arena, and volunteered. For Orochimaru, this kendo tournament was also a good opportunity to increase his reputation. But he couldn't directly steal the limelight from Anohanaretsu, after all, he had been preparing for a month. If he really did that, he would probably be chased and chopped by that woman. Although Orochimaru was not afraid, he would avoid it if he could. Now he went there directly to sponsor a ring to show his face and gain some reputation, and Morgans, the host of the kendo tournament for Anohanaretsu, welcomed Orochimaru's move. The more popular the kendo tournament is, the bigger the news will be. And now, it is time to set off. This time, Esteth happened to go there too, after all, she showed up just when the kendo tournament was about to be held. If Mel left, she would have no reason to stay on this island. But if Esteth went there too, she would definitely let her get some benefits from the kendo tournament. So these days, Mel also helped her learn swordsmanship. And he learned it in a cheating way. Direct memory transmission plus practical proficiency. At the same time, she was equipped with a sword, the demon sword named Moxin. Originally, it had no name, but because it was given by Mel, she gave it this name. Okay, business is important, be quiet. Esteth. Mel gently stroked Esteth's cheek, and Esteth's cheeks immediately turned red and nodded. Esteth's current strength is definitely much worse than Xiaolai. But her attitude is more arrogant, just like a kitten with bared teeth and claws. If this goes on, she will definitely be taught a lesson by Xiaolai in the future. Hehe, you are really good at caring for people. It seems that I am really a nuisance here. Anohanaretsu's gentle smile seemed to have glaciers floating. Ha ha ha, sorry. Xiaolai, I just think if it's you, I don't have to worry too much. Mare smiled and took the hands of the two and left directly. And Anohanalai also let him pull her, and her anger subsided because of his words. The three figures began to teleport quickly towards the women's island. Each time, they could teleport about 1,000 meters. This is an application of the characteristics of the domain's phaseless tide. After all, this domain is directly staying in the different space. After that, there was the space type leading to the underworld, such as Rashomon, and the reference of various abilities. He studied the method of space teleportation. The distance is still a little small at present, but it doesn't matter. Mel is studying all the progress. For example, the analysis of the spirit particle combination of the essence of Zanpakuto is higher. The space transfer in the Ghost Way can be put on the agenda. Soon, they came to a location on the Daughter's Island. There were several people waiting there. Scarlet, Yamato, Robin, Hancock, Missile, Witch Darlina, etc. The people going to the kendo tournament this time include Anohanaretsu and her two apprentices, plus Mel, Darlina and Esteth. Originally, Hancock and the others wanted to go too. But it would be troublesome to bring too many Lolita with them. Mel simply refused. Well, only Darlina went because she was learning swordsmanship. As for Mesher, she also stayed here. She knew that there was a stone house on the island that was very important to Mel. She wanted to help look after Mel while he was out. Then let's go. Anohanaretsu released the meatball, and everyone who wanted to go got on it. Fly. Mesball, don't worry too much. Hearing Anohanaretsu's words, Scarlet and Yamato's faces changed. Are you serious? Won't they fly out directly later? As Anohanaretsu's words fell, the meatball also began to fly. Hoo! The air in the sky is very refreshing, but it is very fast. The air is like a stone hitting. The people above are about to be blown away. A wave is transmitted from Mel, and the wind begins to calm down and become like an ordinary breeze, but the speed of the flesh is getting faster and faster. This is the ability of the mythical beast Yamata no Orokai to control the wind. It can easily control the flow of wind to achieve various operations. As the only little loli on the flesh, Yamato looked around and immediately sat in Mel's arms. Now Yamato and Mel are also very familiar with each other. At this time, Hancock and the others are not here, she can finally occupy this position. Ling. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please data. Chapter 214 Rumors of Wilbur Battlefield, The Man in the Navy. The next day. Grand Line, New World, Wilbur Island. This island with a width of more than 10 kilometers is very lively at this time. Or it has been very lively these days. Wilbur Island is a newly emerging island in the past few hundred years. At the beginning, the scenery here is pleasant, with mountains and green forests, and the geographical location is relatively suitable. It is a place for a group of swordsmen from the New World to communicate. Later, in order to facilitate communication, the swordsmen began to build houses here, and some even settled on this island. And their habit of exchanging swordsmanship here also spread in the New World, and began to attract more swordsmen and swordsmen who learned swordsmanship to watch. As time passed, some vendors noticed the business opportunities here and began to pour in. The initial town gradually formed here, and slowly, a large city was formed here. With the city as the center, there are several gathering-like towns. It has become an island with a strong atmosphere of swordsmanship. There is a nominal island owner on this island. It must be a person with a very high prestige on the island. And on this island with a strong atmosphere of swordsmanship, if you want a high prestige of 463, you can directly show your kendo strength. Now the island owner of this island is a great swordsman who is not young. Once defeated by Anohanaretsu. And now, Anohanaretsu will also hold a kendo tournament on this island. After a month of fermentation, countless strong men or swordsmen and sword masters came to this island. The islands of the New World. The pirate groups of all the big pirates basically sent personnel here. In addition to some personal reasons, many of them wanted to win over those potential swordsmen. As for the navy, there are even more trump cards like king and masters like Kizaru, as well as some vice admirals and major generals who practice swordsmanship. The countries of the New World also have powerful personnel present, as well as the underground world. The most numerous are the swordsmen from the folks and the people who come to watch the excitement. It can be said that this kendo conference is a mixed bag. It's really lively, is this Wilbur Island. At this time, a smiling blonde young man in yellow clothes looked at the prosperous surroundings and felt very novel. The port with people coming and going, in front of the port there is a straight road leading to a square, which looks very lively there. From here, you can see some buildings with plagues such as sword halls. This person is Golden Toad Hughes, one of the supernovas of the worst generation, and also the vice-captain of the Andre Pirates. The kendo tournament that has been widely reported in the New World is very attractive to pirates who have just entered the New World. Most of them will choose to come and take a look. Don't watch it, hurry up. The kendo tournament will start in an hour. A voice came from beside him. It was Andre, the captain of the Andre Pirates, the tyrannical King Andre. Okay, Captain. Hearing Andre's anxious look, Hughes felt a little funny, he was not going to participate. Following Andre's anxious steps, Hughes thought leisurely. I heard that Mr. Orochimaru had come to this island, didn't expect to meet him again so soon? Is that the famous scene of Wilbur Island, the Wilbur battlefield? It looks really spectacular. At this time, a group of people came to a huge building. At a glance, there were stone steps one by one, about 200 meters high. It was Shanks and Rayleigh and his group. While biting a big chicken leg, Loki looked at the dense crowds of people walking up the stone stairs, and then he couldn't help but sigh. Well, that's the Wilbur battlefield, where those powerful swordsmen fight. Rayleigh couldn't help but laugh at the dense flow of people. According to Wilbur's rumors, the predecessor of this building was originally a mountain, but later a powerful top swordsman cut the mountain directly, and then the people on this island gradually built stone stairs from the bottom of the mountain, and the section of the mountain above was also repaired into a battlefield for swordsmen. Now we just need to climb up to see the scenery there. Loki and others were surprised to hear Rayleigh's words. Because from here, if this is a mountain, its original height can even reach 800 or 900 meters or even thousands of meters. Is there really such a powerful swordsman in this world who cuts the mountain directly from this position close to the bottom? Ha ha ha, let's go. This kendo tournament is very lively. I heard that Orochimaru and Hisoka are here, and even. Rayleigh's original smile also became solemn. The man in the navy is here too. I hope that guy won't do it here. Hearing Rayleigh's words, the other members of the Red Hair Pirates also became solemn. They also knew the man Rayleigh was talking about. The strongest navy, king, if that man really goes all out, not to mention the mountain, the island will be made into a big hole for you. It shouldn't be, his ability is so dangerous, there are more than 100,000 people on this island, plus the current surge in traffic, that man as a navy shouldn't be crazy. Listening to Rayleigh's concerns, Shanks analyzed calmly. Ha ha ha, who can say for sure? In Rayleigh's mind, if that man is controlled by the world government, then there is a certain possibility that the world government will do such a thing. After all, the top pirates Orochimaru and Hisoko are here, and many other pirates have come, such as Crocodile, Gecko Maria, Tomahawk, etc. And many powerful pirate groups have also sent their capable men here. If this place can be wiped out with one attack, then the pirates will definitely be seriously injured. He doesn't know what the relationship between the world government and King is like now. I just hope that King is not a man who can be driven so easily. Let's go. Rayleigh waved his hand, and then took Shanks and the others to walk up the stone stairs above. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please data. Chapter 215 The Lively Wilbur Battlefield, Morgan's Speech Introduction. Wilbur Battlefield. After coming up the stairs on the edge of the mountain, a huge circular building like a coliseum comes into view. In this battlefield built by the cross-section of the mountain. Its architectural style is very rough, and its building stones are made of white marble. It's just that this building is wider. It's just that it's more than 10 meters from the edge of the stairs. You can reach the edge of the building. There are 8 entrances and exits around the entire building. There are 4 entrances and exits in the east, south, west and north, and there is an entrance and exit between the 4 exits, a total of 8. After entering, you will be suddenly enlightened after walking 40 meters. Here you can see the 10-meter-high protective wall in front of you blocking your view. From the edge passage next to it, you can go up the stairs to the surrounding audience seats. The entire stepped audience seats can accommodate 100,000 spectators without crowding. The center of the building is a huge circular battlefield with a diameter of 300 meters. The surrounding protective wall is as high as 10 meters. Now, 4 circular arenas made of strange materials appeared in the center of the battlefield. The 4 arenas are all 100 meters in diameter, arranged in 4 corners, and about 20 meters apart. At this time, the audience seats began to be bustling. The entire audience seats are clearly divided into 8 areas, each of which has more than 30 rows from bottom to top, and the higher the area, the longer the arc length. At a glance, the 8 areas look like people, and there are no less than tens of thousands at a rough glance. There are all kinds of people inside, including residents of the island, vendors, and ordinary people who come to join in the fun, pirates, navy, underground organizations, civilian strongmen, people from the world government, etc. Because the kendo tournament that may determine the world's greatest swordsman is about to begin. And the residents of this island also rushed here, as an island full of swordsmanship atmosphere. The residents of this island naturally attach great importance to this kind of event. As long as they are free, they will basically rush here, which is why there are so many people. Of course, the people here are not the main thing, the most important thing is the video telephone bug built here. At the same time, Morgan's mobilized manpower and even the Navy cooperated with many other islands in the sea to build huge telephone bugs that project images for live broadcast. It can be said that many islands around the world will soon pay attention to this place. Click, click. As the video telephone bug began to run, the screens that had been placed on many islands in the sea also began to broadcast the scene of Wilbur's battlefield. Dear audience and audiences from all islands, welcome to the Wilbur battlefield on Wilbur Island. At this time, in one of the 8 areas, on the east side of the audience seats facing the main city of Wilbur Island, there is a special stand at a height of about 20 meters long and 10 meters wide. There is also a table and 5 chairs on it. A birdman is holding a den mushi similar to a microphone, standing in front of the table and starting to speak. His voice spreads to every corner of the battlefield, and his voice can be heard from all the islands in the sea. The originally complicated battlefield also calmed down, looking at Morgan's on the stand. I believe most of you have guessed who I am when you see me. Yes, I am Morgan's, the president of the World Economic News Agency. Many people probably see me for the first time. Morgan's held the den mushi with one bird wing, then adjusted the tie around his neck and began to introduce himself briefly. Then he began to speak. This time, Wilbur Island will hold a kendo tournament initiated by the great swordsman Yachiryu, and I am very lucky to be the host and person in charge of this conference, all thanks to. At this time, many people in the audience were speechless listening to Morgan's long thank you speech. Can't this bird man just get to the point quickly? What a long-winded guy. In the audience, there was a girl with flowing red hair and a very obvious body curve. Looking at Morgan's in the distance and listening to his chattering, she felt irritated. Her name is Cerulean, the granddaughter of the island owner, and she also learned her grandfather's sword style, the Blazing Sword School. After her grandfather was defeated by Yachiryu, she wanted to worship Yachiryu as her teacher because her father always said that women could not become powerful swordsmen. However, the great swordsman Yachiryu defeated her grandfather. Zero seeking flowers. That's why she had the urge to worship under the school of Ueno Hanaretsu. But she was rejected on the grounds that the path was determined and she didn't need to worship her anymore. Now, she just felt very unwilling and irritable in her heart, compared to her apprentice of the pink-haired girl. How could she be worse? She had already realized the realm of cutting steel at such a young age. Now, when the world's #1 swordsman was about to be decided, she was even more unwilling. Her eyes wandered randomly in the audience. Who was that person? Cerulean saw a young man sitting in the audience. She knew that person or had a deep impression of him. She had met him from a distance yesterday. Watching him follow the great swordsman Yakian Liu to the island and be settled by his grandfather. At that time, she only saw him from a distance once, and felt an inexplicable attraction, so she remembered it. It seems that the man has a good relationship with the great swordsman Yakian Liu. Is he her new disciple? Cerulean thought about it and got up and walked towards that side. She wanted to see if there was a breakthrough. This kendo tournament has attracted the attention of swordsmen from all over the world. It is destined to become a rich chapter in history. I am honored to be here. Before the kendo tournament begins, please allow me to introduce the distinguished guests of this tournament. The audience in the entire battlefield only began to focus their attention after hearing this. First, please welcome the kendo tournament the first distinguished guest. Simp Medino, the owner of Wilbur Island, is also the great swordsman of Wilbur Island, known as the Scorching Hell Swordsman. As Morgans welcomed him, an old man with reddish and white hair came out. He was wearing a loose white kendo outfit and smiling. He walked out of the dim exit of the stands under the cheers of the crowd. Oh oh oh! The surroundings cheered enthusiastically as Morgans introduced him. Medino also waved to the surroundings. The cheers became louder, and most of them were cheers from the residents of this island. P.S. Dear friends, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 216 Pressing Kaido's head to let him go out and see, the little apples performed to their heart's content. As an island with a strong swordsmanship atmosphere, Wilbur Island has many swordsmanship gyms and kendo dojos. But even so, great swordsmen are rare, and even this island does not always have great swordsmen. That is why Medino, as the great swordsman and the owner of the island, is very popular, and he is not just one person strong. His son is also a very famous top swordsman on this island, and even his granddaughter has heard that she has embarked on the road of swordsmanship. There are also many famous people among his disciples. It can be said that his prestige on Wilbur Island is very high. This kendo conference was held on Wilbur Island, and Medino also participated in the preparation. He is very excited about this event. It is very important because it is the first time that the kendo conference is broadcast live worldwide. Even if you are just a VIP, you may leave your name in history. Leaving a name in history is very tempting for Medino, or not many people want to be forgotten after their death. Da-da-da. After greeting the people around him, Medino nodded to Morgans in front of him and sat down directly at the edge of the 5 seats. As Medino sat down, the audience began to calm down slowly at Morgans's wing. Next, please welcome the second VIP of the Kendo Conference, Snake King Orochimaru, who is also the sponsor of our arena this time. Everyone warmly welcomes. I saw Orochimaru also walked out of the exit. It was just that the scene was silent for a moment, and then there were also many cheers, but most of them were from pirates. As a supernova, Orochimaru defeated Big Mom and Kaido in succession, but he gathered a lot of halo and gained a lot of admirers. I'm not seeing wrong. The great pirate Orochimaru is really on Wilbur Island, and he has become the VIP of the conference. The world is really crazy, but it's not bad. I heard that the evil pirate Hisoka is here too. Fortunately, the man from the navy is here, otherwise. Morgans invited the great pirate to be the VIP of this conference. In order to avoid overreaction, he had already prepared for it. The slogan and concept of the Kendo conference is that there is no position or camp, and all barriers will disappear here for a short time. Only for the pinnacle of Kendo, the world's greatest swordsman. That's right. It's reasonable for pirates to be VIPs. No matter what others think, Morgans feels that it is reasonable. With these top masters as the signboard, the gold content of this Kendo conference will definitely rise to an unprecedented level. And as the host of the conference, he will be immortal. Thinking about it, Morgans is excited. This is the world's top event. At this time, Orochimaru came up and smiled at the cheering crowd. In his eyes, these are leeks, and he thinks they are cute. Da-da-da. As Orochimaru walked, Morgans also briefly introduced Orochimaru's deeds in a rhythmic manner. Especially the part about defeating Big Mom and Kaido. Let the people in the two areas of the audience, the members looked unhappy. They were the pirates from the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates. Katakuri and his brothers and sisters, as well as Jin and Quinn and their men. Katakuri did not participate in the Kendo tournament this time, but his sister Amon, Yasai, Smoothie and others wanted to participate. He came here because there were too many strong people here, and he followed them to ensure their safety. At the same time, Big Mom also gave him a task, asking him to recruit some strong people. As for Jin, he was completely forced. Hisoka pressed Kaido's head and asked him to go out and see. What could he do? He is a Lunaria clan, and the world government is very important to him. Watching with eager eyes, just providing information about the Lunaria tribe can earn 100 million berries. If he goes outside, he will be chased by the world government. Especially the man from the navy is here too. If the world government lets that man catch him, even if he has wings, he doesn't know if he can escape. However, Hisoka doesn't care about these. The canary in the birdcage must go out to grow up. And Jin can only come out helplessly. And he has to come to participate in the Kendo tournament according to Hisoka's specified requirements, because Hisoka thinks that since he has a sword, he should sharpen it WELL0. As for Quinn, Kaido asked him to follow. Although Kaido said that to recruit people, but Jin knew that they were more worried that he would fail in the Kendo tournament and be picked up by others. Mr. Kaido. Jin couldn't help but worry at this time. Not long after he came out, the Snake King Orochimaru went to fight Mr. Kaido. If it wasn't for the reply from the Den Mushi Kaido that he was fine, he would have returned directly. While Jin was lost in thought, Morgans finished the introduction and continued to speak loudly and emotionally. The next distinguished guest is the famous apple hunter Hisoka. As Morgan's voice fell, the audience was silent. Da-da-da. Hisoka appeared with a happy expression. He looked at the quiet venue around him, and his mouth corners became more wanton. It's a good day. I hope the little apples can perform to their heart's content. Hisoka came to the seat casually and sat down. I think everyone knows his deeds, so I won't elaborate on them. As Morgans avoided the main point, the venue began to cheer, but it was much smaller than that of Orochimaru. More people were afraid of Hisoka, and some people on the islands also hated him. 2.1 As the instigator of the evil war, he attracted a lot of hatred. In this case, even Morgans had to avoid suspicion and didn't dare to introduce him in detail. He even used the title of Apple Hunter. Hisoka. Hisoka. In various places in the audience, many people gnashed their teeth at the figure in the stands. Some of them were losers who lacked a certain part because of Hisoka's experience, and some of them succeeded in the experience but still hated Hisoka. Because Hisoka's methods were not gentle. He would hit their weak spots at any time. Just like Katakuri and Jin would not have any good feelings towards Hisoka. P.S. Guys, please collect, vote, and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 217, King with Restraining Power, The Death of Momonosuke. There was even a young man in the audience who would have stabbed Hisoka if he hadn't been stopped. It was the supernova tyrannical King Andre. Hughes next to him was a little helpless at this time. So this guy was in such a hurry because he heard that the evil pirate Hisoka was there? But at least he should consider the occasion. During the Kendo tournament, disputes are prohibited. If there are any problems, wait until the end of the tournament. This is the only rule of the Kendo tournament. This rule can be simply referred to as giving me face. As the great swordsman who defeated Kaido, Yachiryu still has a reputation. And Morgans in the underground world and the swordsman headed by the island owner of this island also maintain this order. In addition, the big guys take the lead in compliance. In this case, others dare not act rashly and be the first to act. Oh. Although there are not many, there are still pirates who worship Hisoka, led by the self-proclaimed Great Evil Fleet under his command. This time, there are 4 chief criminals in the Great Evil Fleet, 2 of whom were rescued by Hisoka again when they were transported by Kizaru before. It was the golden-bearded King Hirzajababi, Zixi, who was rescued by him again. The 2 of them have more recognition of Hisoka. This boss is in a cold situation, so we have to praise him quickly. As some pirates in the venue took the lead in cheering, Morgans also laughed and laughed through this part. Then he said again with a serious face. Next, it is the special guest invited by the Kendo conference. I believe everyone is familiar with his reputation. Hearing Morgans' words, some well-informed people also knew who Morgans was talking about, and their faces became serious. Is that man really here? But it is true. After all, the Navy also participated in the live broadcast of the Kendo conference. If so, if there is no Navy, wouldn't it be a peach for the pirates? The reason why the Navy participated in this event and opened the door to convenience was not only to make friends with the 8 Ren school and win over the swordsmen of Wilbur Island. It was also done for the swordsmen from the civilians all over the world to see. It was submitted for review by Vice Admiral Tsuru very early and passed by the vote of the Navy meeting. King's approval made the originally undecided vote one-sided. Admiral of the Navy, King. As Morgan's voice fell, everyone burst into warm cheers, and King arrived as scheduled. He looked at the very warm atmosphere and fiery eyes around him, and felt a little pressure in his heart. He was really under a lot of pressure with so many people watching him. And the boss was also off the court. Really, he felt that he was being stared at by the boss. What a trouble! When King came here before, he found the existence of Mel. The kind of look that was like looking at salted fish made King feel very stressed. He felt that he could quibble, but he should explain it. With a lot of thoughts in mind, King sat down on a chair in a cool and arrogant manner amid the cheers and discussions of the crowd. As expected of Lord King, his aura is so strong that I feel suffocated even from such a distance. Is this the strongest navy? It really lives up to its reputation. So powerful, even just looking at him can make you feel powerful. This is the one who can create the man of the sun? The island that disappeared from the map, I heard that if you dive down from there, you will face a black hole that can swallow people's minds like an abyss. It's really terrifying. Hell King. Everyone was afraid of King. But he is a navy, and the blazing and equal justice promoted by his adjutant Ethan is also spreading among the people. This makes him very popular, and some people even regard him as a patron saint. Even if there are powerful pirates emerging one after another on the pirate side. But his existence is like a sun, like a restraining force. As long as he is still there, the situation will not collapse no matter how bad it is. This is the reputation of the new generation of Navy hero Hell King. As the audience gradually calmed down, Morgan's voice rose again, making people worry whether he would break his voice. Finally, it is the initiator of our Kendo conference, Yachiryu Sword Saint Anohanaretsu. Under Morgan's praise and the audience's enthusiastic excitement, Anohanaretsu also walked out leisurely. With a smiling expression on her face, she looked gentle and virtuous. Finally, she came to the center of the 5 seats and sat down. As the initiator of the Kendo tournament, she is as popular as the tournament is. At the same time, she is a great swordsman who is neither a navy nor a pirate. She is also a great swordsman who looks beautiful and gentle. She is very popular in all parts of the world. There is even a fan club established for her, which was spontaneously established by some female swordsmen. Now, in this Kendo tournament, all forces in the world give her face, even the top pirates and the strongest navy are therefore, they were at the same table. That's why the great swordsman Yachiryu's prestige was even greater. Sword Saint. In one of the audience seats, a swordsman with high-tied hair, black sunglasses and a broken arm murmured. He was Kojiki Oden's retainer Kyujiro. At this time, he heard the name of the Sword Saint of Wano country and his heart was complicated. Because he remembered Lord Momonosuke. After being defeated by the King of Terror, they were imprisoned by Kurozumi Orokai, and later because Kaido defeated Orokai and hurriedly wanted to execute them. Finally, they escaped from the cell with the help of Enin, but everyone was seriously injured in that operation, and in order to evacuate smoothly, Ashiradiji sacrificed himself to cover everyone. The subsequent developments were even more changeable. A look at the Beast Pirates Team 140 Banquin came directly to chase them. All the Kojiki retainers who were seriously injured and had little blood were defeated by the vicious Quinn. In the end, it was Kawamatsu, Inuarashi, and Nikomaru who stayed to hold the others back and let them escape. Later, they heard that Kawamatsu was killed on the spot and Inuarashi and Nikomaru were also imprisoned in the prison and were about to be taken to mine. Originally, it would have been fine. After they found Mrs. Toki, Kinemon and Kanjuro protected Momonosuke. Then Momonosuke died, and Kinemon also died, which was a bolt from the blue. At the same time, Kanjuro was also dying. If he hadn't been saved by Kikunoho, he would have died on the spot. Finally, in the flames, Lord Toki sighed and teleported Lord Hiri, Kikunoho, Shinobu, and Kanjuro to 20 years later. And he stayed in the present and waited for an opportunity. Alas! Kyujiro couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Wano country has gone through many twists and turns. The daimyo, loyal samurai, and other living forces are ready to move because of Kaido's repeated defeats. But in the end, it was just a heavy loss. The purpose of his coming here is just for Lord Odin's sword. How can we completely defeat Kaido, the beast? He hopes to find a savior of Wano country. Or do we really have to wait for 20 years? P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and ask for data. Chapter 218 Orochimaru who wants to cut Hisoka's wool, the rules of the kendo tournament. In the stands. At this time, Anohanaretsu sat in the middle seat, and all 5 seats were filled. I didn't expect that we could sit together under such circumstances. It's really interesting. Hisoka put his legs on the table in front of him, the seat tilted back slightly, and said teasingly with his hands on the back of his head. Hehe, the name of the evil pirate Hisoka is very loud, I wonder how strong he is. Orochimaru's magnetic voice sounded, making the great swordsman Medano feel a little uneasy. Why, do you want to try? Snake Lord Orochimaru. As a senior, it would be difficult to convince others if you are not strong enough. I believe Hisoka-kun thinks so too. Obviously, Orochimaru is planning to take advantage of Hisoka. He is so fat, how can he not take advantage of him? From the perspective of each member, Orochimaru feels that Hisoka should be considered weaker. After a direct comparison, he thought so even more. Perhaps Hisoka's ability to confuse and hide is very good, but it is not a problem for Orochimaru. No matter where he hides on the island, as long as he uses that move, he can't escape. Orochimaru is very confident about this. From this perspective, Hisoka should be a more suitable target. Interesting. Hisoka's eyes curved like a crescent moon. He never thought that he would be targeted one day. This really made him feel happy. Feeling that the atmosphere around him was not right, Medano quickly tried to smooth things over. My lords, the kendo tournament is just around the corner. I hope you can stop fighting. Hehe, then Orochimaru, come and try after the tournament. I want to see how strong you are. Medano's advice was ignored by Hisoka. It was just that Hisoka postponed the battle until after the tournament, which made Medano's face change. They wouldn't choose this place as the battlefield, would they? This was a very serious matter. Even though Medano was a great swordsman, he couldn't afford to offend these two people. He could only look to Anohanaretsu and King for help. You two, if you want to communicate later, please stay away from this island. After all, if the kendo tournament was destroyed right after it was held, I would be very troubled, and Admiral King of the Navy would surely not sit idly by. Sensing Medano's gaze, Anohanaretsu retracted his gaze that was originally cast towards a certain audience seat. Then he threw the problem to King. Ah! King was just confused at this time, watching everyone around him looking at him. He just felt tired. We are all colleagues, can we be simple? Intrigue is very tiring. Well, I don't mind pushing 2 more big pirates into the city. King was also speaking quickly at this time, of course his confidence was not in himself. But now the boss is on the island, no matter how hard you fight, you can't beat the boss. Are you still a jerk? As expected of the King of Prison Day, he is so confident. Hearing King's brief words, Medano couldn't help thinking. But will this really not anger them? Hehe, as expected of King, I am looking forward to fighting with you again, give me some more time. Hiso and King's brain circuits are not on the same channel at all. But he knew that if he wanted to confront King head-on, he was not enough now. At least he needs to complete that to be qualified. Fortunately, someone helped him overcome several difficulties, but even if he completes that ability, he still needs to cultivate it. I hope that ability will not disappoint him. The strongest navy's deterrence? It's really terrible. I will still give face to the swordsmen of Anohana and King Kun. On the other side, Orochimaru's face was still calm, but he still politely gave face. While they were talking, Morgans also began to introduce the rules of the Kendo tournament. The rules of this Kendo tournament are very simple. Have you seen the 4 arenas in the battlefield? This was created by the Snake King Orochimaru himself. Its toughness is unimaginable and can support a very strong battle. At this time, Morgans gave the 4 arenas to the pictures of each island. The 4 circular arenas are 100 meters in diameter and 1 meter in height. Their surfaces are divided into a grid of 1 meter like bricks and tiles. The arenas are 20 meters apart, and the material is like gold and stone. Next, as long as you enter these 4 arenas, you will enter the first round of the competition, which is the elimination round. The elimination round is a mixed match. Everyone, please look. As Morgan's voice fell, the audience also focused their eyes on the place he pointed. On the edge of the stands, there was a stone pillar several meters high and 1 meter thick. On the stone pillar, there was a huge hourglass as tall as a person, which looked very conspicuous. The hourglass flows once for a quarter of an hour. When the hourglass flips 3 times, the sand flows to the end. Then, this elimination round will also end, and the strong men who can still stand on each arena will enter the second and final round of the competition. At that time, the 8,000 stream sword saint will also join them. Morgans paused for a moment when he said this. The audience also talked a lot when they heard that the 8,000 stream swordsmen appeared in the second round. As the top swordsman who once defeated Kaido, many swordsmen and swordsmen can hope to see her take action. Simply put, everyone who can still stand on it after the 3/4 of an hour has passed. But it should be noted that when the hourglass flips for the 3rd time, the ring will not allow players to enter, which means that as long as you leave the ring in the last quarter of an hour, you will be eliminated. Before that, even if you are knocked out of the ring, you can still go back up. At this time, Morgans began to introduce the rules in detail and then talked about a competition requirement. Since it is a kendo tournament, those who want to enter the ring must at least use blades and swordsmanship. Although there is no prohibition on using abilities, it is hoped that they will not deviate from the use of swordsmanship. As Morgans finished introducing the competition system, he began to emphasize the rewards of the tournament. The Supreme Great Sword Anquan and the 2 great swords Yan Mo and Tianyu Yuzhan were also placed in several boxes for display. It made many swordsmen and sword masters' eyes shine. Although the great sword is said to be worth 10 million baileys, it is simply not available. Who would sell their great sword? There is also the Supreme Sword Anquan. The dark lines on the handle and the bright white color of the blade dazzle the swordsman. Well, everyone, I now declare the kendo tournament officially open. If you want to take the position of the world's greatest swordsman and the supreme swordsmen and sword masters, start your challenge journey. As Morgans gave a passionate speech, his bird wings turned the hourglass on the stone pillar in front of him, and the hourglass began to flip for the first time. The kendo conference officially began. Responsible. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 219. If she doesn't accept it, I will. As Death enters the venue. At the beginning of the kendo conference, Mare teased the red-haired girl who came in front of him. At this time, he sat on the white stone steps, which was both a step and a seat, which was very convenient. Death and Darlene were on both sides of him. Further away was Scarlet, and Yamato sat directly in his arms. There was a large empty space around him, but no one felt something was wrong, as if it was natural. At the same time, the existence of Mel and his people was basically regarded as ordinary people by the people around them. Only when the strength reaches a certain level can you feel some of Mel's attraction, which is the pursuit of life for a higher position. But even so, it is impossible to detect anything unusual, and it will only be regarded as a kind of charm. In this world, if Mel doesn't want to, it is difficult for anyone to detect anything unusual. So, do you want me to help you worship Xiaolai? Then, what reward can you offer? Mare asked with a smile on his face. At the same time, his slender fingers circled the curved corners on Yamato's head in his arms, as if stroking a pet. Yamato also leaned on Mel peacefully. She felt that her heart would be quiet and peaceful if she stayed in Mel's arms for a long time. It was a somewhat incredible feeling, as if the world had quieted down. No wonder Hancock and the others always liked to stick to their brother. What would it feel like to fall asleep in their brother's arms? Yamato's mind couldn't help but circle. It's just that she felt a little itchy on the horn of her head, which was a sensitive spot for her. She couldn't help but snuggle in Mel's arms, like a little animal enjoying the touch. Reward? Although he smiled and said nothing when she asked about his relationship with the great swordsman Yaqian Liu, he could call her Xiaolai so intimately. The relationship must be very good. And the two disciples of the great swordsman Yaqian Liu also seemed to be led by him. Maybe he could really help her. Just a reward. Solarin looked at the eyes. The young man who was looking at her with interest in front of her couldn't help but be a little absent-minded for a moment. His strength should be pretty good. After all, he follows the great swordsman of Yachiyu. But it's hard to say, looking at his face, he seems younger than her. It's possible that his strength is not as good at this age. But if he can help her join the great swordsman of Yachiyu, she can teach him to become stronger in the future with such a favor. Or she sacrifices a little. That's right, this favor is so great, how can she be sincere without sacrificing a little? Soon, Solarin found a reason to convince herself. Solarin planned to give it to him at the speed of light. There's no way, since this is the first time she has met someone she likes. Her personality is the kind of swift and decisive. Of course she has made a decision in her heart, but it's a bit awkward to show it. If you can help me, I will be reluctant to date you. Before Solarin finished her words, a cold voice next to her interrupted her directly. You mean that woman Anohanaretsu doesn't want to accept you, right? If she doesn't accept me, I will. At this time, Esteth, who was next to Mel, looked at her with an extremely oppressive look. What a joke. Still dating? Is this paying or asking for a reward? It's enough to have her by his side, all the others should stand aside. Solarin felt a little uncomfortable when Esteth interrupted her. She finally mustered up the courage to say such words. She was interrupted by someone. Who are you? Solarin looked at Esteth with some scrutiny. Although she looked strong, she didn't seem much older than her. She actually said such a thing. Could she be on par with the 8,000 stream swordsman? Originally, when Esteth didn't speak, Solarin thought she was the new disciple of the 8,000 stream swordsman, but now this attitude doesn't look like that at all. Don't talk nonsense. Since you want to become my disciple, let me see your strength. Esteth was resolute and didn't care about so much. He stood up and took Solarin to the arena of the battlefield. Because the kendo tournament had started at this time. Looking at Esteth pulling Solarin resolutely, Mel couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. But it doesn't matter. The girl just now has entered the realm of swordsmanship, the flame type of kendo. It just so happens that Esteth can teach her the extreme ice type of kendo in the future. The fusion of the two may allow her kendo to reach a higher limit. On the other side, as Morgans announced the start of the kendo tournament, countless people began to be eager to try. There was no registration process for this kendo tournament. At that time, Morgans had already announced that it was a highly free competition system. If it seems to be true, no matter who it is, even if you can just run out from the audience, now you can go to the 4 rings and compete with other swordsmen and sword masters. Morgans also considered the reason for adopting this competition system. Because there must be many swordsmen and sword masters who want to participate, but the kendo tournament needs strong people. Now the ring is there, whether you can hold on depends on your own ability. The first 2/4 of an hour is to give all swordsmen and sword masters room to participate. After all, the ring is so big, it must be very crowded and chaotic if everyone rushes up. But if there is a buffer of 2/4 of an hour, then the viewing experience will be much better. Of course, according to common sense, going to the ring before the last quarter of an hour is the best way to preserve strength. But now it is a kendo tournament. Many of the participants are swordsmen and sword masters, they will not be so timid. They will not deliberately do such things. As Morgans announced the start, some spectators began to enter the battlefield from several entrances and exits under the protective wall of the battlefield, and some even jumped directly. He jumped out directly from the protective wall. Soon, many figures began to appear on the 4 100-meter-long arenas in the battlefield. The images of the Den Mushi on each island were also shown on each arena. The great battle between swordsmen and sword masters also began to unfold on it. Come on! There are trial stones all around here, let me see your strength. Esteth and Soraline have also come to an arena, and a small plaque made of gold and stone is erected on the edge of the arena, with two big red characters A. At this time, Esteth looked at the scene of the melee around her and smiled happily. Esteth enjoyed the battle and killing, and the characters who could come here now would not be too weak, so she was also very interested. P.S. Everyone, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 220, Should Be Trained More, Morgan's commentary. Being dragged all the way here by Esteth, Soraline felt very confused. She didn't agree to be her disciple, okay? This woman is still arrogant. She doesn't care about other people's feelings at all. Okay, in that case. Then please show me your qualifications to be my disciple. Soraline wanted to see if this woman who was only a few years older than her was bragging. Don't wait until you can't even beat her, that would be laughable. Hearing Solarine's words, Esteth also smiled with the corners of her mouth raised. It feels like a little pepper, it seems to be quite interesting, but it should be trained more. Little pepper? Are you talking about her? Who wants to train her? When Esteth and Solarine were talking, someone on the A-ring also stared at them. Two little girls, this is not the place for you to chat. At this time, a 3-meter-tall strong man holding a giant sword, fully armed, raised the giant sword and slapped them, wanting to slap them directly out. Chatting here makes them look down on them. Looking at the giant who suddenly appeared, Solarine did not let him perform. Scorching red flame. The red blade flashed, and blood gushed out of the upper body of the big man. Even the tough leather armor on his body had no effect at all. How is it possible? I was actually beaten by a little girl like you. Stop talking nonsense. Before he finished speaking, Solarine, who had already leaped beside him, kicked him directly on the waist. Swish! The whole person burst out of the ring and smashed on the wall of the battlefield. Hey, it looks good. Of course, even my grandfather praised my strength as not inferior to men, only my father hit me every day, just can't bear to see me do well, I must defeat him and shut him up in the future. Hearing Esteth's praise, Solarine also raised her head slightly. Even her grandfather, the great swordsman, recognized her, but her father complained every day, which annoyed her to death. That's the island owner's granddaughter Soraline. That person is so unlucky. Why not choose her? You wouldn't think she's weak just because she's a woman. At this time, a swordsman on the ring recognized Soraline. After all, her flowing red hair is really eye-catching. The man just now was a big pirate with a bounty of 25 million Baileys. He was solved so easily. A swordsman not far from Soraline recognized the big man who was solved and screamed. Soraline was so upset. Does he want to listen to what he is saying? He has the nerve to call him a big pirate with more than 20 million, not more than 200 million. Really? It can't be a rookie who just came from the first half. It's really interesting. I didn't expect to see a female swordsman here. Then the other one won't be too weak. Let me try. At this time, a man set his sights on Esteth not far from Soraline. He is a folk swordsman in the New World, named Mazan. After being defeated by Anohanaretsu before, he also came to Anohanaretsu's kendo tournament. Dang! What is this? Mazan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw Esteth holding an ice knife in her hand to block his blade. Ice ability user. The natural ability of the monster Vice Admiral Aokiji of the Navy suddenly appeared in his mind. But it quickly dissipated. He hadn't heard of the death of Vice Admiral Aokiji recently. That is, it's not the natural type of frost fruit, but a superhuman type of ice-making ability. You can actually block my power, but why don't you draw your sword? Mazan jumped and looked at the ice blue-haired woman in front of him who looked like a queen. Yet. Why? Hearing Mazan's question, Esteth also smiled slightly. Maybe it's because I want to enjoy the battle again. So, is this underestimating him? Mazan began to accumulate anger, so let's try whether the woman in front of him has such strength. When Mazan and Esteth fought, Solarine looked at Mazan solemnly while guarding against the surrounding attacks. Meteor Mazan, the inheritor of the Star Sword School? Zero asking for flowers. The Star Sword School was once a very prosperous school, but it was ended by a terrible man. But even so, there are still some inheritances. As the inheritor of the Star Sword style, Meteor Mazan is quite strong and has defeated more than 200 million pirates in the New World. At the same time, he has exchanged and sparred with many sword masters and has defeated many of them. He is a well-known sword master. Even if she enters the realm of sword masters now, she is very likely to be defeated. After all, the gap between sword masters is very large. Well, this duel can also show how strong this woman is. While the A ring is in a chaotic duel, other rings are also constantly entering the swordsman or simply using blades. The continuous influx, but the weak ones are quickly knocked out. At the first flip of the hourglass, there are still many strong people who did not rush to leave, but quietly observed. Under such circumstances, the four rings were in chaos. Morgans looked at the four rings and gave the live broadcast of the Den Mushi screen to those more outstanding strong people. Begin to introduce and explain. Everyone, please look at the players who performed well in the A area ring. The Whitebeard Pirates Flower Sword Vista and Izzo, their performances are very impressive, and they have defeated more than a dozen opponents. And that red-haired girl, Solarin, the granddaughter of the great swordsman Medano, the owner of Wilbur Island, is said to be a swordsman with considerable strength. Now it seems that she is indeed a child of destiny. On the stands, Medano looked at Solarin's figure in the A area ring, and his forehead could not help but frown. What is his son doing? How can he let his precious granddaughter go up to the ring like this? If something unexpected happens, he will skin that kid alive. At this time, Medano can't help but focus on Solarin. If there is anything wrong, he will directly draw his sword to save her. Chapter 221, Masters of each stage, weaklings, please leave. Feeling Medano's tension, Anoha Naretsu, who was in the middle, was also looking at the A stage. That woman was really unscrupulous. Meteor Mazin, who once defeated more than 200 million pirates, is a very powerful swordsman. As for the ice blue-haired female warrior who is fighting against him, she has a close relationship with the 8000 Stream Sword Saint. What does the 8000 Stream Sword Saint think? At this time, Morgans turned to look at Anoha Naretsu, and the screen was also cut to her side. Yesterday, Morgans had some knowledge about the group of people who came to the 8000 Stream, but the new boy and the woman were more mysterious. You mean Esteth? Her strength will surprise you later. Looking at Morgans's inquiring look, Anoha Naretsu also raised Esteth at the right time. After all, she understood the purpose of Mel bringing Esteth here. She might feel a little jealous, but she still had to do the business. With Anoha Naretsu's affirmation, many people turned their eyes to Esteth. After all, even the Sword Saint of Yakian Liu said so. Then this woman must be very powerful. Is there anything special about her? In an audience seat, he and several Navy generals looked at Esteth on the stage from a distance. If they were not mistaken, the woman used the ability of ice. Was it a superhuman ability to control ice? At this time, he couldn't help but think. Is she close to the great swordsman of Yakian Liu? And Yakian Liu also affirmed her strength. In this case, maybe he was trying to win over this woman. As time passed, each stage became more and more chaotic. Morgans also introduced the situation of each stage. The Flower Sword Vista, Izzo, Esteth, Meteor Mazin, and the Blazing Swordsman in the A stage. In the B area ring, the Golden Beard, one of the 7 sins of the Great Fleet, and Bai Yan, who is also one of the 7 sins, the former leader of the Infinite Sins, the Swordsman of the Navy, etc. In the C area ring, the Blind Swordsman, Gecko Mariah, the Supernova Rain Shiryu, the Dark Blood Swordsman, the Shadow Swordsman, the Blood Shura, etc. In the D area ring, the Supernova Red Hair Shanks, the Power Swordsman Sigma, the Civilian Strongman Lightning Sword Master, etc. At this time, the arenas were fighting fiercely. Dang! After Esteth fought with Mazin again, he kicked a swordsman who came to attack him. Then he dispersed the ice blade in his hand. She looked at the chaotic situation around her and felt that it was too messy and there were too many people. Really, there are so many guys who don't know themselves. Sure enough, we still need to clean it up. Now, are you finally going to use your sword? At this time, Mazin also slashed the swordsman who came to attack him one by one. Then his face was solemn. The woman's ability to keep holding his blade just now proved her strength. And Morgans mentioned him when he was amplifying the sound just now, and then he heard that Yakian Liu recognized her. So, her strength should be very good. In the audience. At this time, Mel was also upgrading Esteth's demon essence. Before coming to the Kendo conference. Because Mel helped Esteth to improve it. All her attributes are B, and her spirit has reached B+. As for her abilities, they are all B-level. Now in this Kendo conference, the attention is very wide, and it is broadcast live to many islands at the same time. Even if it was just Anohanaretsu who affirmed his death. She has also become famous a lot, and her performance has also blocked the meteor Mazan who can defeat the pirate with a bounty of more than 200 million Baileys. She is also very beautiful and very eye-catching. Plus the lucky power that Mel has poured into her. So her reputation value has increased a lot. Now she has 34 reputation values. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a live broadcast. This method seems to be easier to gain reputation value. Soon, Mel helped Esteth to add some points, and the new attribute table was also released. Clone, Esteth. Strength, B+. Constitution, B+. Agility, B+. Spirit, A. Abilities, Devil's Essence, A level, Blood Feast, A, Frost Aura, B level. Skills, Swordsmanship, A level, Overlord Haki, B level, Armament Haki, B level, Observation Haki, B level. Reputation, 14,364. Note, D. Current World Ordinary People's Attributes. Mare added 3 abilities to become A level, and the reason for adding these 3 abilities is also considered. Next, the moves used by Esteth are also based on this. Then he spent another 30,000 to add all 3 basic attributes to B+. As for Spirit, it is the result of the superposition of the 3 A-level abilities. With these basic attributes, the power that Esteth can exert next will be even greater. The greater the power that can be exerted at this time, the higher the reputation that can be gained. A ring. At this time, Esteth held the hilt of the knife at his waist with his right hand. Everyone in the arena fell silent. They felt a heavy atmosphere covering the arena. What is this? Area B Arena. Dang! The swords of the waterfall-slashing swordsman Jock and the sword-slashing man Mesro refused to give in. They knew each other when the strongest Navy King was fighting against the Infinite Sin, so Jock ran over to fight Mesro when he saw him in the arena. At this time, the two were fighting fiercely. Suddenly, they felt a strange atmosphere and the blades separated. At the same time, they looked in one direction. It was the direction of the A Arena. Similar situations occurred in various arenas. Morgans also noticed this abnormality quickly, and cut the screen directly to the center of the abnormality, the A Arena, Esteth's side. What is this? It feels so scary. At this time, Solarin, who was not far away from Esteth, looked at the woman who was 5.7 unfamiliar. It felt that Esteth put her hand on the hilt and felt that she had changed completely. It's so scary. It feels like a sea of blood is crushing over me. Is this her swordsmanship? A middle-aged man with short red hair beside Solarin said solemnly. He was Solarin's father, a strong man with a fiery sword. Weaklings, just leave. At this time, Esteth had a cruel smile on her face. The demon sword on her waist was drawn directly. Everyone on the A-ring seemed to see the sea of blood surging constantly, and the twisted figures in the sea of blood were intertwined in a mess. What is this? P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 222 Everyone's shock, the power of the demon sword. Powerful power kept emerging from the demon sword in Esteth's hand. Her basic attributes all climbed to S in an instant, and a huge storm began to sweep as Esteth swung her sword. At the same time, the powerful negative power of blood began to emerge. In the 4 rings, those who were not strong enough in willpower sank into the terrible bloody environment. Then they were swept up by the terrible sword storm, and a large number of ice crystal blades were dancing in the storm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Morgans looked at the storm in shock, and then turned the hourglass in front of him for the second time. After a long while, the people who were swept up in the sky fell down like dumplings. And the 4 rings the venue was also cleared. The originally densely packed arena became sparse. Great, so scary, Esteth cleared all the arenas with just one move, what a terrifying power. Morgans praised with a broken voice. The silent audience in the entire battlefield couldn't help but burst into huge shock and discussion. What happened just now? Is this the sword skill used by that woman? So scary. So terrifying. Human power can actually reach this level. As expected, the woman recognized by the 8000 Stream Sword Master actually has such a powerful power. All 4 arenas were swept. Is there no one who can fight against her? Can the 8000 Stream Sword Master really beat her? People were talking about it at this time. And the people on the islands who were watching the live broadcast were even more shocked. They knew from newspapers that there were many powerful monsters in the world. But they basically knew it through newspapers and photos. It was the first time for many people to see human power clearly exert a natural disaster. That's why many people lost their composure. What a terrifying power, that woman! In the audience, he looked at the figure standing out from the crowd on the stage, and his expression became fearful. No wonder he was recognized by Yachiru. Did he have such a powerful power? Da-da-da! Teams of rescuers came out of the entrance and exit of the wall with stretchers trembling with fear. There were many people injured and disabled in the attack just now, and some even died on the spot. This is because his death was restrained. It can only be said that this competition for the world's #1 swordsman is not a joke. If you are careless, you may really die on it. And this is the cruelty that Morgans has already announced righteously. Those who cherish their lives or are not strong enough should not go up, because going up proves that they put life and death aside. It is no wonder that others are not to blame. After all, how can a competition positioned by Morgans as the competition for the world's #1 swordsman be warm and affectionate? Terrible power, terrible woman, then give it a try. At this time, a man with eagle eyes in the audience slowly walked down the field. Not bad, really good. It's a pity that it's a woman. At this time, a figure was sitting on the parapet above the highest level of the audience in the battlefield. He was carrying a huge sickle on his shoulder. It was Baigeshu, the scythe of despair. He looked at the figure on the A ring and pondered for a moment. Then he set his sights on a red-haired boy on the D ring. Rail followed this boy here. Next, I want to see if he can hold his breath. As Baigeshu's mouth corners raised wantonly, he disappeared on the parapet in an instant. What a terrifying power! Jin watched the hourglass begin to flip for the second time, and then looked at Hisoka in the stands. And Hisoka seemed to notice his sight and looked back with a raised mouth. Under Hisoka's gaze, Jin could only walk down the field. And he moved. Kizaru, who was staring at him in another audience, touched his chin. When he came over, the world government had given him a task. He was asked to capture King of the Beasts pirates. And the flame on the back of King's head was extremely conspicuous in the audience. What a troublesome task. Kizaru's sunglasses were shining slightly. Then let's spar with him in swordsmanship first. I hope he doesn't choose that woman's ring. Otherwise it would be too uncomfortable. He doesn't want to fight such a scary woman. C's own ring. A blind swordsman named Yushin held the handle of a knife like a guide stick in his hand. What a wanton power, countless lives are dying in an instant, it's just that Yushin couldn't blame him too much, because those were challengers of the kendo tournament, not civilians. The cruel rules had been announced long ago. But even so, he still felt uncomfortable. Yushin slightly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Zone A. In his perception, the knife in the figure's hand surged with an ominous power and echoed with the inexplicable power in her body. Is that a demon sword? It actually has such a powerful power. Audience seats. Mare looked at Asthetha's panel, because it was the first live broadcast. Just now, Asthetha's reputation value soared to 470,000. Mare now directly increased Asthetha's 3-color domineering and extreme freezing aura to A. So far, Asthetha's ability has reached A. Then he spent 50,000 to upgrade her physique to A. This way, her body will have less load. The power Asthetha used just now was largely dependent on the knife in her hand. The knife named Moxin was carefully made by Mel for Asthetha. Its core was borrowed from the model of the 7-star sword. It was then made with the power of the curse evil feeding. Its effect is somewhat similar to curse feeding. It usually stores the negative energy floating in the air, and then directly improves the user's basic attributes during combat, with the upper limit being S for all attributes. If Asthetha's attributes are all S, she can reach SN through blessing. However, even Ryomen Sukuna, the owner of this ability, stopped using curse feeding due to a mutation when he used it for the first time. People who don't have this ability are even more afraid of suddenly coming into contact with this power. As you can imagine. Fortunately, Mel has made a conversion setting to convert negative energy into a more gentle one. Although the power after the conversion is still violent, it is much better than before. Although Asthetha can use it, it still cannot be used for a long time. And there are limitations. This demon sword is very challenging to the spirit and physique when used. It is best not to exceed the tolerance range when using the blessing. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give data. Chapter 223 She is the strongest worker, a bit miserable Shanks. What a terrifying power. At this time, the hot swordsman named Zaidano on the edge of the A-ring looked at the figure in the center of the ring in amazement. He raised the knife to block Cerulean. The attack just now was very grand and broad, and the prelude directly oppressed people's consciousness. If the will is not firm and no precautions are taken in the first time, the sweeping wind will be swept into the storm above. Cerulean didn't catch up completely. Although she was already a swordsman. But she was still a little short of the attack just now. Fortunately, she had her father to help her. Otherwise, she would have been like everyone else. How terrible! Cerulean felt like she had suffered a severe blow at this time, and her whole body was listless. However, although she said it was terrible, her eyes were shining as she looked at Esteth. Obviously, Esteth's strength had moved her. Looking at Cerulean's shining eyes, Zaidano looked at his daughter helplessly. A great swordsman needs to find his own way, not just pursue the strong. For example, he pursued his father's way, but now he is in prison. Although there are also stronger strong men who rely on stronger power and domineering. But that is Fan Tao, who has already left the path of a swordsman. No longer a pure swordsman. Cerulean, hurry down, the battlefield now is not for you to participate in. Humph. I know, wait for me to talk to the teacher before leaving. She said unhappily to her father Cerulean. At this time, she had already accepted Esteth as her teacher. Cerulean's attitude gave Zaidano a headache. He was trying to motivate her. Now, the little cotton jacket is leaking. Zaidano just felt that he was shooting himself in the foot. On the other side, Esteth held the hilt in her hand, and the powerful negative energy was constantly transmitted from the hilt to her. At this time, after the latest edition of Mel, her original basic attributes were AA in physique and spirit and BB and in strength and agility. But now, after the blessing, her basic attributes are all maintained at A+. Maintaining this blessing is not that burdensome for her, and it can last longer. As a demon sword, using negative energy for blessing is very burdensome for normal people, even if it is this kind of negative energy that is more peacefully transformed in the sword. It is very difficult for ordinary strong men to control. If they are not careful, they will go crazy and their bodies will be distorted. But Esteth is different. Her ability, the essence of the devil, makes her will like the ice that has not melted for thousands of years, and can resist the invasion of this crazy energy to a great extent. And she also has the blood feast. The normal use of the blood feast ability is to extract a certain power from other people's blood to bless oneself. This extraction is the core of this ability. And Mel helped Esteth to give her the core trick of extraction. The negative factors of negative energy on the body are extracted through this ability, and then a powerful blood-colored illusion is formed to severely damage the enemy's spirit. The side effects of the demon sword on the flesh are transformed into attack power. It is because Esteth has these two abilities that this demon sword is very suitable for her. As long as the blessing is not too strong, it is relatively easy to bless stably in a short period of time. And she has other abilities, such as the extreme freezing aura and the domineering color domineering, which also prolong the blessing time. Especially the combination of the frost aura and the devil's essence is a 1+1 greater than 2 effect. At this time, Mazen in front of Esteth has fallen to the ground. Just now, Esteth's attack was directed at 4 rings. But Mazen was too close, and as Esteth's opponent, Esteth also leaned slightly towards him. After all, how can the opponent not fall to the ground after drawing the sword? She wants Mel to appreciate her strength. She is the strongest worker. No, she should be the woman who deserves to be with him. I am always infected by what Mel said. Really, it would be better to let Anohanaretsu do the work. Wouldn't it be better for her to stay with him? At this time, Esteth couldn't help but complain in her heart. But it was only a moment. Without strength, it would not work. Otherwise, her and Mel's leisure time would be broken, but she wanted both strength and dating time. Let Anohanaretsu do the busy things. Thinking of this, Esteth could not help but look at Anohanaretsu in the stands in the distance. I always feel that Esteth is thinking about something impolite. At this time, Anohanaretsu also looked back at Esteth, and the eyes of the two seemed to spark fire. Flower. Guhahaha, Esteth showed shocking strength, worthy of being recognized by the 8,000 stream sword saint. At this moment, the two looked at each other, as if they were rivals, and it really made people excited. The look between Esteth and Anohanaretsu was captured by Morgans, and he immediately embellished and praised. It aroused the audience's imagination. Then he began to remind the entire venue. Then the second hourglass flip has already begun, and the strong men who have not stepped down should come on stage quickly. Otherwise, this kendo conference will be wrong. Who will be the world's #1 swordsman? Let's wait and see. Now Morgans has clearly linked the kendo conference with the world's #1 swordsman. So many strong men participated, and so many strong men witnessed it, and many major forces are also watching the live broadcast. In this case, even if Morgans said so, basically no one would object. Soon Morgans caught a new figure on the D-level ring. The dancing figure on the sparsely populated ring was very conspicuous. Let's put the screen on the D-area ring. At this time, this ring welcomes an incredible big man, Kabesho, the Scythe of Despair. He used to be a famous swordsman in the New World. The bounty is 2.13 billion Baileys. Not long ago, he fought with Pluto Rayleigh, the right arm of Pirate King Roger, in the Sabayati archipelago, and the outcome was undecided. He also fought with the monster Vice Admiral Aokiji of the Navy, and the outcome was also undecided. And his opponent is the pirate supernova Red Hair Shanks, but he is a bit miserable now. With Morgan's introduction, many viewers also set their sights on the D-area ring. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and ask for data. Chapter 224 Monsters in each ring, Moria's arrogance. D-area ring. Ha ha ha, no, absolutely no, too weak, too slow, weak will, poor swordsmanship. At this time, Gabejuo was waving a huge sickle around Shanks, laughing wildly and talking trash. Shanks was also holding a knife and struggling to resist Gabejuo's attack. At this time, he was in tattered clothes, and his body was covered with numerous bloodstains. Gabejuo was too fast, too strong, and his swordsmanship was superb. The flaws of Shanks were obvious at a glance. At this time, he was just luring Rayleigh down, otherwise he would not fight so gently. Mr. Rayleigh. Shanks felt helpless in his heart under Gabejuo's violent attack. He didn't expect that he would become a fishing bait one day, which made him feel a little guilty. Whether Rayleigh will come out or not, it seems that guy doesn't care about you as much as he imagined. After just a short fight, Gabejuo began to get impatient. He looked at the red-haired man in front of him wearing a familiar straw hat, and his mouth curled up. Since he is hiding and not coming out, then I hope he won't regret it next. Gabejuo's momentum changed suddenly. If it was just a playful fight just now, then now he would use his real strength. In just a moment, he could make the boy in front of him lie on the ground. After Gabejuo's momentum changed, a figure also jumped down quickly from an audience seat. Die! The huge sickle flashed with Gabejuo's figure and went straight to Shanks' neck. The speed was too fast, Shanks couldn't keep up and didn't even react. When a huge sound resounded throughout the battlefield. I saw a figure flashing and a foot in armed color kicked Gabejuo's blade away on the spot. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh, you finally showed up. The last time, the winner was not decided. Let's fight this time. Looking at Rayleigh's sudden appearance, Gabejuo also laughed wildly. He knew it, after seeing Shanks' familiar straw hat, Gabejuo knew it. Rayleigh would not let this kid live or die. This person who inherited Roger's will. Gabejuo looked down on this potential stock in the future. He only cared about the present, and as for the future, it was completely empty in front of Gabejuo. For example, he could easily cut off Roger's will now. Ha ha ha, Gabejuo, you are really a persistent guy. At this time, Rayleigh was wearing a white cloak and blocking Shanks' eyes. He was helpless about Gabejuo's persistence. But it was mainly because he discovered his breath. Otherwise, there would be no such thing now. Rayleigh appeared, and the right arm of the Pirate King, Pluto Rayleigh, appeared on the D-zone ring. At this time, Morgans also gave Rayleigh a close-up. The audience also became excited. Pluto Rayleigh is a legendary pirate. His fight with the equally powerful pirate Kabesho is very exciting. When many spectators looked at the D-area ring, Jin also came to the B-area ring with a striking flame. There were very difficult guys in the A and D areas, and he didn't want to go there to cause trouble, so he found one in the other two rings. But Jin's face quickly changed. It was ugly. After he fell into the ring, it was only a few breaths. A flash of light appeared in front of him. The big boss of the Beast's pirates, Jin, is a terrible monster. Can I learn your swordsmanship? Sword of the Sky Cloud. Kizaru said slowly, and at the same time a flash of light condensed into a lightsaber in his hand. Seeing Kizaru's appearance, people in other positions of the ring, such as the two of the seven sins of the Great Evil Fleet, Goldbeard and Bun, as well as the pirates such as the Sword Slasher, were all in a state of panic. And the movement here was also captured by Morgans, who also explained the identities of the two. Kizaru, do you have any purpose in following me? At this time, Jin looked at the lazy Kizaru in front of him and asked in a deep voice. He didn't think it was a coincidence that Kizaru followed him right after he came up. Don't say that. This is a kendo tournament. I won't do anything to you. Kizaru also gave a very face-giving answer to Jin's question. As expected, the world government will not miss this opportunity. Jin's heart was heavy. His racial characteristics were too obvious, and he would be easily exposed once he appeared in the sea. Obviously, the world government had already noticed his existence and sent the navy to capture him. Now it was just because of the kendo tournament that they did not directly attack. Will that man also participate in it? Jin could not help but feel a little worried. Sea Zone Arena. Dang! 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 A huge figure 6 or 7 meters tall was holding a huge machete and slashing at the blind swordsman named Yushin. The blade was blocked by Yushin's blade again and again. Jixi. You are quite durable, you can actually withstand my power. The figure laughed loudly. It was the former 7 warlords of the Sea Gecko Mariah. After a Steth's attack, the entire arena became sparse, and the swordsmen no longer rushed in crazily from outside the arena. Because they saw many powerful swordsmen and even famous swordsmen being swept out like ants. So they need to weigh their own strength. This is especially true for some pirates. If they don't have reliable companions, they can easily be stolen and sent to the navy after they fall. With this concern, those who want to enter the ring now are strong men who think they are powerful. And Moria saw a blind man on this sparse ring at a glance. A blind man was not swept down by the attack just now. This made him very curious. So he came over with a machete to try, but he didn't expect that the guy in front of him could actually resist his attack. P.S. Guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 225 Orochimaru's Understanding, Yamato taken away by Anohanaretsu. Today's Moria has made a lot of progress compared to before. After entering the new world, it can be regarded as a great progress. As soon as he came in, he fought with 3 of the 7 sins of the evil fleet. With their joint efforts, Moria could only barely tie with them and almost capsized. After all, none of the 7 sins with a bounty of more than 500 million berries is a vegetarian. After the war, he improved a little and started sailing again, and his strength continued to increase. A few days ago, he fought with the pirate Tomahawk with more than 1 billion berries, although he was slightly at a disadvantage. Now his basic attributes are all A in spirit, physique, and strength, and B and in agility. The armament haki has entered the A level, and because of the training tips given to him by Hisoka, he has learned the skills to release it. As for internal crushing, it is a bit difficult for Moria, and it requires a long time of trying. And his observation haki is still B level, but it is much stronger than the previous observation haki. After all, the gap is still very large even if it is also B level, and it is not far from A. Moria was scared by Hisoka's clothes and attached great importance to observation haki. Although it is useless against Hisoka now. Moria is now wearing a meat suit and his shadow fruit ability to assist high dodge. He can be regarded as an all-round warrior. However, all this is not enough for the Issei who is opposite him. But Moria did not have this awareness at this time. He felt that the blind man in front of him must be barely holding on. Former 7 warlords of the Sea Gecko Moria. At this time, Issei began to understand the person he was fighting with through Morgan's introduction. That's why he began to attack actively. I saw Issei holding the knife with his right hand, and a strange power was wrapped around the blade, and he swung it hard. Gravity Blade Tiger. What? At this time, Moria only felt that the blind swordsman in front of him used a power that had never been shown before. That brute force pressed towards him horizontally. In an instant, Moria used his ability. Shadow Warrior. In just a moment, Moria exchanged positions with his own shadow. The whole person seemed to be lying on the ground, and then quickly stood up. And Yushin's moves also swept directly over the shadow of Moria, which seemed to be materialized. After the shadow was distorted, it quickly recovered. This shadow of Moria could ignore any damage. Even if it was really blown up, it would only turn back into Moria's shadow. The gravity blade did not stop after passing the shadow, but flew towards the protective wall at the edge of the battlefield. Boom! The 10-meter high and 2-meter thick protective wall was directly broken, and a big hole was opened. Fortunately, there were no spectators at that location, and the audience seats were located above the protective wall. But even so, the sudden attack scared the people on it. What a powerful attack! The blind swordsman in the sea area arena showed amazing attack power. In the stands, Hisoka smiled at the life in the sea area. And Orochimaru smiled at the broken hole in the protective wall. It seems that the protective wall around this battlefield is not stable, so let me reinforce them. Morgans, who was facing away from Orochimaru, also heard his words keenly, and quickly cut the screen of the Den Mushi to Orochimaru's side. Mr. Orochimaru seems very considerate. After seeing this accident, he intends to reinforce the protective wall. It is a kind act. Under Morgans's praise and everyone's attention, two snake heads stretched out from behind Orochimaru. He would naturally improve his reputation if he had the chance. It took only a few breaths of time, and under everyone's astonished eyes, the broken hole in the protective wall was directly repaired, and not only that, the protective wall surrounding the battlefield also turned into a faint gold color. That is the same color as the ring. And how hard the ring is, until now, each ring still looks intact, which can tell you something. Awesome, is that the power of the Snake Lord Orochimaru? It only took a few breaths to transform such a long protective wall. What a terrifying power. Yes, but compared to this Lord actually cares about our life and death. It seems that he is not as vicious as a pirate. Zero asking for flowers. Ha ha ha, this Lord has not yet formed a pirate group, I wonder if I can join him. With Orochimaru's move, many people were not only shocked by his power, but also surprised by his actions. This also made Orochimaru's reputation much better. A ring. At this time, the battles began to resume everywhere, except after Cerulean went over to say goodbye to his death. Others tried to avoid her fighting. Among them, Izo of the Whitebeard Pirates and a one-armed swordsman were fighting, but it seemed that they were just fighting a small fight, and they were chatting while fighting. The one-armed swordsman was Denjiro, a retainer of Kojiki Oden. At this time, he was exchanging information with Izo. After exchanging information with Izo, he felt that he might be able to pin his hopes on the Whitebeard Pirates. After Yachiryu defeated Kaido, Denjiro, who had been wandering in the Flower Capital, immediately got the information that Kaido had suffered an unprecedented and extremely serious injury. Therefore, he went through great pains to rescue the imprisoned daimyo and powerful samurai with some samurai who still had anti-intentions. Then they barely gathered 3,000 samurai and attacked the beast pirates. At the same time, the daimyo also promoted Yachiryu's name as a swordsman after discussion, hoping that Wano country could obtain Yachiryu's protection, and that some of the Kojiki family only had Hiri as the heir. From the results, it was still a failure. Because Yachiryu had left the country at that time. As for Oden's swords, the day before Yachiryu went to Wano country, Orokai had a sudden thought and presented the two big swords to Kaido. In order to prevent some rebels from always thinking about him. Then, she was taken away from Kaido's treasure house by Anohanaretsu, along with Yamato, who made her feel interesting. After this great defeat, Denjiro also got the news of the kendo tournament. Dejected, he also went out to sea to retrieve Oden's sword. P.S. Everyone, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 226 Hawkeye My Hawk, Ice Crystal and Blood Thousand Attacks. Originally, when he first went out to sea, Denjiro wanted to ask the Yachiryu sword master to help Wano country. But he recently discovered that Yamato, the daughter of Kaido, the beast, had become the apprentice of Yachiryu. He would never recognize the girl wrong. After asking the people at the island owner's mansion, he completely gave up the idea. But now, Lord Oden and Whitebeard are brothers, and Whitebeard is more famous than Kaido, the beast. In addition, although Wano country is bleak, it still has a little power. So is there still hope to liberate Wano country? After many consecutive failures, Denjiro was also a little bit crazy. He didn't have much confidence in the letter left by Lord Oden and the prophecy 20 years later. When Denjiro was hopeful, Izo, who was opposite him, was shocked and just mechanically waved his samurai sword. The death of Kojiki Oden was a great blow to him, and he died in the act of picking up the leak by Orokai. Such a silent disappearance is really. After hearing the news, Izo just wanted to rush back to Wano country to fight Orokai and Kaido. Perhaps, he could ask his father for help. At this time, Izo also began to ask for help from Whitebeard. Dang dang dang. Another big man came to Area A. Tomahawk Jorit, wearing a very wide blue cloth. He is nearly 3 meters tall, and looks like a muscular man. He holds 2 huge axes and has a bounty of 1.8 billion berries. At this time, he raised 2 axes and chopped at Vista of the Whitebeard pirates. Vista was also chopped by Jorit's 2 axes. The battle axe in front of him was beyond his ability to deal with. His double axes can release very powerful slashes, and he is also known as Axe Master Jorit. At this time, the battle axe was also interested after seeing a Vista use double swords, so he went straight to Vista. But Vista's current strength is obviously very difficult to deal with Jorit of 1 billion berries. Even if he kept using the force-reducing technique to block. But the violent slashing of the battle axe made him feel unable to resist. The movement here quickly attracted Izo's attention. He and Denjiro looked at each other tacitly. Immediately rushed over to help. Boom boom boom. The huge movement attracted the movement of many people. A man with eyes like Hawkeye was seen holding a huge black sword and fighting as death. Just now, it was the sound of his slash hitting the edge of the battlefield. The slash left a crack on the wall. This metal and stone wall that was out of Orochimaru's control could not completely defend against this man's slash. Hawkeye my hawk. The people who saw him at this time were muttering in their hearts. In the broadcast just now, Morgans mentioned Mihawk's appearance. Hawkeye Mihawk is a swordsman who has become famous in recent years, and now he is also a new great swordsman. His appearance is still very surprising. It's just that he is now in a state of being suppressed by his death. Sure enough, that woman is like a monster. That woman. At this time, Katakuri looked at the woman with a bloodthirsty smile on the A stage, and he couldn't help but look solemn. Her attack almost killed Custard, Smoothie, and others directly. Fortunately, he rescued them, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. It was too early for them to fight on such a battlefield. That was why Katakuri let them go directly. They were no longer suitable to stay in this arena full of strong men. Now, only Katakuri, Cracker, and Owen were in the arena of Big Mom pirates. Now he was planning to withdraw with them. He himself was not enthusiastic about this tournament. If his brothers and sisters were not interested, he would not come. And his weapon was actually not related to swordsmanship. When Katakuri was thinking of retreating. Very good, now turn the hourglass for the 3rd time. As Morgans's loudspeaker came out, the hourglass in front of him was also turned for the 3rd time. This meant that the arena could not continue to add people. Without any worries. The battles in each arena became more intense. In the constant fighting, time passed slowly. Soon. Time came to the end. There are about 2 minutes left. If you have any killer moves, use them quickly, otherwise we will enter the 2nd round. Morgans kept fanning the flames. After hearing that the time was almost up, Asdeath stopped attacking and looked back at several arenas. Well, there are still too many people. It will be too troublesome to fight them one by one. It is better to hit them all now. Her aura began to change. The negative energy that had been accumulated in her body was extracted. The illusory sea of blood descended on the field again. Her basic attributes also began to soar to the level of full S. This time she wanted to attack everyone who was still standing in the field. When Asdeath was about to burst into attack. On the other side, Gabajuo also began to accumulate power. For him. If he couldn't even withstand one of his attacks, how could he have the qualifications to compete with him on the same stage? Whoosh whoosh. The entire battlefield seemed to be enveloped in a wide tornado. The violent wind was accompanied by Gabai's powerful slash. And the illusory 4.0 blood sea around Asdeath seemed to turn into countless ice crystal-like bloodlines that slashed towards all the people still standing on the ring. Ice crystal blood 1000 attacks. The red light was raging, and the wind was howling. Many people on the 4 rings could not withstand the double-layer raging attack. It's really scary. Then, I won't continue to join in the fun. At this time, Kizaru in Area B used the lightsaber in his hand to block the slashes of more than 20 blood-colored cold crystals that flew over. Finally, it seemed to turn into a beam of light and flew out of the venue. He didn't intend to fight the monsters behind him. He had achieved his goal by coming up to show off. So, can the big sign of the beast pirates escape his pursuit? P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 227 The Defeated Warriors, Orochimaru showing his miracles. When Kizaru left the stage, the sword masters in the same area, such as the waterfall slashing swordsman and the sword slashing swordsman, were directly hit hard by the blood-red slashing group that flew over. The frequency of those slashing attacks was too high, the range was too wide, and they were strong against the spirit. Great interference, and also with ultra-low temperature that makes people move slowly. They were hit hard without much resistance and then were swept by the violent tornado. Soon, they were cut directly as the tornado rose. Golden Beard and White Rock on the same stage performed better. After struggling to resist, there were blade-like tornadoes dancing around, and they were also swept up by the violent tornado. The same scene happened on each ring. Rayleigh helped Shanks resist the attack and then took him out of the ring. He was a remnant of the old era and didn't join in the fun. As for this ring, it was still a little early for Shanks, so there was no need to stay reluctantly. Look! As the attacks of Esteth and Gabai spread across the rings, an amazing scene appeared in the entire venue. Morgans excitedly explained in the stands holding a Den Den Mushi. The screens of each Den Den Mushi also switched to the entire battlefield. The wide tornado was carrying the rocks and gravel outside the ring, as well as many human figures and shining blood-colored ice crystals. It looked very dazzling. Soon, the tornado stopped. More than 30 figures in the sky fell down like dumplings. Many of them were powerful swordsmen, and some were strong men who used swordsmanship or simply used swords. At this time, they fell down with the tornado. Most of them were seriously injured or even died. Some people were still able to fight after suffering a lot of injuries after experiencing 2 attacks. For example, Golden Beard, White Rock, Rain Shiryu, Scorching Swordsman, Lightning Swordsman, etc. After all, it was a large-scale attack, and the intensity of this attack was not enough to make them lose their resistance directly. But they also let themselves fall out of the field. They couldn't even catch the attack that was not aimed at them alone on the ring. Even if they still had some fighting power, they didn't have the face to enter the next round with such strength. It was just a joke to stay there. What a horrible attack! Those powerful and famous swordsmen were swept out directly. Yes, it looks like many of them are seriously injured. It's really horrible, like a natural disaster. I know those bloody people lying on the ground. Shadow Swordsman, Dark Blood Swordsman, Blood Shura and Power Sword Sig are all supernovas of the evil generation. They look seriously injured. They won't die. At this time, many people were talking about it, and they were shocked when they saw the fallen strong men. Those were not weaklings, they were all strong men with great reputations. At this time, they were swept out directly like minions. It made people feel a strong impact all of a sudden. Dang! On the stands, Morgans took out a small golden hammer at some point. He knocked directly at a golden cover on the edge of the huge hourglass. The crisp sound resounded throughout the battlefield, and was also transmitted to various islands through the Den Den Mushi. Very good, I declare that the first round of eliminations is over. Let us congratulate the 9 players who are still standing on the ring. They will enter the second and final round of the battle. With Morgan's announcement, the entire battlefield began to cheer. Those guys look so miserable. It's a pity to die. Let me help them. Orochimaru, who was sitting not far from Morgans, looked at those seriously injured and dying players. He also smiled slightly. He had to brush up some reputation again, and there were many children with good potential among them, so they couldn't be wasted like this. A snake head stretched out from behind Orochimaru, and with a wave of Orochimaru's hand, the wounded on the battlefield flew over the blue light ball. Not only that, a 1-meter-long blue light ball rose to the sky, and then exploded and scattered on the entire battlefield like a rain of light. The wounded on the battlefield began to recover quickly. Countless people in the entire battlefield, including the audience, felt that their bodies became light and full of energy. The mood also began to be happy. Mr. Orochimaru has taken action again. I believe everyone has seen and felt it. Those seriously injured players have recovered, and we can feel this powerful effect. It is really like a miracle, and his actions are like a great man. As Morgans praised, the audience also cheered. After all, they all felt that their bodies became healthy after being bathed in this magical light rain. Some patients even slowly recovered. This is a miracle. It's ironic that Morgans praised the pirates as great men. Tsuru, who was in a place in the audience, shook his head. Then he reached out and touched the falling light rain of 953. This healing effect is really a powerful ability. The rumored healing fruit is just like this. It would be great if their navy also had such an ability. Another place. Mare looked at the falling light rain and laughed. These are all the powers of life force. The ability of one of the heads of the mythical beast Yamata no Orokai looks like a plant, but its essence is actually life. It can be said that among the 8 heads of the mythical beast Yamata no Orokai, this ability is the strongest. Because it is not just the power of one head, but the power of the entire body, representing the power of immortal regeneration. This time, Orochimaru really knows how to choose the right time. Mir looked at the girl not far away, the girl named Solilin. Just now, she stood up nervously after seeing her father, the fiery swordsman, being blown away. When she saw that her father was injured but not unable to move, she sat down heartlessly. It can only be said that the quality of this little cotton-padded jacket is a bit poor for her father. Chapter 228 The Strong Men Who Have Been Promoted, Unlimited Competition System. Mir, how about it? I am very committed to my promise. Seeing that Mel suddenly looked at her, Solilin, who was a little dazed, blushed. Just now, she was stunned by Mel's smiling face, and at this time, she wiped her hand from the corner of her mouth. Well, fortunately, I didn't drool, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Looking at Solilin next to him like this, Mel felt very interesting. After leaving the ring, he came back here to sit. He held it in for a long time and then said something like fulfilling his promise, doing it reluctantly, being merciful, etc. It felt like a kind of tsundere. What, don't keep staring at me, although I know I'm beautiful. Being stared at like this, I felt that I couldn't finish my words. At this time, Solilin also felt a little awkward. But if she didn't do this, she wouldn't be able to do it. She didn't want the person in front of her to think that she was a casual girl. Well, I don't think it's okay. Before Mel replied, Scarlet, who was sitting next to him, spoke. Why not? Hearing Scarlet speak, Solilin stared at the pink-haired girl who was younger than her with some anger in her eyes. Being stared at by Solilin like this, Scarlet was also a little puzzled. She felt that Solilin seemed to be hostile to her. Was it because of her current opposition? I don't think Lady Esteth would agree. She said this, but Scarlet was also complaining in her heart. You want to date right away. No matter how you line up, you can't be in the line. At least I have to be in front of you. When the two of them were preparing to fight. On the other side, Morgans announced a 10-minute break. Soon, as time passed. 10 minutes passed. During this period, Orochimaru showed off again, combining 4 rings directly into a large ring with a diameter of 200 meters. Received countless exclamations, and his reputation was rising. At this time, 10 minutes had passed. The wounded around had already been settled. Or in other words, there was no one who couldn't move under the healing that Orochimaru had just released. Morgans began to loudly explain the rules of the game, and soon finished, and then began to enter the next stage. Then, the battle will begin. Now we enter the ball drawing stage. This time the ball drawing is fair and open. A drawer dressed in white and holding a ball drawing box walked out of the wall exit and came to the ring. An Unohanaretsu also flashed on the ring. Her speed also shocked many people. At this time, the players who drew the ball were also a little frightened when they looked at the participants of the kendo tournament on the ring. These are all very powerful and ruthless people, and there are many with violent personalities. For example, the pirate Gabejuo with a bounty of more than 2 billion, and the Queen like Esteth also seemed bloodthirsty. He was really afraid of being chopped by these people. He came to the contestants with the ball box in his arms. There are a total of 10 players who were promoted this time, including the 8,000 streams. The 9 promoted players are Esteth, Hawkeye My Hawk, Rock Muin, Scythe of Despair Gabejuo, and Flame Disaster Jin. Blind Swordsman Life, Battle Axe Jorit, Moonlight Moria, Butterfly Wind Isidore. Among them, Rock Muin is a man in his 50s, wearing brown clothes. He is the oldest, but his face is not particularly old. He is a famous swordsman in the New World. He rushed here when he heard about the kendo tournament. As for Defeng Estelle, her reputation was not very prominent, but she got her name because she had driven out pirates from some towns. The draw went very smoothly, and even Gabejuo didn't care about such a small character in front of him. Although Rayleigh ran away again, there were still many guys he was interested in at this kendo tournament. The draw is over. Now all the players who haven't arrived can find a place to rest at will, whether it is the audience seats or the battlefield outside the ring. There is also a reception room inside the wall. If you want to go, you can ask the draw player to take you there. Morgans began to arrange the places for each player, and then coughed a few times. Under the attention of everyone, he waved his wings. Now let's start the first battle. The Scythe of Despair, Gabajuo, will fight against the blind swordsman, Yushin. Morgans ran to ask this unknown blind swordsman during the break and got his name. As for the others, he knew most of them with a lot of information. What surprised him was that Di Fengistel could actually hold on to this battle. It seemed that the strength she had shown before was not her limit. Sure enough, even some hidden masters would be unable to resist such a grand event as the Kendo tournament. Come here. Swoosh. When Morgans announced the start, Anohanaretsu used instant step to flash to the stands and continued to sit. As for Death, she went directly to the audience and returned to Mel's side. Others also found their seats. Some stood and watched in the empty battlefield around the ring. Some ran to the wall to lean against, and some returned to the audience. But no one chose to enter the reception room. After all, this kind of battle is rare, and it would be a pity not to witness it. The competition system is an unlimited competition system. You can use your abilities in any way you come here, even if you don't use the sword. Those who want to become the world's #1 swordsman need to face all challenges. The only conditions for failure are surrender and death. As for falling outside the ring, don't worry, you can still go up and continue fighting. It can be said that the battlefield is not limited to the ring. The duel is not timed, it depends on how long they can fight. All of this is a real duel, and the only thing that makes them unable to let go may be the many spectators around them. But in order to allow them to fight as much as possible, after consulting various VIPs and obtaining their consent, this kind of unlimited battle was opened, with the guarantee of these powerful top masters. At least they can let go. King was more confused among them, he just agreed to it. P.S. Everyone, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 229, Like Three Mountains, the last farewell gift. As for Orochimaru and Hisoka, one is for reputation and the other is to be able to see the best performance. And the confidence they can agree to is because both of them can predict the future. Hisoka didn't say that he had it before. As for Orochimaru, it's because of multiple abilities. Among them, the ability of S-level flash of inspiration and a multiple thinking played a big role, plus his spirit itself was at S-level. Therefore, he reached S-level in a short period of time. And because of the ability of multiple thinking, Orochimaru's observation color can be turned on all day. There is also Anohanaretsu, whose observation haki has also reached S-level. Because her ability Zanpakuta is closely related to her observation haki, she has also reached S-level after staying on Daughter Island for nearly a month. However, her final effect is not to predict the future, but to read minds. The reason for this may be related to some inclination in her heart. But even so, predicting danger is very powerful. The three of them are like three mountains. It is still difficult for people on the ring to cross them and hurt the audience. Especially Orochimaru, whose earth ability actually has the force of gravity. If it doesn't work, he can directly lift the entire battlefield to the sky and leave the ring for them to fight at will. As for Wilbur Island's owner, the Blazing Hell Swordsman, he is just making up the numbers. And King seems to have agreed and made Morgans feel the most confident, but in fact he is also making up the numbers. Then, the first battle officially begins now. With Morgans loud shouting. Gabajuo, who was in the only arena in the center of the battlefield, moved. He was very interested in the blind swordsman in front of him. Die! Gabajuo swung a huge sickle and shot at Yushin. Speed is power, and this also applies to Gabajuo. His agility was very high, and his swordsmanship style was explosive speed. The power contained in the scythe swinging over at this moment was extremely huge. At this moment, Yushin understood that he could not just rely on strength to block it, otherwise he would be chased and beaten by the vicious guy in front of him once he lost his balance. Gravity Knife Tiger. The violent and brutal power was condensed on the blade by Yushin and swung at Gabajuo with his backhand. Boom boom boom. A huge sound resounded through the sky. The brutal horizontal gravity swept over Gabajuo, but Gabajuo did not retreat, and still violently swung his power. Ha ha ha. Really good ability, then, come and try to resist my attack. What a fierce and violent will. With the attack of Gabajuo, Yushin had to admit. Although the man in front of him was bloodthirsty and belligerent, his will was so brilliant. As if he was going to cut the sky and the earth apart. Dang dang dang. The two began to fight. To be precise, Yushin was defending against Gabajuo's fierce attack. He was able to resist Gabajuo's attack. This man's strength is really terrifying. Is he a strong man without any reputation? In the audience, he looked at the battle between the two on the ring solemnly. The blind swordsman's strength is very terrifying. Maybe he can try to recruit him. Now the 3-month conscription of the Navy has come to an end, and it will end the day after tomorrow. During this period, inviting these strong men can also tempt them because of the conscription. But if this time is over, then I don't know if there will be the next conscription. Fortunately, the time of this Kendo conference is just stuck at the last moment. He felt that he could still offer some bargaining chips, otherwise he would have to wait until the next 2 days were over. Using other methods to invite these strong men would be ineffective. It is greatly reduced. On the ring, Issei and Gabajuo fought fiercely. In fact, the reason why Issei can now block Gabajuo's violent attack depends largely on his fruit ability. Although he is not too old now, his ability is indeed awakened. If Issei is now expressed with basic attributes, his 3 attributes of strength, physique, and agility are actually A. Only the spirit has reached S because of the daily use of observation haki, and he himself does have this qualification. It is difficult to resist Gabajuo's attack with only the current basic attributes. But his fruit ability gravity makes up for the shortcomings of his strength and agility. The violent gravity can resist the enemy's strength, and the pervasive gravity can suppress the enemy's agility. As for his physical condition, there is no problem as long as he cannot be hit. Of course, due to the physical strength in his physique, he and those monsters cannot fight for several days at a time. Time slowly passed during the battle between the two. Dang dang dang. The violent shockwave rushed out from the place where Yushin and Gabajuo fought. The ring under their feet stubbornly endured everything. Hell Brigade! Boom boom boom! Gabajuo, who was fighting with Yushin, only felt the strong gravity pressing on him, getting heavier and heavier. Even the hard ring under his feet began to show cracks. Don't think you can defeat me at this level. Gabajuo's muscles seemed to swell, and the whole person exploded. Even Yushin's gravity could not stop him from continuing to wield powerful slashes. Gravity Knife Tiger. Facing Gabajuo's slash, Yushin could only use moves to block it. Looking at the figure in front of him, Yushin's expression was solemn. The swordsmanship and kendo of the person in front of him were indeed dazzling, and he really couldn't beat him, so there was no need to waste time. Yushin's purpose of coming here was not specifically for the kendo conference, and it was enough to fight until now. What, do you have any more moves? If it's just these 2 moves, it's boring. At this time, Gabajuo in front of Yushin carried the giant sickle in his hand on his shoulder and laughed wantonly. The blind swordsman in front of him is indeed good in ability and observation haki, but the other things are not good enough. He doesn't think he will lose in a protracted battle. I lose in terms of kendo, so please accept the last farewell gift. At this time, Yushin had already inserted the knife back into the scabbard like a guide stick, then raised the scabbard with his left hand, and held the handle with his right hand and slightly pulled the knife open. Ha ha ha. Really? Then let me see what kind of farewell gift it is. At this time, Gabajuo also grinned and laughed wildly when he heard Yushin's words. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please data. Chapter 230. King said he also understood, Hisoka who did not forget his original intention and Orochimaru who worked hard to brush his reputation. Swish! In just a moment, Yushin drew out his sword, and several gravity circles slid toward the sky. Then he crouched slightly, and slowly put the sword in his hand back into the scabbard. What? Gabajuo looked at Yushin's movements and felt a little confused. He didn't feel anything unusual with his observation haki. But suddenly his face changed. What was this? So that's how it is, can it be done to this extent? Ha ha ha. Interesting, really interesting. At this time, Gabajuo carried a giant sickle and looked at the sky. And Yushin also slowly walked out of the ring. The other spectators in the battlefield were also confused as they watched Yushin slowly walk down the ring. Did that person admit defeat? Because they were too far away, they couldn't hear what they said clearly. A large area of the entire battlefield felt a little confused. He admitted defeat just now, and the fight lasted only 10 minutes, which was shorter than the previous elimination round. Or the blind man really tried his best? After all, his opponent had used a huge tornado attack before. It was amazing that he could block it until now. On the stands, Orochimaru and the others also looked up at the sky. Interesting, they can actually do this. At this time, Orochimaru's mouth curled up. Is it a move that uses the ability combined with the observation haki to sense the different gravity of the sky? Perhaps he can also learn from this move. Two majestic snake heads stretched out from behind Orochimaru, one earth ability and one storm ability. Hiso stared at the life on the ring. What a good fruit. As for Anohanaretsu, he still had a smile on his face. What happened? Seeing that everyone looked very knowledgeable, King also looked up and put on an expression that he also understood. Among the 5 people at a table, only the owner of Wilbur Island, Medano, did not show a gesture that he understood. But he saw that everyone next to him looked up at the sky, and Orochimaru even stretched out 2 snake heads. Although it was not very clear, it should be correct that the change came from the sky. Medano looked at the sky in confusion. Soon, his pupils shrank slightly. What is this? In his field of vision, a red dot slowly emerged. It was getting bigger and bigger. A meteorite. It turned out to be a meteorite. Medano was shocked. The blind swordsman could do such a thing? Drag down the meteorite from the sky? Medano tightened his saber at his waist, ready to attack at any time. His precious granddaughter was still in the audience, and there were many island residents here. Some people in the audience also caught the abnormality, and Morgans followed up immediately. Oh! It's amazing! The lifetime player actually used his ability to summon the meteorite. It's incredible power. Although it is not within the scope of Kendo, the competition system is now an unlimited competition system. There is no doubt that this is an extremely terrifying attack. Let's see how the Scythe of Despair player will deal with it. Although the meteorite in the sky is indeed amazing, Morgans is not afraid at all. Now he has 5 people behind him. No, it should be 4 big guys, among which King is a man who can create the sun. And they also promised to help protect the scene. He didn't know whether the scene could be protected properly, but he would definitely be safe by their side. What is that Morgans talking about? Now that the meteorites are falling, why don't you run? What are you looking at? What the hell? That blind swordsman can actually summon meteorites. What kind of hell is this ability? Can a human do this? Run away quickly, this place will be razed to the ground. At this time, the people in the audience began to get restless, and some people began to prepare to flee. Looking at the commotion around him, Xisuo watched with relish, but he still took action after all. Calm down. The weak can just wait for the result quietly, and if you are unwilling, become stronger. Even at this time, Xisuo still did not forget his original intention and did not give up the good habit of cultivating Little Apple at any time. As Xisuo's words fell, invisible ripples spread from him, and the sound that was not loud could be heard throughout the battlefield. It was as if he was talking next to him. And the people in the entire battlefield, who were as anxious as fire in their hearts, seemed to be calmed down as if they were poured with cold water. It would be a hell to be able to calm down in this situation. At this time, the players who were standing in the battlefield outside the ring were speechless as they watched the meteorite getting bigger and bigger in the sky and heard the words of Hisoka in their ears. They wouldn't be affected at this distance. It was too much to be beaten just for watching a duel. At this time, Hawkeye, Tomahawk, Rock, Moria, and others couldn't help but hold their weapons. From this visual point of view, the meteorite would be about 30 to 40 meters in size when it fell. Even if it hit the ring, the shock wave would be very terrible. I wonder if the ring would be broken. At this time, some people couldn't help but think of this curious question. Ha ha ha. This little meteorite, watch me cut it into cakes. Gabajuo looked at the meteorite getting bigger and bigger in front of his head, and swung the huge sickle with both hands. Death Sickle Cut Cake. At this time, Gabajuo casually named a new move. Then countless violent slashes surged out with Gabajuo's giant sickle. It seemed to drive the airflow to form a huge cylindrical shock wave, which directly covered the falling meteorite as if it penetrated the sky and the earth. Boom boom boom. The huge sound shook the sky. Everyone only felt that their eardrums were booming and they could not hear any sound. But they didn't care about this now, but stared at the huge rock in the sky that was directly cut into 1 cubic meter pieces. The meteorite was cut into pieces of gravel. So powerful. It's just a monster. But their faces changed quickly, because those huge rocks fell again after a few seconds of delay after colliding with the cylindrical shock wave. And they were still scattered. Hey hey! That man is indeed out of danger, but they are in trouble. At this time, many people began to wail in their hearts. Anti-gravity. Flowing rock. When people began to despair, Orochimaru took action. This was his fourth time to recast the protective wall, heal people, and recast the ring. Now the huge rocks in the sky also stopped in mid-air, and then were swept by the violent airflow, like flowing rocks falling one by one towards a position on the edge of the battlefield wall. Then the stones merged together and finally formed a huge stone pillar. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data for a long time. Chapter 231 The Difference in Swordsmanship, Asdeath vs Jin. It's amazing. Player Gabajuo actually cut the meteorite falling from the sky into pieces, solving the moves of player Yushin. Although these broken stones will cause great casualties if left alone, Mr. Orochimaru took action. His terrifying power like a miracle made this disaster easily resolved. With the appearance of the huge stone pillar, Morgan's passionate commentary came late. But it did not affect the emotions of the audience who survived the disaster. Although they calmed down briefly due to the power of the magician Hisoka, it did not mean that they turned into wood. It was just that they saw that the huge meteorite of several tens of meters was so easily eliminated. The venue was still peaceful, as if the meteorite just now was an illusion. It was just that the huge stone pillar standing at the edge of the battlefield reminded them that everything just now was real, which made people sigh. The island residents, underground organizations, pirates, and even the navy who watched the live broadcast were all shocked. The ability to summon meteorites is indeed very shocking. However, even the meteorites could not cause any damage to the battlefield. This contrast made Gabajuo and Orochimaru gain great prestige. Then, this battle ended with the surrender of the Yushin player. Now I declare that the battle was won by the Scythe of Despair Gabajuo. At this time, Morgans also received the message of Yushin's surrender through the messenger placed not far from the venue. With Morgan's announcement, some of the audience who had survived the disaster began to cheer. The battle on the scene was indeed very dangerous, but there were adults in the stands. This danger was not worth mentioning. Even the meteorites were easily intercepted, and that adult did not use all his strength, and the other adults did not do anything. Thinking of this, people began to sit back in their seats with peace of mind. They also changed their minds about the names of Orochimaru and others in the stands. In one of the audience seats, Tsuru stared at Issei who was gradually leaving the stage, and then sent someone to watch his whereabouts. If there were signs of him leaving, he would go forward to negotiate and retain him, and then Tsuru would visit them one by one. The power displayed by Orochimaru now made Tsuru a little uneasy. She didn't know whether King could really arrest him later. So Tsuru still believed that it was necessary to strengthen the high-level power of the navy. Then, the first battle will be between Hawkeye Mihawk and Rock Muin. Both of you are great swordsmen who are famous in the New World. Let's look forward to their duel. As the first battle ended, Gabajuo also went directly to the stage. Under Morgan's introduction, Hawkeye Mihawk and Rock Muin also went up to the center of the ring. Both of them were taciturn types. After exchanging a few words on the stage, they started fighting directly. They began to fight seriously. Dang dang dang. The crisp sound began to resound in the confrontation between the two. Under Hawkeye's plain and clean blade, Muin blocked Hawkeye's attack like a rock. In areas with a strong swordsmanship atmosphere in the New World, various sword schools are circulated. Among them, the fire control flow, water control flow, wind control flow, and rock opening flow are the most popular. Under these popular schools, some people have created their own styles based on the schools. Or they can directly create their own schools based on nature. And the person in front of Hawkeye, Panchi Muin, created his own school based on the rock opening school and evolved it to form his own Panchi school. The swordsmanship style tends to be defensive and defensive. Of course, swordsmanship alone is not enough. After becoming a swordsman in each school, their swordsmanship style is easily noticed by ordinary people. It's not that ordinary people's eyesight is sharp enough to see the difference in swordsmanship. But for those who become swordsmen, their swordsmanship style will be revealed in the will they present. The strong will makes them oppress the senses of others after they attack, making them see some illusions. Flames, water, strong winds, rocks, etc., these are the swordsmanship presented by the swordsman. For example, the island owner of Wilbur Island, Scorching Hell Medino. The style he uses is actually the fire control style that he walked out of his own way and became a new style called scorching. It is rumored that when he attacks, the surrounding area will seem to be like a scene of flaming hell. And this is the origin of his name. Understand the flames, and then integrate the characteristics of the flames into his own swordsmanship style. 0. With the blessing of the breathing of all things, it is easy to bring the characteristics of frictional heat to the extreme, that is, the friction between the blade and the airflow can form a real flame. Swoosh! At this time, Hawkeye held the supreme big knife and swung a powerful slash at Muin. Facing Hawkeye's slash, Panchi also took a stance to directly take it, and his feet seemed to be connected to the ring under his feet. If someone stands next to him now, they can feel the scene of a huge rock standing still in the storm. Boom boom boom. The powerful slash was tilted to the surrounding by Muin, forming a sharp shock wave. Like the first light in the twilight, it is really a wonderful swordsmanship. I lost. At this time, Muin looked at the 2 cuts on his collar and finally admitted defeat calmly. Hearing Muin's words, Mihawk also put away the knight and said calmly. As expected of the famous rock swordsman in the New World, your swordsmanship is also amazing. Soon, this battle that seemed relatively plain and unpretentious to the audience ended. They didn't expect that the 2 world-famous swordsmen would fight very plainly, although they looked very powerful. But compared with the previous scenes of the Scythe of Despair and the Blind Swordsman, it was much worse. As if sensing the audience's low mood, Morgans announced Hawkeye's victory and began to speak loudly. 4.2. Well, let's welcome the 3rd player to the stage, Aristeth and the Beast's Pirates Big Boss. Flame. Disaster Jin. With Morgan's shout, the people in the audience began to get excited. Asteth, the queen-like woman, had been in the limelight before, showing dazzling power, and she was very beautiful. As for the big billboard of the Beast's Pirates, Flame Disaster Jin, he was also eye-catching from the outside, with a ball of fire burning behind him and a pair of black mysterious wings. His bounty has recently soared to 1.5 billion Baileys, and he is required to be captured alive. This makes people curious about his secrets. Chapter 232 Frost Nova, Ice Queen Asteth. On the stage. Asteth and Yin also came to the stage. At this time, Asteth looked at the man opposite her who was covered tightly in black clothes. Looking at the burning flame on the back of his head, she felt a little strange. Just now, she had heard from Mel that this man was a remnant of a rare race on the sea. This race that can emit fire is quite new to Asteth. Then, the 3rd duel officially begins. As Morgan's loud voice resounded throughout the battlefield. This duel also began. Then let me see if your flame will go out. At this time, Asteth looked at Jin in front of him with a smile on his face. Jin on the opposite side also became alert after hearing what Asteth said. His racial ability greatly improved his body's defense when the flame appeared, but this did not mean that the fire behind him would not be affected. The woman in front of him had used ice to attack before. If the flame was forcibly extinguished, his defense might be broken. Boom boom boom. In the audience seats, people were stunned, and a series of ice appeared all over the ring, piercing towards Jin, and the ring seemed to have turned into a world of ice. Since there is no 0-4 system ability and swordsmanship, Asteth is also just let go. Using the ice aura that can amplify ice. Asteth's ice attack is stronger than using the devil's essence alone. Jin was flying and dodging, launching piercing attacks at him. Multiple icicles were generated at the same time. Hey! Facing the icicles that kept attacking him, Jin waved a huge samurai sword in his hand, and the flames burned on the sword. He chopped directly at the surging icicles. Dang! It's so hard? At this time, Jin's eyes widened, looking at the icicles that were only broken and melted after being chopped by his own sword. Ice pillar! He was shocked. If he was frozen by such a strong ice, he would be in big trouble. Clang! Not good. At this moment, Jin felt a figure suddenly appear behind him. An extremely terrifying sense of oppression came from behind, and he quickly turned around to deal with it. Behind Jin, Asteth had already drawn her saber. Powerful force surged from the sword to her, and her basic attributes were all blessed to S. Asteth had just gained more than 300,000 reputation points in the last attack of the elimination round, and these reputations were directly added to Asteth's attributes by Mel. It cost a total of 300,000, Asteth's current physique and spirit are both A+, and strength and agility are A. With such attributes, Asdeth can use the full power of the magic sword Moxin more frequently with the ability to cooperate. After using Moxin, all the attributes are directly blessed to full S. Extreme Ice Frost Nova. In just a moment, Asdeth passed Jin's side. What is this? Jin only felt as if he was looking at an endless ice field, and then his chest was pierced by a terrifying force, and a terrible cold air also erupted. Boom boom boom. A huge ice ball with a diameter of more than 20 meters was formed directly with Jin as the center. Hey! Jin won't be killed instantly. In the audience, Quinn looked at the huge ice ball on the ring. His pupils bulged out, and at the same time, his mouth opened wide and his tongue stretched out as if bent. It's really scary. Are all the women who appear now so fierce? There were 8,000 streams before, and now there is this Ice Queen. Ice Queen, now Asdeth's new nickname, some people also call her Blood Ice Queen. There are many people in the audience, and Asdeth is very eye-catching, so these nicknames spread quickly. However, compared to Blood Ice Queen, her ice blue hair, eyelashes and pupils make people more inclined to call her Ice Queen. In the audience, Kizaru sat with his legs crossed not far from Crane. Looking at the scene on the stage, he was amazed. Crane next to him was silent as he looked at the scene on the ring. But in his heart, he valued Asdeth more. It's amazing. At this time, Asdeth froze Flame Disaster directly in a huge ice ball. I don't know if Flame Disaster can escape. Let's wait and see. Morgans in the stands looked at the scene on the ring and began to explain loudly, raising expectations. Ice Queen! Ice Queen! As Morgans explained, some people in the audience began to shout Asdeth's new nickname and cheer for her. With her good looks, strong strength and close relationship with Yachiru, Asdeth from the beginning, she was welcomed and admired by everyone, just like fans chasing stars. On the ring, Asdeth turned a deaf ear to the cheers around her. She looked at the figure in the ice ball in front of her with an interested expression. Crack! Crack! The figure of Jin seemed to release endless flames. The whole ice ball began to glow with fire. Crack! Crack! As if a stone broke the sky, cracks slowly appeared on the huge ice ball, and finally broke suddenly. Splash! Tick! Tick! The water was flowing out and the water was dripping. Ho ho ho! At this time, Jin came out of the ice ball, fell to the ground, knelt on one knee and kept panting. The Lunaria tribe can survive in various environments in nature, even in extremely cold areas. 987. The flames behind them can be maintained continuously by physical strength and will not be extinguished easily. But just now, when the terrifying power penetrated, Jin's body was defending against the terrifying power. The terrible freezing came at the same time, and under the double power, his flame was directly extinguished. When the flame was extinguished, his speed would be faster, but when frozen, there was no room for him to play. When the defense was weakened, the terrible cold air permeated his body as if to freeze him. If Jin hadn't reacted and put all his strength into raising the power of the flame to the limit and showing it again, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to get out. What a terrible woman! At this time, Jin stood up and looked at Asdeth, who was looking at him with interest. The flame on the back of his head also disappeared automatically. Although the defense decreased, the speed of his body would become very fast. Just now, he consumed a lot of physical strength in breaking through, and his body was also damaged. Now he can't be frozen by her again, otherwise he doesn't know if he can break out again. After all, it takes time for him to break through. If the woman in front of him attacks him when he breaks through, he didn't know what would happen. Chapter 233. He wants to support Kaido as the king. CP0 picks up corpses. Great! Although it looks more difficult for Flame Disaster to break through the ice ball, he can still fight. At this time, Morgan's loud voice was also spreading in the venue. It seemed that he was quite happy that Jin didn't end all at once. Swoosh! At this time, Jin completely ignored Morgan's mumbling, but flew directly into the sky at high speed. After a certain distance away from Asdeth, the flames burned again on the back of Jin's head. Then it quickly rotated several times in the air. 2 fire rings, one large and one small, formed with him as the center. At this distance, even if the woman came up with the moon step, he had enough time to react. And he could also attack. Fire Dragon King! The flames on his body wrapped around the samurai sword, looking at Asdeth, who was still teasing him on the ground. He raised his blade to the ground, and a huge column of fire burst out. Then it turned into a dragon-shaped flame, and the hot flame was like magma. The wind was raging, the dazzling light was shining, and there were many fiery red light bands floating in the sky. The whole scene looked extremely spectacular. What is that? It's so dazzling. What a dazzling fire, that flame is like a fire dragon. Is this the strength of the fire disaster of the beast's pirates? No wonder it is called the fire disaster, it is really a monster. When everyone was shocked by the dazzling scene, Asteth looked at the magma-like fire dragon flying over his head. He also raised his mouth. The ice under his feet extended and carried Asteth to the direction of Jin quickly. Ho ho ho! Roar! The magma-like fire dragon also roared loudly, opened its mouth and rushed towards Asteth, who was supported by the ice. Swish! It was just a moment. Asteth's blade directly cut through the fire dragon, and the fire dragon was directly frozen. Asteth fell on the ice column that continued to extend upwards. In midair, Jin watched Asteth standing on the extended ice column and rushing towards him quickly. The fire column that erupted became more dense, and several fire dragons roared and rushed towards Asteth. However, they were still easily solved by Asteth. Looking at the woman who destroyed all the fire dragons rushing towards him, Jin understood that he could only use the most powerful force, and there was no chance of winning this battle from the beginning. But he would never give up so easily. He wanted to support Mr. Kaido to become the king, and he needed to have stronger strength. Boom boom boom! Jin held the hilt with both hands, and endless flames burst out from his body and gathered on his blade. Then he waved his wings and shot towards Asteth. Concentrate all your strength and bet on the last blow. Amulet Fire Dragon King. Like a giant fire dragon roaring towards Asteth, the people in the audience seats below only felt that the sky was emitting an extremely dazzling light. Looking at the bursting fire, it seemed as if there was a resolute Asteth also found it interesting that Jin was holding a meaning. Then, let her bury this person's determination. Boom boom boom. Under the extreme light, it finally disappeared like a fleeting stream of light. People put down their palms and looked at the beautiful scenery in the sky. A huge ice ball suddenly appeared in the sky, like a planet of ice crystals. Crack! Crack! Without waiting for the ice ball to fall, it broke into tiny pieces and turned into beautiful crystals. It was shining under the sunlight. A figure also fell straight down, but not many people paid attention. People only saw the dazzling and beautiful figure on the beautiful light crystal. The flame disaster Jin lost consciousness, and the Ice Queen Asteth won. Let's cheer for her. At this time, Morgans looked at Jin, who fell from the sky with his eyes closed and a huge bloodstain on his body. He was immediately judged to be unconscious. Even if he was still conscious, it would be a death sentence if he continued to fight. Morgans could see clearly the huge gap between the two. As Morgans announced Asteth's victory, people began to cheer loudly after a moment of silence. Ice Queen! Ice Queen! They didn't care about the loser. What they saw now was Asteth easily defeating the flame disaster Jin of the beast pirates. This was a pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries, and the strength he showed just now was worthy of his bounty. To be able to easily defeat such a pirate, so powerful, so dazzling and so beautiful. There were already many people with red hearts in their eyes. While everyone was cheering, Asteth didn't pay too much attention. After the victory, she took back the sword directly. Then she shot towards an audience seat. No matter how much these people cheered, it was not as good as his praise. On the other side, Quinn in the audience seats looked at Quinn falling from the sky with blood, and rushed down from the audience seats in a hurry. Because he saw several people wearing white suits and strange masks began to enter the battlefield. There is no mistake, that group of guys are definitely the highest intelligence agency of the world government, CP0. They dared to take advantage of the torture pervert Jin to pick up the body. If they succeeded in killing the beast's pirates, he would not have to go back. If he went back, he would probably be skinned by his big brother. When Quinn rushed down in a hurry. In the stands, Hisoka looked at the group of CP0 who suddenly came out of the protective wall. The corner of his mouth was also raised. His apple is not so easy to pick up. Battlefield. The CP0 led by the codenamed Ancient Ape was walking quickly in the direction where the figure fell in the sky. This is a very good opportunity. As long as the Lunaria tribe is taken away directly, the mission can be easily completed without bloodshed. I didn't expect it to be so smooth this time. Looking at the figures getting closer and closer, the face of the captain of the CP0 team, the Ancient Ape, under the mask, couldn't help but laugh. Those guys seem to be the running dogs of the world government. At this time, Tomahawk on the battlefield looked at the CP0 not far away and said loudly. Dang! You actually want to capture him while he is seriously injured? It's really the style of the world government. Not far from Tomahawk, Moria stuck the machete into the ground and looked at the group of CP0 with some anger. He will fight with Tomahawk later. If they do this, who dares to fight with all their strength? But I think so, but now it's none of my business. Moria didn't want to take action either. That guy is the right-hand man of Kaido of the Beast Pirates. He even hopes that he will die. Bang! At this time, Jin had already hit the ground, directly smashing the earth and stone battlefield outside the ring slightly, and CP0 had also come to Jin's side. When he was about to bend down to pick up the cinders directly, his body couldn't move. What is this? Not only him, but several members beside him couldn't help but tremble. A strong spirit pressed on them. And a whisper came to their ears. What do you want to do to my little apple? P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 234 They are just frogs in the well after all, Hawkeye vs Yachiru. This is the voice of the most evil pirate in history, Hisoka. At this time, the ancient ape resisted the trembling and weakness of his body. Looking back, he met the eyes of Hisoka in the stands in the distance. It's so scary, so far away, such spirit. The most evil pirate Hisoka, please don't meddle in other people's business. You should know that King of Hell is by your side. At this time, the ancient ape said stubbornly. Although he was far away, he could definitely hear his words with Hisoka's power. Of course, despite being tough, his tone was still relatively polite. After all, Hisoka was a madman. Even if King was really by his side, no one could predict what he would do. Hee. That's great. Is King's power your confidence? It's just that you guys don't seem to be valued by him now. In the eyes. In the stands. King felt a little confused. He looked at Hisoka next to him as if he was talking to himself. He also mentioned his name. Is this the legendary Riddler? Although he thought so in his heart, he still looked calm on the surface, as if he didn't care about anything. And Hisoka saw him like this and understood that King would not be driven by the guise of the world government. After all, they were just frogs in the well of the world. In the battlefield, a cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the ancient ape. No way. Didn't they visit King? Didn't he say to let them go? Did he change his mind? 690A Ancient Ape understood that with King's strength, it was impossible for him not to find out the situation here. But now he looked at the stands in the distance. King really looked like he had nothing to do with it, and didn't even look at them. After discovering King's attitude, the CP0 captain was completely discouraged. He gritted his teeth and said, "Retreat. They can't fight here now. If they do, Hisoka, as a distinguished guest, will be qualified to punish them. The rule of the kendo tournament that no fighting or disputes are allowed outside the tournament is not for show. To be honest, they really want to play it safe. Then, under the influence of all parties, the world government may abandon them. There are many things involved. It is not just a dispute, but also a follow-up impact, which may develop into serious consequences. So they can only swallow this loss." The CP0 members next to the ancient ape were relieved to see that the captain did not choose to be tough to the end. Otherwise, they would be very weak to face Hisoka directly. Just that spirit made them tremble and powerless. It was hard to imagine the consequences of facing him and attacking him directly. In the stands, looking at the retreating CP0, Hisoka didn't say anything else. "Hey! These guys actually gave up. What's going on?" Quinn, who had hurried over at this time, was surprised to find CP0 retreating. Then he didn't pay much attention and quickly dragged Jin away. Then, in the fourth battle, the swordsman of Baekhyun Liu and the player of Defeng will face off. Let's welcome them to the stage. Morgans in the stands also welcomed them loudly at this time. And the crowd began to cheer loudly. Not only Baekhyun Liu, but also Defeng opposite her was also a rare beauty. She had slightly bundled black hair, a purple butterfly hairpin on her head, and wore a loose outer robe with a gentle temperament. But soon their confrontation disappointed the audience. Because it was very plain and simple, it was even more plain than the previous Hawkeye vs Rock. At least they had slashed, but this side didn't even have a slash. After just a short confrontation, it seemed that they had a conversation on the stage. Soon, the beautiful Di Feng admitted defeat. Under the disappointment of the crowd, the fifth battle began. Maria versus Battle Axe. They had fought before. At that time, Maria was slightly inferior. It was still the same now, after all, not much time had passed. Maria was growing up, and so was Battle Axe. As a man who had survived the attacks of top pirates such as the King of Terror Ryomen Sukuna, the evil pirate Hisoka, and the Snake King Orochimaru, Battle Axe felt that his life was legendary and would definitely reach the peak. By the way, he possessed the domineering aura of the conqueror. He did not become depressed after repeated defeats, but his spirit became even stronger. Ha, Maria, you dead rat, watch me chop you to death. At this time, Moria was chased and chopped by the Battle Axe. As a senior pirate, he does have good strength. If we look at the basic attributes, all of his attributes are very balanced. The four attributes of physique, strength, agility, and spirit have reached A, and they are still relatively high in the attribute range of A. The three colors of domineering are all A level, and the armed color domineering can use the technique of internal crushing. His physical skills are extremely superb, and he wields a pair of axes with great power. You short guy, what qualifications do you have to say that to me? At this time, Moria used the Shadow Mage as his clone to assist him in the attack. At the same time, facing the aggressive Battle Axe that was chasing his original body, he used the Shadow Warrior to exchange positions with the clone to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. There was no way, his body was larger and his agility was lower than that of the Battle Axe. The opponent was also skilled in physical skills, and seemed to be very proficient in the skills of naval generals such as the moon-shaving step and paper painting. It is rumored that this guy once captured a naval general and forced him to teach him the complete 6 styles in his early years. Not only that, he also taught the 6 style secrets he obtained to his confidants for rigorous training. He is a very ambitious guy, so many of his men are proficient in the 6 styles. Even his men are like this, so it is conceivable that the Battle Axe himself is even more so. In this case, Moria would only be beaten by him and run away if he did not use his ability. Just because you are so big and still hiding. Dang! 2 big swords, one of Moria's own and the other of the Shadow Mage's Shadow Sword and the Battle Axe, collided fiercely. Hehe, do you think this is just a game? If you have the ability, don't treat me as a fool. Moria looked at the figure in front of him who was half his height and exuded a frenzy. He sneered. He would not fall for such a low-level trick. Really? Then, are you going to hide like this? Last time you fled in a panic. Moria's face darkened when he heard Tomahawk's words. That was called a strategic retreat. The two of them didn't agree on anything and started a fierce confrontation again. Finally, the two of them fought evasively for more than half an hour, and Moria still retreated. The other side had someone to support him, and his current subordinates were basically zombie members. If he fell, he would be finished. With Morgans announcing Tomahawk's victory. After a 10-minute break, the match came to the second round. In the familiar ball drawing session, there were a total of 5 players. With Gabai's face dark, he was lucky to get a bye. Then, next, Hawkeye my Hawk will fight against the 8000 style Sword Saint. Let's give him a warm welcome and wait and see. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Morgan's voice resounded through the sky. P.S. Guys, please collect, vote, and give me data. Chapter 235 Hawkeye was killed instantly by Anohanaretsu, and his death competed with her. I'm going to fight her so soon. On the ring. My Hawk watched the other people leave after the ball was drawn, and then looked at the woman opposite with a serious face. The 8000 style Sword Master, the initiator of the Kendo tournament, and now the woman with the name of the Sword Saint. Hawkeye drew out the Supreme Great Sword Knight. Then, let him try the gap between him and her. Watching the man with Hawkeye in front of him draw out the famous Supreme Great Sword. Anohanaretsu also drew out the Zanpakuta from his waist. Although the Great Swordsman with the Supreme Great Sword is extremely rare. But there is nothing strange about Anohanaretsu. After all, she can give away the Supreme Great Sword she got as a reward, so she will not be rare to a sword. As for Hawkeye, he does seem to have some merits, but the current Anohanaretsu is still too immature for him. Swish! Hawkeye in front of him held the hilt with both hands, without any trial, and swung his most powerful blow directly at Yachiryu in front of him. The sky and the earth seemed to lose their color. A slash that seemed to be only a few meters long rushed towards Anohanaretsu. Only a few people in the audience could perceive this extremely fast blow. Facing Hawkeye's slash, Anohanaretsu still had a smiling expression. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A violent blood-colored air wave burst out from Anohanaretsu, and her attack and speed increased directly. Just a light swing, under Hawkeye's solemn gaze. His slash was easily cut off. Nice swordsmanship. Hawkeye's pupils shrank slightly, because in just a moment, Anohanaretsu had already come not far from him. What an amazing speed! Then, please taste my swordsmanship. Swish! Blood floated in the air like red rose petals, and a huge wound appeared on Hawkeye's upper body out of thin air. Hawkeye, who was standing in place, couldn't help shrinking and expanding his pupils. He seemed to see an endless blood-red ocean, and when he came to his senses, there was already an extremely terrifying wound on his body, and this wound, this indescribable feeling, as if the wound went straight into the soul. What a terrible swordsmanship, and that terrifying power! Is this the slash of the 8,000 flow sword saint? With a little regret, Hawkeye fell backwards. The fallen figure also vaguely saw the woman behind him who slowly inserted the knife into the scabbard. Instant kill. Hawkeye my hawk was killed instantly without any resistance. Seeing Hawkeye fall down with a huge amount of blood gushing from his chest, Morgans shouted in shock. In this battle, the 8,000 flow sword saint showed extremely powerful strength. In just a moment, the famous swordsman Hawkeye my hawk was instantly killed. That extremely powerful dominance is worthy of the woman who is called the Sword Saint. Oh. As Morgans explained, everyone woke up from their dreams when they saw Hawkeye falling down on the ring. They started cheering loudly. Although they didn't quite understand, the blood gushing out of Hawkeye my hawk's chest was not fake. That is to say, was Hawkeye my hawk, the great swordsman with great prestige in this new world, really killed by the 8,000 flow sword saint? It was so easy that it was unbelievable. She is worthy of being the great swordsman known as the Sword Saint, and she is worthy of being the woman who can host the kendo tournament. Of course, some people are starting to think about it. My hawk has the Supreme Blade Knight. There was once a pirate with a bounty of more than 800 million who wanted to seize his Supreme Blade, but in the end, that pirate died. He became a member of the reputation of Hawkeye my hawk. Now Hawkeye was defeated instantly, although there was a reason for the strength of 8,000 flow. But is it possible that Hawkeye is strong on the outside but weak on the inside? Many people feel that maybe they can give it a try, especially now is a very good time. It is rumored that Hawkeye always sails alone on the sea. Now that he has fallen, isn't it the best time? Some people are waiting for Hawkeye to after being carried out by the rescuers, they will have a good competition with him. As the cheers lingered for a long time, Morgans could only cough lightly to weaken the cheers of the crowd, and at the same time, he couldn't help but sigh that the popularity of Master Yachiryu was really terrifying. Then I declare that this battle is won by the Yachiryu Sword Saint. With Morgan's announcement, the venue was once again filled with cheers. The rescuers also entered the venue to carry the rescue. In the stands, Anohanaretsu also came back like a teleportation, and then sat back in his seat, his face nonchalant. As if he had never fought just now. As expected of the Yachiryu Sword Saint, he is really unimaginably powerful. Morgans, who was not far away, saw this scene and couldn't help but admire it. And Hisoka, who was in the stands, looked at the fallen Hawkeye in the distance, and his eyes curved slightly. After a while, Morgans began to announce the next battle. Asdeath vs Tomahawk. There is nothing much to say about this battle, as if it was a competition with Anohanaretsu. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Tomahawk was also killed in seconds, with almost no resistance. One can't help but sigh. These two women who are inseparable are like monsters. With the end of the two extremely fast battles. After a 10-minute break on the field. The match has also come to the third round, and there are only 3 people left, Gabezuo, Anohanaretsu, and Asdeath. Under the expectant eyes of the crowd, this time the draw is for Anohanaretsu. Gabezuo vs Asdeath. On the ring. 2 figures are facing each other. Ice Queen? Humph, then let me see how strong you are, a guy who suddenly appeared. At this time, Gabezuo had a giant sickle on his shoulder, looking at the figure in front of him with some arrogance. Then I declare that the battle between Despair Scythe Gabezuo and Ice Queen Asdeath will begin now. As Morgans shouted loudly in the stands. The whole venue became hot. In today's battle, Asdeath stole the show. The several battles were extremely exciting, showing extremely terrifying strength. And her current opponent Gabejuo is not much worse. The huge slashing storm that he set off and almost blew away the people outside the venue and the scene of the meteorite he cut off are deeply imprinted in the minds of all the audience. That extremely arrogant and powerful attitude also made him quite popular. The duel between two such terrifying strong men is a very anticipated duel for everyone. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 236 Esteth's Special Move, Secret Technique, Endless Evil. When Morgan's voice fell, Gabejuo didn't mean to waste time talking, and he directly picked up the giant scythe and flew towards Esteth. Dang! A crisp sound resounded through the sky. The violent shock wave also moved with it, raging directly outward from the place where the two people clashed. Esteth drew out her knife at this time and steadily blocked the giant scythe that Gabejuo slashed diagonally. Dang dang dang! Soon, the two began to fight on the ring, and the ice was spreading at the same time. Waves of violent shocks radiated from the place where the two people clashed, breaking and shattering pieces of ice and sending them flying. Gabejuo's swordsmanship style is high-speed and high-explosive, combined with the will that seems to cut off everything. Ordinary strong men have no power to resist him at all. But now it's different when they meet Esteth. She has laid out an ice field on the entire ring, and the cold air in this area seems to penetrate into the bone marrow. Although it was nothing for a strong man like Gabejuo, his speed was indeed affected and became slow. In this situation, facing Esteth, who was holding a saber and whose attributes were amplified to full S, and the bloody environment condensed by the blood feast when he drew his sword, Gabejuo was also suppressed. What a powerful force, it can actually make that crazy guy Gabejuo fall into a disadvantage. On the stands, he looked at the light and shadow on the ring and couldn't help but sigh. She knew very well how difficult Gabejuo was. Before in the Sabayati archipelago, Gabejuo and Aokiji fought, and Aokiji didn't get any advantage. It is said that he was at a disadvantage because Gabejuo chased him relentlessly. Chasing Aokiji's body, he just chopped it randomly. And Aokiji's observation haki is not as good as Gabejuo, and the ice can't completely stop Gabejuo's mad dog-like attack. Of course, if they really fight, the outcome is still unknown. As a natural type, he can release a huge attack with relatively low physical strength. If it really drags on, Gabejuo may not be able to win. It is just a fact that Gabejuo chases Aokiji. Compared with Esteth who also uses ice on the ring, the gap is revealed again. There is no doubt that the woman has the strength to stand on the top of the sea and is a real monster. At this moment, Crane values her more in his heart. It's really scary. Is the monster Gabejuo being suppressed? This sea is really turbulent now. Anyone who appears can so powerful, it seems that you have to be low-key. At this time, Kizaru, who was next to Crane, was also holding a nail clipper, cutting his nails while speaking slowly. Although his tone was a bit casual, his eyes were indeed solemn under his reflective sunglasses. In just a few months, he felt that monsters were flying all over the sky. It is indeed very dangerous, and the times are really very chaotic now. However, the world government should be the one with a headache. Although the Navy now has king, the world government has no way to directly command him. After this conference is over, I don't know how the world's pattern will change. Kizaru's mind is full of thoughts, but the surface is still slow. Time slowly passed. After getting familiar with Gabejuo's fighting style, Esteth began feeling a little impatient. Esteth is now very dazzling in this conference, so when Morgans announced that Gabejuo and Esteth would duel, her reputation points that had been used up have accumulated to 1 million reputation points. This reputation point was added by Mel to the Devil's Essence, which was upgraded from A to S level. The degree of freezing and the extreme freezing aura are even more terrifying, and she has learned a special move. But Esteth was going to use that move on Anohanaretsu. But the guy in front of her was suppressed by her, but he was like an indestructible cockroach. How long will it take to fight like this? She doesn't have time to dawdle with this guy here. Then, use that move. Esteth made a decision in her heart. When Esteth's blade repelled Gabejuo's attack again, and at the same time, the blade swung. Boom boom boom. Countless hard ice cones rose from the ground and hit Gabejuo directly. Facing such an attack, Gabejuo laughed loudly and waved the giant sickle quickly in his hand. The fierce and tyrannical will combined with the armed color domineering, plus his high explosive swordsmanship. Even the ice with a hardness that was a bit off the charts was cut off by Gabejuo. Looking at the laughing Gabajuo, Esteth sneered. When Gabajuo shattered the ice, under the cover of endless ice, she came to Gabajuo's side silently. And Gabajuo's face also changed wildly. What is this? But even if Gabai had foreseen anything, he couldn't dodge it. Dozens of ice walls directly surrounded him, and Esteth also swung the blade with endless malice at him. Esteth's sword Moxin, there are two tiny gems in the hilt. One is pitch black and the other is grey. The pitch black gem continuously transforms into a more gentle power and flows into the grey gem. This is the process of the demon sword Moxin transforming extreme negative energy. And now, the extreme power of the pitch black gem is mobilized by Esteth. This is a secret skill of Moxin, which can gather untransformed negative energy and then cast it on the enemy. But before doing such a move, these energies will be connected to the user who touches them. As the power of consciousness, it is difficult for 0.6 to avoid touching them when using them. Now, Esteth is sure to use such power without being backfired after the devil's essence has been upgraded to S level. Her ice hard wool that seemed to have never melted could temporarily immunize her from the damage caused by such power. Secret technique, endless evil. Endless malice entangled the blade of Esteth. The entire battlefield seemed to have cooled down by several degrees. People in the audience seemed to see the roar of an endless dark and twisting demon, and their emotions began to twist. Their faces became wooden, and the light in their eyes gradually dimmed. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote, and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 237 Hisoka felt very distressed, she was fattened up by too much wool. What an incredible move! At this time, Hisoka in the stands was watching the horrible and twisted scene on the ring with interest. His voice slowly floated across the entire battlefield, like ripples in the water, and the atmosphere in the audience, which had been dead silent due to the impact on the ring, began to become active. People only felt their backs stained with sweat. They looked at each other, and when they looked at each other, they also found sweat on the foreheads of others. What is that? It's like entering an endless nightmare. So scary. I'm not dead? That's great. That was Master Hisoka's voice just now. Master Hisoka saved us. What kind of move is this? How terrible. Is this attacking everyone? Some people were afraid, some felt that they had survived a disaster, some were grateful to Hisoka, and some began to get angry. The weak don't need to question anything. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too weak. If you feel angry, then become stronger. If you want to beg for mercy from the strong, then bow your head and crawl. You don't have the qualifications to question. Hiso's naked words echoed in his ears. At this moment, people couldn't help but be silent. On the ring. 06WITH The emergence of malice, Kabai's consciousness seemed to stagnate for a moment. Then, endless malice began to rush into his mind frantically, and he only felt that his consciousness was swaying under the endless malice. This is an attack at the consciousness end. What a joke. This kind of attack can't stump me. The brilliant will was filled with the determination to cut off the world, as if to cut off all the evil. So that all the evil could only stalemate with him. However, when he was in a stalemate with those negative forces in the field of consciousness. In reality, Esteth looked at Gabriel, who was stagnant and expressionless in front of him. Then Hanbing began to move. Endless ice prison. At this time, she left from the gap and pushed forward all the ice walls around Gabriel. Quickly surrounded Gabriel and froze him, and the thickness began to extend and expand. Esteth knew that although the enemy in front of him had a strong attack, he could not play a normal attack at all when he was frozen in it. He could not get rid of this cage. As the cold air spread, a three-dimensional ice cube of dozens of meters stood in front of Esteth. And Gabajuo was frozen in it like an amber bug. With the hardness of this ice prison, he could never break it with only his armament haki and physical strength when he could not use it. And this ice prison can last for more than 10 days before its hardness decreases and gradually melts. If he is not invaded by the cold air and turned into slag, he can get out. Time passed slowly, and 1 minute later, Morgans began to shout loudly. Gabajuo, the scythe of despair, is frozen. I declare that the battle is won by the Ice Queen Esteth. Just now, Morgans waited for a minute and found that the frozen Gabajuo showed no signs of breaking the ice body. So, he decisively announced the victory of Esteth. Compared to Gabajuo, Esteth, a strong man who has a close relationship with the 8000 stream sword saint, is the thigh that needs to be hugged. It was really a courtesy to wait for Gabejuo for a minute. With Morgan's announcement, the whole venue began to cheer. It was just that the emotions were not as strong as before. After being hit by Hisoka, they basically felt a little autistic. But Estetha's power did make them admire him more. Life is still strong after all. After Morgan's announcement, Hisoka looked at the huge ice body and smiled. With the swing of his fingers, the whole ice body seemed to be dragged. It fell directly next to the stone pillar constructed by Orochimaru with meteorites. The audience not far from the ice felt the chill. Swish, swish, swish. Many people couldn't stand it after sitting for a while, so they had to run to other empty stone steps to sit. All of a sudden, this area was empty. It's so cold, and we're still quite far from the big ice block. This kind of cold air is really amazing. Will the big pirate inside be frozen to death? Tsuru in the audience also had his eyes flickering as he looked at the huge ice block. After the kendo tournament, maybe. At this time, the ring was empty. Only the ice field was left to confirm the battle just now. It's really amazing cold air, very good. At this time, Hisoka's mouth corners slightly curled up, and just now his mind felt the amazing cold air after touching the ice blocks. Even his mind was about to be frozen. It seems that the new guy this time is also not a good person. If this goes on, he, the senior, will be very distressed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as the competition progresses, this kendo tournament has also reached its climax. That is the final of the kendo tournament. In 10 minutes, the final will officially begin. Morgans waved his wings, leaped in the air and spun a few times, then continued to speak loudly with excitement. The 8,000 flow swordsman Anohanaretsu versus the Ice Queen Estetha is really an exciting duel. The final winner of the kendo tournament will be decided between the two of them, and the winner will be the world's #1 swordsman from today. Let's look forward to this exciting scene. As Morgans kept talking, people's fiery emotions were also mobilized. The scene began to cheer. Didn't expect that woman to come to the finals in the end? Really? On the stands, Anohanaretsu felt a little jealous. If it weren't for that guy, how could this woman improve her strength so smoothly and quickly? In the end, he even fought against her. This is too much wool. Hey! Anohanaretsu took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. Then he planned to go back and teach someone a lesson after the kendo tournament. If he didn't compensate her, she would stay on the island in the future. Let Estetha go to work, she has been raised so fat, how can we not let her go out to make contributions? P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, please data. Chapter 238 Estetha's expectation, that woman can't lose. As time passed, 10 minutes passed quickly. Estetha and Anohanaretsu also appeared on the stage with the cheers of the crowd. The two looked at each other. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. I didn't expect that it would be you who came in the end. Come to me. Looking at the smiling face of Anohanaretsu, Estetha's mouth curled up slightly. Are you feeling frustrated that the lazy senior was caught up by the newcomers in a short time? Hearing Estetha's words, Anohanaretsu's eyes slightly opened. It seems that the extremely inflated power has made you a little dizzy. It's time for you to wake up. Really? Don't go and cry when you lose, but it seems to be quite interesting to think about it. Estetha didn't care that Anohanaretsu poured cold water on her, but fought back without giving in. She had a trump card that she hadn't used yet, and as long as she used that power, she would have a chance of winning. She would be looking forward to seeing Anohanaretsu's appearance after his defeat. While the two were talking, the islands on the sea were also concentrating on watching the final of the kendo tournament. Navy Headquarters. Conference Room. Many naval commanders were sitting here. In the conference room, a den mushi that was larger than an ordinary den mushi was playing the video of the battlefield on Wilbur Island. Ha ha ha, is the final battle about to begin? It's so fast, I thought it would take a long time. I didn't expect all the duels to end so quickly. At this time, Garp couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the scene inside. Normally, the battles between strong men are relatively long. But even Kabejuo didn't hold on for long before he was defeated. That woman is really scary. While thinking, Garp grabbed the senbei in his hand and ate it directly. The competition between the world's greatest swordsmen? Both of them have terrifying strength, especially that woman who actually froze Kabejuo. Aokiji, who was sitting in a place, looked at Estetha on the screen with a solemn expression. He had fought with Kabejuo before, and he knew very well how difficult he was. Ha ha ha, Quzhang boy, don't belittle yourself. The move that the girl used before was not an ice attack. If it weren't for that power, Kabejuo wouldn't have been defeated so easily. Garp laughed and encouraged Aokiji after hearing his words and the expression on his face. These are not the main points. Yachiru and the Ice Queen seem to have a very good relationship. If we can win them over, it will be of great benefit to the Navy, especially now that the conscription is coming to an end. At this time, Sengoku looked at the screen displayed by Den Den Mushi and said seriously. Well, what you said about Crane is already being implemented. The specific matters can be handed over to her. Sengoku's words made Marshal Kong on the main seat nod. In addition, there are several strong men who have entered the knockout rounds who also need to be taken care of. Blind swordsman Yushin, great swordsman Pan Shimuan, and Defeng Ice Idol who is suspected to be a great swordsman, these people are all worth winning over. These are decided by Crane. I have delegated the authority to Xiaohe, and she will decide when the time comes. Zephyr, who was sitting at the conference table, frowned when he heard the exchange between Sengoku and Kong. He felt that the direction of the Navy had deviated. As the chief instructor of the Navy Headquarters Military Academy, Zephyr had a thorough understanding of the impact of this large-scale conscription on the Navy. A large part of the current structure of the Navy has been impacted by the new Navy recruited through the Navy's large-scale conscription. This is a very dangerous thing. If it weren't for the emergence of King, who was deeply popular right from the start, to calm down, then the various factions within the Navy might have begun to be in chaos. After all, there are also interests entangled within the Navy, and all kinds of relationships are complicated. But now the Navy still wants to include all kinds of strong people. Although there are endless powerful pirates. But this cannot be said to be a correct path. Fortunately, the large-scale conscription will end after these 2 days. I hope that the Navy can go back to on track. Zephyr looked at the upcoming duel with some worry. Grand Line, New World, Onigashima. Kaido was wearing bandages, which were left after fighting with Orochimaru not long ago. To be precise, he was beaten badly, but Kaido was still recovering tenaciously after Orochimaru left. Looking at the Anohanaretsu in the picture in front of him, he couldn't help but touch the wounds on his body. Those were the wounds left by Anohanaretsu on his body, and until now, the scars left by those wounds have not shown any signs of disappearing. It even felt a little painful to touch. It felt as if the wounds penetrated into the bone marrow or the soul. After that battle, Kaido also took a long time to recover before he was full of energy again. And he could feel that at the last moment, the woman showed mercy, otherwise he would have become a dead dragon. Terrible woman, that woman can't lose. Kaido took one last look at the screen, then walked out carrying his mace. There seems to be some trouble with Jin, but we can't let the world government do whatever they want, so let him go. Of course, for Kaido, the supernovas gathered there and the talents competing in the kendo tournament also attracted him. If he could kidnap Onesome, then there will be more reliable talents. Roar! With the huge dragon roar! A huge dragon also took off into the air and began to move rapidly towards a sea area. Wilbur Island battlefield. Rayleigh in the audience looked at the explosive atmosphere on the ring and was also emotional. Especially when he saw Gabejuo frozen next to the stone pillar, he couldn't help but sigh. Even if he wanted to solve Gabejuo, it would take a long time, and this was when Gabejuo didn't run away. However, the girl took him down in a short time. I don't know what it feels like to be hit by that weird move. I'm really curious about this Rayleigh. Is the world's greatest swordsman going to be decided? What a pity. Ha ha ha, don't feel sorry, you are still far away now. And you are not on the path of a pure swordsman. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Shanks next to him couldn't help but touch the back of his head and smiled a little silly. It started, watch carefully. Such a battle is very rare. Yes, country. Shanks nodded seriously. P.S. Everyone, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 239 Anohanaretsu's current attributes. King also wants to be a riddle man. Boom boom boom. At this time, Estheth drew out her saber and swung it at Anohanaretsu. The solid ice on the ring that was still left from the last battle directly surged out countless ice cone-shaped solid ice and shot towards Anohanaretsu. The whole ring was constantly rumbling with huge rumbling sounds. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and those audience seats closest to the ring couldn't help but shudder. but they just wrapped their collars tightly and watched the huge movement on the ring intently. Anohanaretsu saw countless solid ice stretching towards her and smiled slightly. She pulled out the Zanpakuta at her waist and easily cut the solid ice in front of her. After staying on Daughter Island for nearly a month, Anohanaretsu's basic attributes have actually improved significantly. The main one is that her spirit has increased from S to S+, which was improved after she learned the more convenient use of Zanpakuta. Also, her physique has increased from A and to S. Mare took a special method to help her improve it. As for the 2A and attributes of strength and agility, they were also directly improved through the reputation collected in this kendo tournament, directly spending 1 million reputation points. There is also the fanatic state that was improved by collecting 1 million before the kendo tournament. Now Anohanaretsu's attributes are as follows. Avatar, Anohanaretsu. Strength, S. Constituent, S. Agility, S. Spirit, S+. Abilities, Zanpakuta 913 degree sharpness, S class, Frenzy, S class, Instant Step, A class. Skills, Swordplay Yachiryu, S class, Observation Haki, S class, Armament Haki, A class. Reputation, 346,635. Note, D. Current World Ordinary Person Attributes. It can be said that Esteth, who made a big splash in this kendo tournament, has gained a higher reputation than Anohanaretsu. Of course, the truly valuable title this time is the world's #1 swordsman. Having this title is equivalent to the salary that can be obtained from reputation in normal times. It is a very considerable amount accumulated over time. Currently, Esteth's reputation is indeed higher. But her foundation is still much worse than Anohanaretsu, even if Esteth has Moxion's magic sword. You should know that Anohanaretsu's Zanpakuta can be released, and her strength will be greatly improved after release. Even if Anohanaretsu does not use release, she still has the fanatic state to increase attack and speed. It is still not difficult to fight Esteth with other abilities. Just like now. After breaking the ice in front of her, Anohanaretsu directly used Instant Step to appear next to Esteth. Dang! The two knives collided violently and made a loud noise. Good power, this knife is very useful. At this time, the two knives were in a stalemate. Anohanaretsu looked at Esteth's knife and asked with a smile. Hearing Anohanaretsu's words, Esteth's mouth curved. Why, are you envious? Even if you are envious, I don't. Hehe, I don't need such a knife. Anohanaretsu's best knife is his own Zanpakuta, and he doesn't need other knives. However, compared to the treatment she received at the beginning, this Esteth guy has obviously become a little more obedient. It seems that she needs to be beaten up a bit. Boom! A wave of blood-colored air burst out from Anohanaretsu's body. Her power became extremely huge. She directly held Esteth's knife and pushed back. Facing Anohanaretsu in this state, the blood illusion formed by Esteth's blood feast to extract negative factors in the blood had basically no effect. The speed and power blessed by the sword could not compete with Anohanaretsu. At this time, Esteth could only avoid the edge temporarily. Retreat, and then keep using ice to contain. But these solid ices are not much different from paper for Anohanaretsu. She's spirit reached S+. This attribute is closely related to wool, and her breath of all things reached an unprecedented height. As if she could cut through the sky and the earth. With the blessing of her fanatic state, Esteth's ice could not effectively stop her. Swish! After Anohanaretsu quickly cut through Esteth's ice, she used Instant Step to come to Esteth's side again. The speed was much faster than before the fanatic state was used. Facing the aggressive Anohanaretsu, Esteth was forced to confront Anohanaretsu head-on. Boom boom boom! The ice kept breaking, facing Anohanaretsu's attack. Esteth used slashing and ice to reverse the decline. But from the scene, Esteth was suppressed and retreated step by step. Of course, because of their extremely fast speed, it seemed as if they were flashing in every corner of the ring. Only the constantly breaking ice and the powerful shock waves raging around reminded the fierceness of this battle. Guhahaha, we can see that the fight on the ring is very intense now, the after-images that keep flashing, the shocking speed. Watching the duel between the two, Morgans began to praise. He didn't lean towards either side, these two thighs are inseparable, he couldn't lift one up and belittle the other. So Morgans turned his eyes to the VIP. Then Mr. Orochimaru, who do you think is better in this duel? As Morgans asked, many people turned their eyes to the stands. Hehe, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be Yachiurya who wins. Orochimaru's magnetic voice sounded. After all, the time is too short for the new junior, and from a rational point of view, this kendo tournament is hosted by Anohanaretsu. If that person is here, he shouldn't let such a phenomenon of stealing the show happen. Mr. Orochimaru gave a clear answer. It seems that the reputation of the 8,000 Sword Saint is more deeply rooted in people's hearts. Then, may I ask Mr. Hisoka? In response to Morgans's inquiry, Hisoka just raised his lips and did not answer. This made Morgans a little embarrassed, and he could only focus on King. The winner is already determined. King just gave an answer in a high and cold manner. He has now transformed into a riddle man, and this sentence can be used for whoever wins. It's just that King is not concerned about the battle now. He is really hungry after sitting here for so long. Let's end it quickly. I'm going to eat. At this time, King just wanted to eat, and he didn't have the energy to pay attention to other things. Of course, from the surface, he still looked full of oppression. It's hard to imagine that he was thinking about eating under this appearance. Oh, it seems that Mr. King has already made up his mind. He is worthy of being the one who can create the sun. His eyes are very sharp. After Morgans's praise, everyone cast a odd look. P.S. Guys, please add to favorites, votes, flowers, and data. Chapter 240 The battlefield has been transferred, the frozen sea. On the stage. Estheth was also a little unhappy with Anohanaretsu chasing her. After all, it was a bit ugly to say something harsh and then be beaten. Then, try this trick again. Secret technique, endless evil. The familiar scene appeared on the stage again. Endless malice was entangled on the blade of Estheth. The entire battlefield was also cooled by several degrees, and the endless dark twisting demons were roaring. And Anohanaretsu also felt that he had entered the realm of consciousness. Looking at the endless roaring dark shadows around him, Anohanaretsu smiled slightly. A Zanpakuto appeared in her hand, an endless blood-red blade light swept past, as if the whole world was cut off. In reality, she opened her eyes again in less than a second. At this time, Estheth finally recovered from the stress caused by using that move. At this time, she was surprised to see that Anohanaretsu regained consciousness in less than a second. Sure enough, this move is not so effective for her. It's just that she was able to recover so quickly. Looking at Anohanaretsu's still good face, Estheth couldn't help but sigh slightly. In fact, there is a reason why Anohanaretsu got rid of it so quickly. Her terrifying mental attributes and her will that seem to cut off the world are one aspect, and her power is more special. The power of Zanpakuto is more compatible with this kind of consciousness power and has a more miraculous effect. And now Anohanaretsu is still in a state of fanaticism. This state also has some good resistance to consciousness attacks. In this case, let's consume it first. Estheth thought. Estheth doesn't want to use that move too quickly now. Now in the early stage of the battle, Anohanaretsu's vigilance must be the highest. The effect will definitely be best when she is careless. Secondly, she had to consume the enemy's strength and get information. She didn't know much about Anohanaretsu's power. Although she could ask him, Estheth preferred to explore on her own. And even if she asked, the answer would definitely be vague. Boom boom boom. In the ring, the ice under the feet of Estheth and Anohanaretsu rose towards the sky, and then extended rapidly towards the sea in the distance. Estheth planned to change the battlefield. She had not forgotten that she came here to brush up her reputation. In this case, it would be better to have a bigger scene. There are plenty of water resources on the sea, which can effectively save her physical strength. Anohanaretsu did not stop Estheth's actions. Even with the advantage of the field, it cannot make up for the huge gap. And there is really no need to worry too much when expanding the field to fight. In just a few breaths, a huge icicle crossed the sky above Wilbur Island and shot directly into the sea. Boom boom boom. With the sea surface where the icicle fell as the center, the sea began to freeze rapidly around. What is that? A huge icicle extending from the battlefield. What kind of battle broke out on the battlefield? Such a long ice block is really a terrible power. Quick, look, the sea is frozen. As the icicle stretched horizontally, other residents on Wilbur Island who did not go to the battlefield and did not go to the square to watch the live broadcast began to be shocked when they saw the huge icicle tilted in the sky. And then their eyes bulged out in horror. Because the sea was frozen, the boundless sea was all white. People who were closer to the sea felt the chill. People in Wilberport were even more stunned. Their ships were frozen and could not sail. But this was not the most important thing. The important thing was that the sea was frozen. Were they dreaming? Crack! Bang! As a Steth and Anohanaretsu fell on the frozen sea. The huge icicle that tilted from the Wilbur battlefield to the sea also completed its mission and broke into countless small ice crystals. The colorful halo reflected in the air under the light looked very beautiful. Wilbur battlefield. At this time, Morgans looked at the empty arena and the countless small ice crystals falling in the air. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain it. Did the two of them start fighting after everyone fell? Are they waiting here for them to decide the winner? It feels like the final will be a bit anticlimactic if we can't see it. His mind spun rapidly, and Morgans immediately began to smooth things over. Goo-ha-ha-ha. Because the battle between Yachiru and the Ice Queen was too powerful, the two have moved the battlefield now. So, how is their battle going? I will send frontline reporters to bring you the latest footage. At this time, Morgans had already planned to send his men to the battlefield with Den Den Mushi to broadcast live. Even if it wasn't here, it wouldn't be a problem for him. No need to bother. A magnetic voice came from behind Morgans, and Morgans looked back and saw that it was indeed Orochimaru. At this time, Orochimaru was going to take action, or it was his turn to take action again. Two snake heads stretched out, which were the snake heads that could control the storm and the earth. Mr. Orochimaru. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Morgans was also a little puzzled. But he soon understood what it meant. Boom boom boom. The entire battlefield's building shook slightly. Under the incredulous gaze of everyone in the audience, the entire Wilbur Arena building rose directly from the ground. As this huge building like a coliseum rose towards the sky, everyone could see the ground below getting farther and farther away through the huge hole with a diameter of 300 meters in the center. Goo-ha-ha-ha. The entire Wilbur Arena has risen. This is the power of Mr. Orochimaru. It's amazing. Morgan's voice resounded through the sky. And the people sitting in the audience also exclaimed. The crane in the audience looked at the ground getting farther and farther away, and his face was solemn. Now it can be said that the lives of almost everyone in the field are in the hands of the Snake King Orochimaru. If he goes crazy, I don't know if King can stop him. Or... At this time, Crane remembered the blind swordsman's life just now. This is the power of Mr. Orochimaru. It's terrible. In the audience, Hughes looked at Orochimaru in the stands with a little admiration. This made Andre next to him a little dissatisfied. Would his deputy captain be kidnapped? It's decided that we will beat this Orochimaru together from now on. At this time, Andre's thoughts were a little scattered. What is that? The sea is frozen. P.S. Everyone, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 241 Extreme Ice Labyrinth, The Sky is Broken. As the battlefield gradually rises, the people who were originally shocked by Orochimaru raising the entire battlefield were attracted by another scene. They looked at the sea at a glance through the 300-meter diameter hole in the center. People in different positions saw different directions, but without exception, the positions where the eyes were looking at the sea were all frozen. As Orochimaru controlled the entire battlefield to float towards the location where Anohanaretsu and Esteth were fighting. At the same time, a huge smooth stone ball of dozens of meters was in the center of the hole, and a faster and wider field of view could be seen from it. This was the field of view provided by Orochimaru for them. At this time, people were shocked by Orochimaru's omnipotence. At the same time, they were shocked by the wide view shown by the stone mirror, looking over from above. It seemed that the whole sea was frozen. Can people do this? It's so shocking. The 8,000 Flow Sword Saint and the Ice Queen chose the sea as the battlefield. And as you can see, it seems that the whole sea is frozen. This is the power of the Ice Queen, the power of the top strong. As Morgans boasted, everyone was yearning. Especially the people watching the live broadcast on various islands. Although there were monsters flying all over the newspapers, it was the first time to see the scene directly. This first time was naturally the most emotional. Can that woman do this? In the audience, Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at the wide view presented by the central stone mirror and couldn't help but murmured. The power to freeze the sea is a strategic ability for any force. Just like Aokiji in their navy. In this world, the sea is the most difficult place to cross. The difficulties of passing through various islands born from the sea are the difficulties of ocean currents and weather. But the difficulties of weather are still particularly terrible because of the flow of the sea. Now seeing Esteth use such power, he also seems to pay more attention. At the lower side of the battlefield. From the battlefield, it looks like two small dots are fighting. Esteth stood on the ice, looking at the smiling face of Anohanaretsu opposite, who was letting you do whatever you want. The corners of his mouth were also raised wantonly, so arrogant, let's see if you can deal with it later. Boom boom boom. As Esteth swung his knife, the ice surface hundreds of meters wide around began to surge, and countless ice cones and icicles rose from the ground, as if to pierce the sky. And the surrounding area under Anohanaretsu's feet was also the same. Facing the ice cones that kept piercing under his feet, Anohanaretsu also cut them off directly. However, this is obviously useless. Even if it is cut off, it will still stretch out from the ice surface. For Esteth, fighting on such a frozen sea is too advantageous. Facing the continuously stretching ice cones under her feet, Anohanaretsu also directly broke them and shot towards Esteth. However, there are already countless ice pillars and ice cones blocking her in front of her. At the same time, the ice pillars and ice cones rising from the ground around her began to connect horizontally. And Esteth also began to move away from Anohanaretsu. From now on, she changed from a warrior to a mage, and the next turn was hers. Extreme Ice Labyrinth. Soon, a huge white building like a maze covered the sky. It was hundreds of meters long and wide, and hundreds of meters high. And Esteth had come to the top of the labyrinth and sat on the ice throne. At this time, she was connecting to the ice and constantly controlling the ice to attack Anohanaretsu at the bottom, while trying her best to increase the hardness of the ice around Anohanaretsu. It made it difficult for Anohanaretsu to break through. At the Wilbur battlefield floating above the two people's battle, looking at the huge ice building that rose from the ground. It was also amazing. What a terrifying power! The ice building that was built like a miracle. Aokiji in the Navy headquarters looked at the ice building in the live broadcast, and his face was even more solemn. He has discovered the difference between his ability and the Ice Queen. Although he can make ice blocks of any shape, it is limited to those made by hand. He still can't do things like directly controlling the ice on the frozen sea to form a building like in the picture. That woman's ability seems to be able to control ice freely. In this case, it feels a bit restrained. But he can still fight with her in the field of low temperature. Although she froze Gabezuo, who had fought with him before, he didn't know what happened to Gabezuo after being hit by that strange move. So he couldn't judge the hardness and freezing degree of the ice. 0. On the ice surface far away from Wilbur Island. In the ice maze that rose from the ground as Esteth and Anohanaretsu fought. The whole maze was slowly sinking. Boom boom boom. Anohanaretsu was facing ice attacks from all directions. Sharp ice rushed towards her from all angles, including around her, above her head, and under her feet. At the same time, the biting cold air kept lingering around her. If it weren't for the use of the ability of the Fanatic Mirror to greatly enhance the attributes, it would be really troublesome to face such an attack from Esteth. After all, the combination of the two highly compatible abilities of the Devil's Essence and the Extreme Freezing Aura is really good. Even if the current Extreme Freezing Aura is only A, it is still the same. However, facing Anohanaretsu who used the Fanatic State, these are still not enough. Boom! Once again, all the surrounding ice was cut off, and Anohanaretsu looked at the position above his head. Obviously, she had already discovered Esteth's position on top. Although Esteth had reduced her aura to the extreme through the characteristics of ice, Anohanaretsu's observation haki was not to be trifled with. Her observation haki is not just a simple observation haki, but also due to the power of her Zanpakuta. The perception of life or soul is more accurate. If you want to hide in front of her, you can't rely on ordinary abilities. At this time, Anohanaretsu was in the gap of cutting off the delay of the surrounding ice. She slightly clenched the handle of the knife in her hand 1.4 and concentrated all her strength. It was just a moment. A huge half-moon-shaped blood-red slash was swung directly upward by her, as if cutting a cake, and the slash instantly pierced through the maze above her head. And Esteth, who was concentrating on closing her eyes at the top of the maze, suddenly opened her eyes. She jumped out directly. The next moment, the terrible slash flew up from below, directly piercing the entire ice maze and leaping towards the sky. Boom boom boom. The people on Wilbur Island and the audience in the Wilbur battlefield in the sky only felt a flash of blood in the sky. As they looked up, everyone was horrified. The sky is broken. P.S. Please collect, vote and flowers, please give me data. Chapter 242 The Spiritual Chasm, The Power of Mokopatmo. A bottomless crack appeared in the sky, and a bloody glow seemed to be emitting around the crack. It looked extremely scary. What a terrible power, can it be achieved to this extent? The will of the sword is even purer and sharper than that of Gabai, it's really terrifying. In the audience, Rayleigh saw something different from what others saw. What he felt was the sharp will, as if to cut off the world. He couldn't help but sigh, maybe if Yachiryu could get the title of the world's greatest swordsman in the future, it would be well deserved. The sky cracked, what an amazing sight. You can see a flash of blood from the huge ice palace, and then the sky cracked. This is the slash of the 8,000 flow sword saint. It is such a powerful force. It makes people yearn for it. Morgans was excited and said loudly as he looked at the sky being slashed. Sure enough, the final of the kendo tournament must be so exciting to meet its specifications. This final is destined to go down in history. It's such a powerless slash. 08 is so powerful. Medano in the stands couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the sky. Remember when 8,000 Flow challenged him not long ago, the strength she showed at that time was powerful but far from this level. Did she restrain her strength? It's terrible. On the battlefield, Esteth looked at the half-moon arc-shaped blood-colored slash that penetrated the entire ice maze from bottom to top, and her face was solemn. It seems that this senior is really difficult. However, although the labyrinth was cut off, Anohanaretsu still couldn't get out of this 10-centimeter gap directly. So, let's get started. Boom boom boom. At this time, the labyrinth had sunk 3/4 of the way down to the ice surface of the sea. Esteth flew directly from the dome on the labyrinth. And the entire labyrinth suddenly sank directly to the ice bottom under the sea at an extremely fast speed. The depth of the seabed at this location is not low. The depth of the seabed is only about 400 or 500 meters. Now when Esteth was frozen, the surrounding area was directly frozen to the bottom of the sea. Now she wanted to throw Anohanaretsu directly into the deepest part of the seabed, and she stood on the ice surface to control it, using the terrain to gradually condense the air and spread the cold air. With her in charge, she didn't believe that Anohanaretsu could break through her blockade. And this move could be named Extreme Ice Prison. Ah! It seems that this guy is going to fight with me? I don't have the interest to waste time with her here. At this time in the maze, Anohanaretsu felt the surrounding ice buildings sinking continuously, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Then he stopped hesitating, and let her see what the woman relied on. Her observation haki can only sense Esteth's vague emotions, but she can't read her inner thoughts. This is not because of strength. Even if Esteth was just born, she couldn't read her true thoughts. Or in other words, everything about reading memories and inner thoughts in this world can't work on Esteth. Not only Esteth, but also Anohanaretsu, Hisoka, King, and others. Because that person doesn't allow it, if you want to read their memories and thoughts, you first need to pass a mental chasm. That's right. Even if Anohanaretsu's observation haki has the function of reading minds, it can't grasp Esteth's trump card. It can only feel that Esteth has a certain confidence. Although it is not clear what kind of power it is. But at present, it is nothing more than the power of the knife and Esteth's current ice. One is the power of consciousness, and the other is the power of ice. There are many directions of the power of consciousness. But the power of ice is nothing more than freezing everything. No matter which one, it will not work under absolute power. At this time, Anohanaretsu slightly clenched the Zanpakuta in his hand. Swish! Swish! Two powerful slashes crossed and slashed towards the top of the building. Boom boom boom! A huge gap was cut directly on the top of the head, leading directly to the ice surface of the sea. Anohanaretsu also crossed in an instant with instant step. She has a very good grasp of the rhythm, and uses the instant step after the instant step. The speed is extremely fast. Even if Esteth wanted to set up obstacles to block, she was chopped into pieces by Anohanaretsu because there were too few obstacles to break through. After Anohanaretsu came out, she was faced with the bombardment of ice balls dozens of meters in the sky. Don't use this kind of attack, it's completely useless. Boom! The huge ice ball falling from the sky was directly cut off. It was just when she attacked. Mokabatomo. The blue light was overwhelming, and the space-time with Esteth as the center was frozen for a moment. This is not aimed at living things or everything, but at the structure of space-time. It is the special power of the devil's essence, not the power of pure freezing, or the power of freezing mixed with the power extending to the space-time field. It is an extremely special power. With this death's current power and the extreme freezing aura, she can freeze for 30 seconds. This period of time is enough anyway. I see. Is it such an exaggerated ability of 260? At this time, although Anohanaretsu's body remained motionless, her consciousness did not stagnate with the freezing of time and space. The structure of freezing time and space is not a pure time and space ability after all. This freezing power is mixed in the time and space structure, and the power in the consciousness field therefore collides with the uncoordinated time and space field. The spiritual weight of Anohanaretsu is extremely huge, and she can already see the scene after the freezing of time and space. And she can also use her power to directly get herself out of this stagnant situation. Because the reason why she stagnates is that time and space are frozen, causing the people in this time and space to be unable to move. But this stagnation is very fragile. The more powerful the person is, the more distorted or heavy the sense of existence they exude in time and space. It takes a lot of power to freeze the strong man above just by freezing time and space. An Esdeath today is simply unable to accurately freeze a certain position and amplify the power invested or even maintain the output of power in other more sophisticated operations. Her current moves are all released, and the result is that this piece of time and space is frozen all at once. This may seem like a grand scene, but it is very fragile for the strong. P.S. Please add collections, votes, flowers, and data. Chapter 243 As expected of King, the terrifying power of Anohanaretsu. As long as the strong can perceive this scene, they can use their consciousness to drive the power to break this fragile balance and directly escape from the stagnant time and space. In this area, the ones who can perceive this scene are Orochimaru and Anohanaretsu. Orochimaru's current spiritual attribute has reached S and from S. This is the improvement brought by the direct upgrade of multiple thinking by the reputation he gained at the Kendo conference. And his power is extremely special. The power of Ryomen makes him extremely sensitive to the time and space he is in. And the ability of the mythical beast Yamata no Orokai makes him more immune to this inharmonious time and space. In addition to them, there is King and a person who eats melons in the audience. King is not affected at all. The potential power stored in his current Emperor engine is too huge. This huge existence directly distorts and cracks the frozen particles in his space-time. Space-time cannot stop him at all. At this time, King looked at the blue-hued scene around him. Everyone was motionless and the color became strange. He and Orochimaru were the only ones who were fine nearby. Well, there is also the boss in the distance. And Orochimaru was also motionless at first, but it took a second or two before he started to move again with bright colors. So, what happened? King was a little confused. What an amazing ability, but, as expected of King, this ability doesn't work on you at all. At this time, Orochimaru said, but his eyes were on Hisoka, and his eyes seemed to send out dangerous signals. Following Orochimaru's gaze, Hisoka also moved again after 3 or 4 seconds. Originally, he couldn't find it, but Orochimaru's gaze was still quite dangerous, and many of Hisoka's abilities were also specialized in the spiritual aspect. This made his consciousness also detect the abnormality and burst out with power to escape. What a powerful ability! After Hisoka escaped from the stagnation, he praised and raised his lips. Looking at the dangerous eyes of Orochimaru next to him, Hisoka did not give in. When the two looked at each other, the surrounding scenery also returned to its original color, and everything began to flow again. Except for them, almost no one noticed the abnormality. Only some people were sensitive to find that the duel below had left the original position as if it was teleporting. Rayleigh felt the most uncomfortable because he was watching them fight. His observation haki plus vision could also capture the figures of Esdeath and others. But just now, it was like a space transfer from one position to another, and the continuity of the action did not match. What happened? Rayleigh was a little confused. But he did not think in the direction of time and space stagnation. He just thought it might be some special ability, or I was distracted and saw it wrong. Of course, it is also possible that he was targeted and affected. Rayleigh cast his eyes on Hisoka in the stands. If it was that man's ability, it would be possible to do such a thing, that kind of powerful ability to affect people's consciousness. But he should have no reason to do this suddenly. In the battlefield below, Anohanaretsu now held a knife to block Esdeath's blade. At this time, Esdeath was still shocked that Anohanaretsu could escape from the frozen time and space. Her moves did not work much. Or it worked but could not completely subdue the woman in front of him. What a great ability, Esdeath! Anohanaretsu smiled gently at this time. But this ability alone can't defeat me. Looking at the smiling face of Anohanaretsu in front of her, Esdeath felt that the other party was mocking her. In this case, then use it again. This power is very consuming, even with her physical strength blessed by Moxin, she can only use it once again. Well, it's getting late. This time, I'll go all out. Anohanaretsu blocked Esdeath's blade and said with a smile. Next, don't blink, Esdeath. She had already sensed that Esdeath was at her wit's end, so she didn't plan to delay any longer. Esdeath, who had originally planned to use Mokubatamo again, also stopped her action after hearing Anohanaretsu's words. She was very curious about what the woman in front of her said. Under Esdeath's gaze, Anohanaretsu's momentum began to rise and become heavy. /ca as Anohanaretsu released her Zanpakuta. Under Esdeath's shocked eyes, Anohanaretsu's sword began to ooze blood, but this was not the main point. The most noteworthy thing was her momentum. The terrifying momentum was through the sky and the clouds, and the sky was like an illusory and heavy blood-colored rainstorm. A faint smell of blood spread in the air. Thousands of meters above the two of them, the Wilbur battlefield, which was held up by Orochimaru's power, was shaking slightly. A terrible momentum enveloped the place. Everything became heavy. People in the audience seats were slumped or even lying on the stone steps. Many people fainted directly. What is this? Many people who were slumped in their seats without fainting looked at the heavy but illusory blood-red rain in the sky in horror. They didn't know what was going on. Ha, domineering, no, this is pure momentum. At this time, Rayleigh in the audience seats couldn't help sweating on his forehead. Such a terrible momentum. How could it be possible? Such a monster would appear in the sea. Looking at the people who kept falling to the ground beside him, Rayleigh was shocked. The world is really crazy. On the stands, Orochimaru controlled the battlefield to move away from this area. At the same time, he looked at the picture on the stone mirror. This kind of aura that penetrates the soul, is it true that the power is more inclined to the soul? And it is so powerful. Sure enough, it is still easier to control this senior Hisoka. At this time, Orochimaru has already set his target on Hisoka. As the battlefield gradually moved away, endless blue light rain was released by Orochimaru. All the dizzy people also recovered. But after they woke up, they looked at the stone mirror in the center of the hole that was still running, and the scene of endless blood rain. P.S. Dear friends, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 244, give you 3 seconds to reorganize your words, the world's greatest swordsman is born. What a terrible power, we can just feel a force erupting from the battlefield of the 8,000 Flow Sword Saint and the Ice Queen. It made many people dizzy. If I'm not mistaken, it was the aura of the 8,000 Flow Sword Saint. What a terrible aura! The powerful aura covered that area like a bloody rainstorm. This is the world's top power. At this time, Morgans began to explain loudly with an excited tone. He could still barely distinguish the difference between the domineering color domineering and momentum. The momentum just now, which was like a mountain pressing on his body, was simply terrifying. He had never felt such a powerful momentum in his life. Well, perhaps we have to exclude the bottomless aura of the Navy Prison Day King. But the two are different. One is to vent and feel the terrible gap very intuitively. The other is more unfathomable and elusive, and can only feel very strong. As Morgans explained, the audience began to talk about it, shocked. How could such a powerful person exist in the world, even if it was Daddy or that man? In the audience, Marco, who came with Baista, also looked at the floating stone mirror in the center of the battlefield in horror. He had felt the aura of Daddy and that man before. But he had never felt this kind of gap, the desperate gap. It seemed that he was no longer at the same level of power as Daddy. At this time, Marco's back was full of sweat. What happened to the sea? It's fine if all kinds of powerful monsters appeared. Now such an inhuman appeared. Marco felt that even if Whitebeard protected them, it would be useless. It seems that practice is more important. He looked at Vista and Jaws and others beside him, and they all saw each other's determination. In the other area, Crocodile was sitting in the audience seat, smoking a big cigarette. The people around him also kept their distance. After all, the names of Sand Crocodile and Desert King were not for show. At this time, he looked at the stone mirror ball in the center with a sullen face, smoking a big cigarette without saying a word. It's just that the terrible momentum just now has turned the world upside down in his heart. Even Whitebeard didn't feel that kind of momentum at all. Among all the people he had fought, only that mysterious guy made him feel that he might be able to match such a Yachiru. Thinking of this, Crocodile fixed his eyes on another area of the audience. That person is there, wait a little longer. He will take action after this is over. Now his blood is boiling. On the battlefield. The illusory scene of endless blood rain has disappeared, replaced by Anohanaretsu, whose aura is extremely concentrated in front of Asteth. Asteth also looked at Anohanaretsu with a serious face. She didn't expect this woman to be so powerful. Sure enough, it's too early for her now, and the time is still too short. Hehe, it seems that you have understood the difference. At this time, there is no blood sea area around Anohanaretsu, just a blade stained with blood. This is her further control and use of the solution. Hearing Anohanaretsu's words, Asteth did not show her fear. Even if Anohanaretsu is so powerful, she has no intention of bowing her head. Boom boom boom. Before she could say anything, a flash of blood flashed. The ice surface on the side next to her broke directly. Looking from the horizon, you can see the frozen sea being cut off, and the broken ice cracks seem to be glowing with blood. At first glance, it seemed as if a narrow wound appeared on the white land. It looked extremely scary. I'll give you 3 seconds to reorganize your words, otherwise it would be ugly if a girl had scars on her body. Looking at the smiling face of Anohanaretsu, Asteth could not help but remain silent. She was naturally not scared, but it would not work if she had scars on her body. Although he could recover, she didn't want him to see the scene of the scars. Before handing it over to him completely, she naturally had to show him the best appearance. Humph. Even if you win this time, don't think it's over. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Hearing Asteth's surrender, Anohanaretsu's smile became more intense. Although she was still stubborn later, it didn't matter. She had already won this battle. She could just take it slowly next time. She could keep suppressing her if she could suppress her. She had such confidence. At this time, Anohanaretsu wiped the blood off the knife and reinserted it into the scabbard. The terrifying aura on her body also subsided. Asteth also took back Moxin, and the frenzied aura on her body also subsided. The icicle dragged the two people up from the ground, and then a horizontal icicle took them and shot towards the ring on Wilbur Island in the distance. Soon, the two returned to the ring, and the icicle broke into tiny ice crystals. After the two returned to the ring, the people in the sky were originally shocked by the amazing slash displayed by Anohanaretsu. Under Morgans's explanation, they realized that the kendo tournament seemed to be entering the final stage. But it is true, the 8000 Flow Sword Saint is so terrible, even the Ice Queen must be helpless. And they seem to have a good relationship, so it is normal to admit defeat. The entire floating battlefield building also fell back to the original position of Wilbur Island under the control of Orochimaru. The power of the earth made the connection position firmly integrated, which made the owner of Medano Island breathe a sigh of relief. After all, if this building is put back directly, its durability in the future is beyond doubt. Guhahaha, the Ice Queen Asteth admitted defeat in the final, and the final winner of the kendo tournament is Yachiru Sword Saint Anohanaretsu. Let's cheer! The world's greatest swordsman is born. With Morgan's passionate and loud announcement, the people who experienced a series of dreamlike experiences were silent for a moment, and then began to cheer enthusiastically. For them, today may be one of the most memorable moments in their lives. Countless strong men collided here just to decide the world's greatest swordsman. And the final winner is also a well-deserved and recognized terrifying strong man, Yachiru Anohanaretsu. Everything that happened here will eventually cause a big earthquake. The world's greatest swordsman was born, and he reached the top with unimaginable strength. No one who came to the scene was dissatisfied with this, just because of the terrifying strength. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please data. Chapter 245 I only know a little swordsmanship. Crocodile was killed instantly by Asteth. Very quickly, as the finals came to an end. The final part of the kendo tournament was also launched, and the top 10 participants were awarded 100 million berries. The second and third place winners will receive the Great Sword Aim no Habikusen and one of the Inma swords. Finally, the first place winner will receive the Supreme Great Sword Ankawa. At the final award ceremony, Orochimaru was kind to let the top 10 people who were seriously injured after the battle recover with their life force. Among them, Kabesho was also released by him. For such a move, Hisoka looked at him deeply. Obviously, Kabesho was what Hisoka wanted to take. But now it was taken by Orochimaru to improve his favorability. Was he trying to anger him? On the contrary, Hisoka felt happy about Orochimaru's move. And Anohanaretsu did not express anything. After all, the rewards still had to be distributed, and she would not rely on this little reward. Finally, with the cheers of the crowd, Anohanaretsu took back the supreme great sword Ankawa, and Esdeath took aim no Hibikusen. As for Kabesho, he took Inma with a sour face and disappeared without a trace. In the audience, Izo and Denjiro looked at the two taken away swords, aim no Hibibich and Inma. They couldn't help but bleed in their hearts. In their eyes, the two swords belonged to Kojiki Oden. However, even if they felt heartbroken, reality did not operate according to their will. Now they temporarily gave up the idea of getting the two swords back. Esdeath is needless to say. From her bloodthirsty character and terrifying strength shown in the ring, it is undoubtedly difficult to get the swords back from her. As for Kabesho, it was the same. Even if Kabesho's strength was not as strong as Esdeath's, he was not their match. It was obvious that they would be sacrificed if they went up rashly. So they had to give up. For them, the most important thing now was Wano country. They had placed their hopes on Whitebeard. The kendo tournament soon began to end successfully. All the people left the venue one after another, and the live broadcasts of Den Den Mushi were also turned off. The screens of the islands that were broadcasting began to darken, and today's turbulent day ended. Some people began to confront each other. With the end of the kendo tournament, the rules set here before also dissipated, but now Anohanaretsu is still on the island. After Anohanaretsu showed his terrifying strength, not many people are willing to try the strength of the world's #1 swordsman. There is still a terrible knife mark on the ice surface of the sea in the distance. Now everyone is restraining themselves, even if they want to fight on the ice surface of the sea outside. They will still give Anohanaretsu this time and face. But when everyone left one after another. But one person set his sights on Mel, who was about to leave. 8000 Stream Sword Saint is so powerful. She will be the world's #1 swordsman in the future. Now the world's #1 swordsman is a woman. Humph. If my father dares to say this again, I will shut him up with this. Hee hee. At this time, there was a girl wearing fiery red clothes and fiery red hair beside Mel, who was chattering. It was Solilin. And Mel walked and listened silently. Mel, how is your swordsmanship? I didn't see you go up to the kendo conference. Hearing Solilin's words, Mel also smiled slightly. Because I only know a little swordsmanship, so I won't go up. If Xiao Lai showed mercy in the end after going up, he would definitely say it. If he didn't show mercy, he would have no reputation value even if he got the title. For Mel, it was interesting to watch them fight and play around. Well, my teacher now is Ice Queen Esdeath. Let's learn swordsmanship together in the future, okay? Hearing Ceraline's words, Scarlet, who was following beside her, couldn't help but smile. Mr. Mare's swordsmanship can compete with Master Yachiryu. Besides, he doesn't have so much time to learn swordsmanship with her, although he has a certain amount of free time. But that part of the time is either taken by Sister Misshel or Master Anohanaretsu, and she has to fight with a group of little girls for the rest. Now there is another Lord Esdeath, and it is unknown when Lord Esdeath will leave. She heard that Lord Esdeath would not stay on the Daughter Island for too long. However, how long will Master Anohanaretsu stay on the Daughter Island? Scarlet was a little absent-minded when she thought about it. Get out of the way, it's Crocodile, the king of the desert, he's coming this way. A series of hurried voices brought Scarlet back to her senses. A man with a slicked back hair and a long scar on his face walked towards this side arrogantly with a big cigar in his mouth. At this time, most of the people in the venue had left. Those who stayed here would become more conspicuous, especially since the Navy had been constantly checking the pirates in the audience from the beginning. Crocodile was naturally the focus. At this time, some well-known pirates and the Navy led by Crane in the audience were paying attention to Crocodile's actions. The position he was heading to was the position of the group close to Yachiryu and the Ice Queen. Mare, Yamato, Scarlet, and others were already considered to be the disciples or relatives of Yachiryu and the Ice Queen. Because they looked very close, especially when the Ice Queen returned to the boy in the group after the match during the kendo tournament and sat next to him with her arm around his. This still made many people feel heartbroken, and they all comforted themselves that the boy might be the Ice Queen's brother or something like that. But no matter what, many people think that these people are relatively close to Yachiru and the Ice Queen. Now Crocodile is going up like this. Is he going to die? Yachiru and the Ice Queen are still on the ring. He wouldn't want to kidnap them and threaten Yachiru and the others. Some people couldn't help but think so at this time. I didn't expect to meet you here. Looking at Crocodile who came not far from him, Mel also said with a smile. It's been a long time since we last met. Crocodile. Stop talking nonsense, I'm already excited, let's compete again on that ring. This time I won't lose so easily. Even if Crocodile faced him, he couldn't say that he wouldn't lose. As Crocodile said this, his body had begun to turn into sand. Crocodile, it's not wise to come and challenge at this time. Mare could feel that Crocodile had given it his all, otherwise he wouldn't have come to him at this time. It's just that it's not the right time to come now. Da-da-da. What do you want to do? Don't delay my date with Mel, get out of here. At this time, a queen's voice sounded, it was Estetha's voice. She and Yachiru had come here quickly, and Crocodile's entanglement was a waste of her time in Estetha's eyes. Looking at Estetha coming over and driving him away with a cold tone. At this time, Crocodile didn't intend to leave in disgrace. Since he met him, he would go. If he kept waiting because of his strength, how long would he have to wait? Although he said that he would not lose again, Crocodile knew that his strength would not continue to improve because he refused to admit defeat. Especially today, Anohanaretsu's momentum made him determined. He might never be able to cross that gap in his life, so should he keep waiting like this? And Crocodile's arrival now shows his determination. Humph! Don't you understand what I say? Estetha looked at Crocodile in front of him and had no intention of retreating. So he lost his patience. Mokubatamo. The blue light was overwhelming, and the space-time with Estetha as the center was frozen for a moment. The guy in front of him didn't look that weak, in order to hurry. Estetha opened up directly. She can draw the power of the sword as physical strength, although she can't use that kind of negative energy too frequently. And she just used the demon sword for a long time, and her physical and mental burden is very large. But now Mel is next to her, and she can recover if she gets closer. It would be best to take this opportunity to get rid of Anohanaretsu. Estetha was thinking in her mind. She walked to the side of the stagnant Crocodile, while Merle was completely unaffected by the frozen time and space. He looked at Estetha and shook his head. Seeing Merle's expression, Estetha also understood what he meant. The saber pierced Crocodile's abdomen, and the ice spread and froze on Crocodile's body. The time and space were unfrozen, and people only saw that Crocodile was directly frozen into a huge ice block in just a moment. Looking at the big ice block, Anohanaretsu shook his head and took the lead directly, and Merle and others followed and left, while Estetha ran to his side and walked with his arm. Looking at Crocodile who was gradually walking away and still motionless. All those who witnessed this were shocked. Since there were not many people around when Crocodile was speaking, many people were watching from afar in other areas of the audience. So not many people paid attention to what Crocodile said. At this time, people were more concerned about his instant defeat. This terrifying strength, this is the strength of the Ice Queen. It's really terrifying. Even a great pirate like Crocodile has no resistance. Hisoka, who has not left yet, looked at the ice that froze Crocodile and curled his lips. And the Navy's crane had a serious expression. She didn't understand what was going on just now. The woman suddenly appeared next to Crocodile and Crocodile was also frozen. She looked at Kizaru next to her, and saw that he also shook his head. She couldn't help but have an unbelievable guess in her heart, and then shook her head, it shouldn't be. The ability of freezing and time can't be linked together. She just looked at Yachiru and others who left. Next, it's time to visit. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and ask for data. Chapter 246 The reputation of each clone accumulates, Estetha's dangerous idea. 2 days later. The Windless Belt, Amazon Lily. Mare looked at the newspaper that has been all over the world. Only the title above. The world's first kendo tournament ended successfully, the world's #1 swordsman was born, and the 8,000 styles sword Saint Anohanaretsu. This newspaper has set off a new wave on the sea. Although many islands have watched the live broadcast, there are still many islands that have not seen it. After all, with so many islands, Morgans and the Navy cannot make arrangements, and more islands cannot witness the event. And the current newspaper fills this gap. This kendo tournament did yield good results. Anohanaretsu gained more than 2.4 million reputation points during the kendo tournament, although he spent some of it later and only had 1.44 left. In addition, this newspaper increased by about 820,000 again, and Anohanaretsu now has accumulated 2.26 million reputation points. This part is not going to be used for the time being, and tens of millions of reputation points can be accumulated to upgrade Zanpakuto. After all, Anohanaretsu's current abilities are only Instant Step and Armed Color Domineering, which have not yet been upgraded to S, and these two can be improved slowly. Except for Anohanaretsu, Death gained a lot of reputation in this kendo tournament. She gained more than 2.6 million reputation points in the kendo tournament. She was in the limelight too much, even if Anohanaretsu performed better later. But because of the number of times, Death did gain more reputation points. Plus the 680,000 reputation points gained from the newspaper this time, it can also be considered a wave of gains. However, these reputation points are also added to abilities and attributes. Just now, due to the reputation points gained from the news, Death once again gained more than 1 million reputation points. This reputation point was directly added by Mel to the ability of the Frost Aura, and the strength and agility were increased from A to A+. Only 100,000 reputation points are left. Instead, it is replaced by a good-looking panel. Avatar, Death. Strength, A+. Constitution, A+. Agility, A+. Spirit, A+. Abilities, Devil's Essence, S-Class, Frost Aura, S-Class, Feast of Blood, A. Skills, Overlord Haki, A. Swordsmanship, A. Armament Haki, A. Observation Haki, A. Reputation, 121,546. Note, D. Current World Ordinary People's Attributes. Except for the above two people, the biggest gainer of this kendo tournament is Orochimaru. Although he is not a contestant, his successive attacks have also attracted much attention. This time he gained more than 1.7 million reputation points, plus this news also gained 610,000 reputation points. It can be considered a considerable gain. After upgrading the multiple thinking and collecting another million, Mel directly raised Orochimaru's strength and agility from A and to S. Now his attributes are very good. Clone, Orochimaru. Strength, S. Constitution, S. Agility, S. Spirit, S+. Abilities, Mythical Beast Yamata no Orakai, S level, Rashomon, S level, Flash of Insight, S level, Multiple Thinking, S level. Skills, Observation Haki, S level, Armament Haki, A, Taijutsu, A. Reputation, 310,000. Note, D is the current world's ordinary person attribute. The reputation Orochimaru will gain next will be saved to prepare for the next 10 million level ability. Anohanaretsu, Death, and Orochimaru gained the most in this kendo tournament. As for Hisoka and King, they really just played soy sauce in the past. Hisoka was a little better, at least he had made a move, and at least he gained more than 700,000 reputation points in the kendo tournament. King only had more than 500,000. This is because King is famous and appeared as a VIP. These reputations are not small, but compared with the performance of others, especially Orochimaru, who is a hard worker who keeps taking the initiative, they are far behind. Now the news about the two of them is limited to their appearance as VIPs of the Kendo conference. They each received 420,000 and 330,000 in the news. King got a little more. Although the two of them received less reputation points, it is still considerable when combined with the reputation points accumulated in the past. King has now accumulated 4.01 million, and only Hisoka has 3.47 million. And Mel's first clone, Ryomen Sukuna, has made several attacks during this period. The two great pirate kings of the New World, Now and Silver Axe, were directly knocked down. And during this period, the Devil's descendant Barrett rushed over to ask for a beating, and then he was also knocked down. In addition to the automatic accumulation of reputation in the past and on weekdays, 5.76 million reputation points have been accumulated now. It is an extremely considerable reputation value. The sea is now turbulent, and the storm of the Kendo tournament is brewing. Except for the swordsmen and sword masters around the world who have started to work hard as if they have found their goals. Through this live broadcast, many ordinary people have witnessed the inhuman strength of the top strength. The macroscopic scenes of summoning meteorites, freezing the sea, and cutting off the sky are no longer photos, but can be seen clearly through images. The strength that is so terrifying that it is completely out of line with ordinary people, as if it is not a species from the same world. This kind of strength makes people shocked and afraid, but at the same time makes people yearn for it. If it is such a strength, can you do whatever you want? If it is such a strength, can you protect what you cherish? If it is, different people have their own desires and dreams. Therefore, more and more people began to decide to join the sea after witnessing such a landscape. Whether it is the navy, pirates, bounty hunters, merchants, etc., more and more people are joining the sea. However, the biggest change in this kendo tournament may be that Esteth joins the navy. As a strong man who showed amazing strength in the kendo tournament, plus her relationship with Yachiru, the navy also attaches great importance to her solicitation. After consideration, Esteth finally agreed to join. She still has to make a name for herself, and there are several seniors on the pirate side. It is said that King on the navy side is not a man who takes action very often. If she joins the navy and directly captures all the big pirates, she will soon earn a lot of reputation. Then she can retire after success. This is what Esteth is thinking. And her idea is destined to plunge the sea into a new storm. If there are no other clones to stop her, then with her strength, many big pirates will suffer directly. P.S. Guys, please add collections, votes, flowers, and data. Chapter 247 Esteth's Love Bento, I'm still waiting for you to teach me swordsmanship. Bang bang. With 2 knocks on the door, Esteth opened the door. At this time, she was wearing a very loose white shirt and holding a small bundle in her hand. She closed the door and locked it, and walked over like holding a treasure. With a blush on her face, she smiled at Mel. Mel, look, this is the love bento I made by myself, let's try it together. Thank you for the hard work. Since it is Esteth's hard work, I must taste it. It must be delicious with your love. Mel also said with a smile as if he was looking forward to it. Hearing Mel's words, Esteth also smiled shyly. Then she put the bundle on the table and opened it quickly. He took out several lunch boxes from inside, took out one and opened it, and saw vegetables, meat, rice, and a heart shape. On the surface, the color was very good, and the rich aroma was also very tempting, which looked very appetizing. Hey, let me feed you. Esteth smiled a little silly, then squeezed next to Mel, and almost leaned on Mel with her whole soft body. Then she picked up the lunch box and used chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat with brown oil on the surface and put it to his mouth. Mel didn't hesitate to open his mouth and chew slowly. The meat was tender, refreshing and smooth, and the taste was really good. How is it? Esteth next to him looked at Mel expectantly. It's delicious. Mel's words made Esteth look happy, her eyes narrowed with laughter, and her ice blue eyelashes looked very cute. If it's delicious, I'll make it for you every day. I'm afraid that won't work. Esteth has to go to the navy to take up her post. At this time, Mel said with a teasing look. Hearing Mel's words, Esteth's face fell, and she tried to save it. What if you don't have my loving bento? What if you get hungry in the future? Don't worry, Xiaolai and Sister Maisha also make delicious food. I won't get hungry. Looking at Esteth's face, Mel comforted or said to add a knife. Hearing this, Esteth showed that she was very angry. Pick up the chopsticks to pick up the meat and stuff it into her mouth. Looking at her cute look, Mel stretched out his hands and pinched her cheeks. White and tender, rich in protein, it looks particularly tempting. Woo woo woo. Esteth felt that the meat in her mouth was about to fall out. The meal ended with a slight fight. Finally, Esteth took out the dessert. This is the little cake I made. Try it. Esteth handed the little cake to Mel, who took a bite and found it delicious. Well, it tastes almost the same as ordinary cakes. At this time, Esteth, who was holding the cake, had a sly look in her eyes and her hand trembled. Then the cream of the cake stuck directly to the corner of Mel's mouth. She looked at Mel innocently. Hee, my hand was shaking accidentally just now. Let me help you remove it. Esteth put the cake on the table and leaned on Mel without saying anything. The flushed cheeks slowly approached, and she licked the cream from the corner of Mel's mouth like a cat. She had a faint lotus-like fragrance and sweet breath. She had just started cooking and the smell of food was still strong. Slowly, Mel blocked her lips. The two looked at each other. Everything was unspoken. A night of spring breeze. A few days later. The seaside of Amazon Lily Island. At this time, Esteth and Cerulean with a fiery red flowing hair came here. Not far away, Anohanaretsu and Miss Hill came with a few girls and little girls to see them off. It seems that someone can't deny it anymore. I wish you a safe journey and don't have to come back. Anohanaretsu smiled and blessed Esteth who was about to leave. Humph, I would be happier if you didn't come to see me off. At this time, Esteth was about to leave, and she saw Anohanaretsu, and her face was also very sour. Originally, because of her persistence, Mel almost didn't specify when she would go out to sea. She was still thinking about staying as long as she could, and taking advantage of this time to spend her honeymoon with Mel. But the Den Mushi at the Navy headquarters kept urging her. Luckily, Anohanaretsu heard it. If it weren't for this guy being sarcastic, she wouldn't have gone out so quickly. The Navy headquarters was the same, saying wait a minute, and urging her. If they had known, they should have thrown away the Den Mushi from the beginning. Esteth, have a safe journey, I hope you are happy. Messa, who was not far away, also said goodbye to Esteth. Esteth nodded to Messa's blessing, and she didn't show any displeasure to Messa. Because this woman is really very tolerant of Mel. As long as Mel wants something, she will unconditionally support it, and she is also very friendly to her. It is said that this woman used to be a very arrogant person, but she didn't feel it after spending some time with her recently. Come on. Esteth, this is the vehicle I gave you, try it. At this time, Mel came to the beach, and a blue and white vehicle that looked like a floating car appeared on the beach. After it fell, its bottom did not directly touch the sea surface, or it touched but the sea surface was frozen with smooth ice. Ah! Mel-kun is really considerate. At this time, looking at the vehicle that looked very good, Anohanaretsu still had a smiling face. But Scarlet and Yamato next to him couldn't help but stay away. The air pressure was too low to bear. They felt that the master who was usually unpredictable always had ups and downs in his emotions when he encountered things about him, and even they could easily see the emotions. The kind of emotion that seemed to ask someone to go and coax her. If nothing unexpected happens, she will invite him to practice again. It feels like it has become a habit. Mel, is this a gift for me? I like it so much. At this time, Esteth looked at Mel and changed her face to a sweet one. Then she rushed over, hugged him and kissed him on the face. That look made Cerulean and the others feel uncomfortable no matter how many times they saw it. Compared to the queen style when she usually talked to them, she was almost a different person. Time passed slowly. Because Esteth kept dragging beside Mel. It took a long time. She finally got on the tool. And Cerulean looked at Mel hesitantly. Now she also knew that Mel had very strong strength and swordsmanship, so she was a little reluctant. Looking at her hesitant expression, Mel patted her shoulder. Work hard. Cerulean. I believe we will meet again soon. I'm still waiting for you to teach me swordsmanship. Cerulean blushed when she heard Mel's words. Looking at his smiling face, she mustered up the courage to stand on tiptoe and kiss him on the face. Then she shyly ran into the car. Boom boom boom. Esteth was holding a blue gem embedded in the operating lever with one hand in the driver's seat. She used the power of freezing on the gem, and then the gem glowed slightly. After taking a last look at Mel, Esteth waved at him. Then the whole car burst out with a huge wind flow and shot towards the distance. Wherever it passed, an ice crystal channel was formed on the bottom. The speed is really good. The gem on the operating lever can be said to be the core of the car. It can store Esteth's ice energy, and there is also the power of the storm in the gem. So it can burst out the power of wind, just like a floating car on the sea. It is a very good means of transportation. It's gone. Don't look at it. Mr. Mel, let's have a competition together next. At this time, Anohanaretsu's voice sounded behind Mel. Okay. I'm happy to do so. And Mel turned back and gave a bright smile. P.S. Guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 248 The upcoming confrontation between Orochimaru and Hisoka, and many forces watching the battle. 2 days later. The Grand Line, the New World, the sea area led by Whitebeard. Around an island full of rubble and ruins. Many ships began to arrive one after another. Is this Sanoga Island? It looks really desolate. I heard that there were mountains, rivers, and forests here. It was an island with beautiful environment. At this time, a pirate on a pirate ship looked at the island in front of him in confusion. It was indeed like this before, but after Whitebeard and the King of Fear fought here, it became like this, and those monsters. Seeing the pirate's confusion, someone next to him explained it to him, with a complicated face. He remembered the island where Whitebeard and the King of Fear fought very clearly. It was this location. He was more concerned about the location where the Whitebeard era ended. In other words, the location where the Snake King Orochimaru and the evil pirate Hisoka fought was chosen at the previous battle point between Whitebeard and the King of Fear. After hearing his companion's words, the man suddenly realized. And the pirate next to him rolled his eyes. Almost everyone who pays attention to this kind of thing knows that this guy knows how to drink all day long and is hopeless. That's the moon. I didn't expect Moria's ship to come, and there are other big pirates. Will we be in danger here? At this time, the pirate looked at the eerie pirate ship not far away and was a little flustered. Go ask the captain about this. He is not the captain, so of course he can only go with the flow. But the duel between the Snake King Orochimaru and the evil pirate Hisoka is about to begin. The decisive battle was decided 10 days ago. During this period, even Whitebeard was defeated by the Snake King Orochimaru, which directly established Orochimaru's prestige. It can be said that all forces are very concerned about this duel, and many big pirates have come. In this situation, who would not retreat like this? This is a rare confrontation between top powerhouses. Time slowly passed. Coming to this, there are more and more ships near the island. Pirates, navy, underground organizations, ships sent by some powerful countries for surveillance, etc. The scene seems familiar. It seems like the last time Whitebeard and the King of Terror fought. Among the pirates who came to watch the battle, there are Red Earl Redfield, Devil Descendant Barrett, Tomahawk Jorrit, Gecko Mariah, Desert King Crocodile, Great Pirate King Naoki, etc. As for the supernovas of the worst generation, several of them also came. Among them, Red Hair Shanks is among them, and Pluto Rayleigh has not left the New. The world still follows Shanks. The lineup is very luxurious. The reason for such a lineup? It all depends on the fact that the strength and record of the people on both sides of the war are very strong and terrifying. As the initiator of the evil war, many people believe that the evil pirate Hisoka has a good relationship with many escaped pirates. His personal strength can even beat Big Mom and Kaido, and he can deter those powerful pirate groups by himself. The evil fleet formed in his name is also mighty and has a great reputation in the New World. And Orochimaru is the same. Since he became famous in the Sabayati archipelago, he has never lost his limelight. Many of the great pirates in the New World have been defeated by him alone. Including the Big Mom pirates, the Beasts pirates, and the Devil's Descendant Barrett, who are the most powerful pirates. The same is true for the second best pirates, such as Tomahawk and Wang Ji. Recently, he even defeated the Whitebeard pirates. Under such circumstances, the confrontation between the two is bound to attract attention. That is the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. They are here too. As people waited, some people found a huge ship that looked like a white whale coming, and they were shocked. Although this is the sea area ruled by Whitebeard. But Whitebeard was defeated by Orochimaru a few days ago. Has he recovered at this time? Even if he recovered, did he come here to seek revenge? Some people couldn't help but think. Before others continued to think. A huge dragon roar came from the sky. A huge blue dragon flew towards this side, and a pterosaur was flying not far away from him. That's Kaido of the Beasts Pirates and the Big Boss Jin. On Whitebeard's ship, Izo and Denjiro looked at the blue dragon in the sky, and they all showed hatred. Kaido of the Beasts is the ruler of Wano country now, and they all want Whitebeard to rescue Wano country. I didn't expect Kaido to come to Whitebeard's territory now. Dad. Dad. This is how he addressed Whitebeard Denjiro. Since he wanted Whitebeard to help him, he naturally hoped to use a more convenient identity. Besides, Whitebeard used to be Kojiki Oden's elder brother, so he had no psychological burden to recognize him as his father Denjiro. As for Whitebeard's intentions for Denjiro, he was clear, but he finally accepted him because of Kojiki Oden's past friendship. Whether this would lead to more serious consequences was not a problem for Whitebeard. Even though he was defeated by the King of Fear, he still had an extremely strong spirit. Even in the face of the concerns of Marco and others, Whitebeard was just as he said. He is Whitebeard. It would take 100 years for Kaido to make him afraid. although he defeated Orochimaru again soon. Hwa la 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 la. Is Kaido's kid here to join in the fun? I want to see how much he has improved recently. Whitebeard, with bandages wrapped around his body, laughed as he looked at the flying dragon in the sky. Even after 2 failures, he was still not hit hard. Failure could not make him discouraged. However, Kaido had been defeated quite a lot recently, and Whitebeard really wanted to see if Kaido had made greater progress. Dragon Breath. Soon Kaido came uninvited, in front of the shocked eyes of the crews on the ships around the island. He fired a hot column of fire directly at Whitebeard's pirate ship. The fire was so bright that it dimmed the light of the sunny day. Whitebeard didn't care at all, and waved his bandaged right hand vigorously. Bang! Crack! When the column of fire arrived, the air in front of it shattered like a mirror. The terrifying power shattered Kaido with a huge shock wave. More dragon breath, and the subsequent shock wave hit Kaido. Kaido turned directly in the air. Then a pirate ship not far from Whitebeard's ship landed and turned into a human form. Oh! Whitebeard, it seems that your body is still strong. It's really disappointing. Hwalala. Kaido kid, even if I am injured now, I can't covet you, let me see your progress. The two seemed to be on the verge of a fight. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and ask for data. Chapter 249 The Navy's Specialty, Morgans Who Hugs Thighs. The Navy's Kizaru is here. A pirate on a pirate ship shouted. Several Navy warships came over, and Kizaru was standing on the bow of the leading warship. He could be seen at a glance, looking very conspicuous. So many pirates gather here again, it's really scary. At this time, Kizaru looked at the explosive atmosphere of Whitebeard and Kaido in the distance and said slowly. Kizaru? Then is that man coming too? Kaido murmured when he saw Kizaru on the warship gradually approaching from a distance. At this time, Jin also landed next to Kaido. Then he looked at Kizaru in the distance with fear. Before, when he and Quinn were about to leave with other pirates on Wilbur Island, they were blocked by Kizaru. Then Mr. Kaido arrived. And Kaido had a big fight with Kizaru. In the end, Kaido took Jin and the others away because of the arrival of Hell King. At that time, King had a full meal in a restaurant when they were fighting on the ice that had not yet melted in the sea, and was then taken over by Crane. Facing the arrival of the strongest Navy Hell King, even Kaido couldn't help but retreat. Kaido looked at the warship in the distance and put the mace that 247 brought when he transformed into a beast on the deck, and the deck was directly broken into many small pieces. The captain of the pirate ship felt distressed. But now his life is in Kaido's hands, this is a powerful monster in the new world. He was unlucky to be chosen as the ship, but he did not dare to object to the pit from beginning to end. Kaido's reputation in the new world is still very big, although he has been defeated recently. But those who win him are more powerful monsters. Kaido just lost, not weak. At this time, the pirate ship suddenly sank and rose again. Kaido sat cross-legged on the deck directly, and it seemed that he did not intend to fight Whitebeard now. And Whitebeard also shifted his gaze. The man who arrived with the Navy Yellow Monkey might not be too far away. This duel was scheduled 10 days ago, and the man 10 days ago was in the New World. In this case, Whitebeard did not believe that the Navy had no arrangements. As for why he did not see it now, I'm afraid he's still staying in the farther seas, waiting for the fight here to be over before coming to clean up the mess. This method is the Navy's specialty. In fact, it's almost as Whitebeard thought. The reputation of Admiral Gokyo King is too great. If he is present, there is no guarantee that Orochimaru and Hisoka will change their minds at the last minute. So Vice Admiral Tsuru directly proposed to let King wait in the farther seas. Decide whether to go or not depending on the situation. The reason for depending on the situation is mainly that Tsuru doesn't think much of the evil pirate Hisoka. In Tsuru's opinion, although Hisoka is powerful and his abilities are weird and dangerous, his combat effectiveness is still within an acceptable range. But Orochimaru is different. Even when facing Whitebeard, he also easily solved Whitebeard with just 4 snake heads. If it is said that Anohanaretsu showed qualitative strength at the end of the Kendo tournament, then Orochimaru showed inhuman strength in terms of quantity, and each snake head is like an independent and powerful ability user. Both of them showed terrifying strength that exceeded the peak of the sea in the past, and it was not just a little bit. From this perspective, in Tsuru's eyes, Hisoka really had no chance of winning. Maybe it would look better because of the weird illusion ability. But how long he could maintain under the terrifying suppression of Orochimaru was a question. Time passed slowly. Soon, when the sun in the sky came to the middle, he came. This time he did not fly on an eagle, but sat on a pirate ship. That was one of the pirate ships of the Great Evil Fleet. On it was King Zixi, the second of the 7 sons of the Great Evil Fleet, the golden-beard Huoryuan Tunbai. Next to this ship was one of the 3 branches of the Great Evil Pirates. There were only a few pirate ships, but they were all elites under the command of King Jin Huoryuan Tunbai. And Orochimaru also rushed over. He also did not fly here, but took a pirate ship, which came quickly under his storm power. Under normal conditions without using the snake head, Orochimaru can also use his ability. But the strength is definitely not comparable to using the snake head. Even so, it is enough to travel. The reason why he took the ship is because he usually captured some ability users and rare animals, and it is troublesome to fly alone. It is more convenient to have a ship to store things. On the ship is the general of Wano country, Orokai. Denjiro of the Whitebeard Pirates is obsessed with overthrowing Kaido and killing Orokai. It's just that he has no reliable communication with Wano country. So he didn't know that the snake he was thinking about had been tied up by Orochimaru. Otherwise, if he knew, he would probably sneak onto the ship and chop the snake. Swoosh! Swoosh! Hisoka and Orochimaru flew directly onto the ruined island. With their arrival, everyone on the pirate ships around the island watched them closely. Today, these 2 people are the protagonists of this big event. Guhahaha! This is really big news. This battle is destined to shock the world. Familiar tone, familiar words. It was Morgans, the president of the World Economic Newspaper. At this time, he was on the pirate ship headed by the Great Sin Fleet. Next to him was Kirakis, the former leader of the Infinite Sin Pirates. He is now temporarily under the command of Morgans. Morgans is now holding on to Hisoka's thigh. In the future, Hisoka will still need him, so he will protect Morgan's life for the time being. The leader of the Infinite Sins that Hisoka saved before was handed over to him by Hisoka. The bounty of Heavy Hammer Kirakis is 680 million berries, and his strength is very strong to be able to get this bounty. It is no problem to deal with the CP agents sent by the General World Government. So, will the evil pirate Hisoka be defeated? I'm really curious. At this time, Morgan still has some illusions about Hisoka. Even if the one he is about to fight is Orochimaru who easily defeated Whitebeard, Morgan still has not completely lost confidence in Hisoka. In the short time with Hisoka, he still has some shadows about Hisoka's unpredictable personality. Although he doesn't know what Hisoka is thinking. But he thinks that if there is no chance of winning, Hisoka should not set this duel with Orochimaru. Whether this is his imagination, let him witness it. P.S. Guys, please add to favorites, votes, flowers, and data. Chapter 250 Hisoka's / Orochimaru's multiple perceptions. Hehe. Hisoka-kun actually came over. Do you have any trump cards? At this time, the 2 stood opposite each other on the island, and Orochimaru smiled slightly. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Hisoka didn't express anything, but his eyes seemed to bend into a crescent, and the corners of his mouth were also cracked, showing an exaggerated facial expression. The battle between Hisoka and Orochimaru was a very challenging battle. But it was also a very pleasant battle. After all, he was still a fighting maniac, and the Orochimaru on the opposite side was a big apple that couldn't be riper. Eating it might choke you to death. Even so, it didn't hinder his deliciousness. Come on! Orochimaru, I can't wait. Really? Then let me give you a gift. Feeling Hisoka's fiery eyes, a snake head stretched out from behind Orochimaru, and then it launched its ability towards the sky. After a few breaths, everyone watching the battle around the island looked up at the sky in shock. Only a fiery red dot in the distant sky was constantly enlarging. That's a meteorite. A coincidental natural disaster or an ability. Isn't this the ability of the blind swordsman at the Kendo conference? Did that person use this ability nearby? Or? At this time, everyone was talking, some were shocked, some speculated, and then turned their eyes to the 2 people on the island. In the sea farther away. There, you can also see the meteorite falling from the sky. At this time, Crane looked at the meteorite with a solemn face. The blind swordsman had already joined the navy. And went to the navy headquarters to be awarded a title, so he couldn't come in a short time. The only person who can explain this phenomenon is the pirate Orochimaru. He still remembers his ability to levitate the Wilbur battlefield. Before Yushin left, she had also asked about this power. Combined with the previous information, Orochimaru's power does include gravity. What a powerful and versatile power! What kind of mythical beast is his fruit ability? Even the Navy and the world government, who have the Demon Illustrated book, are a little confused. Although the 8 snake heads look very similar to Yamata no Orokai, the current fruit already has an owner. Even if not, the appearance of Yamata no Orokai's ability users in the past was not like this, and they did not have so many abilities. In the end, it can only be attributed to unknown abilities. Anyway, if it's king, it should be solved. He looked at the man sitting on the deck with his arms folded and a solemn face. Boom boom boom. On Sanoga Island, the fire above Hisoka and Orochimaru's heads became more and more intense. Facing the meteorite above his head, Hisoka still had a smile on his face. As the meteorite was about to arrive, he raised his hand and waved it, and a crescent-shaped invisible telekinesis flew quickly. Under Orochimaru's eyes with his pupils slightly shrank. The meteorite of dozens of meters in size broke directly. This is... Orochimaru felt a little shocked in his heart. He could see the slash. But in his previous intelligence, he didn't remember that Hisoka was the kind of person who was good at the one who slashed. And he didn't even have a sword, he just slashed with his hands. Is this his confidence? Boom. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The earth was shaking, smoke and dust were everywhere, and the shock wave spread to the surroundings. The people watching the battle around the island also had their eyes popped out. Many people just saw that Hisoka waved his hand and the meteorites in the world were directly broken. Is this the power of the evil pirate Hisoka? Even meteorites are also easily solved. And some powerful people are looking at the doorway inside. Is that a special ability? I have never seen Hisoka show such power before. Or the power of cutting exists, but it is cut by using the armed color domineering hardened card. This time, I didn't see such an operation. When others were puzzled, the shock wave and smoke on the island gradually dissipated. Huge pits appeared on both sides of the two people, each 200 or 300 meters in size. It looked extremely terrifying. The wind began to blow. Roar, roar, roar. 4 more snake heads extended from behind Orochimaru. Together with the original snake heads, there are 5 snake heads in total: earth, metal, storm, fire, and gigantic. The current Orochimaru's perception of Hisoka is different from that of the Kendo tournament. Although Hisoka at that time was very restrained in Orochimaru's perception, Orochimaru's observation haki was also not an ordinary observation haki. 0 asking for flowers. Possessing the ability of the mythical beast Yamata no Orokai, several of his 8 snake heads now have unique observation haki. Among them, the earth senses the gravity tendency of the sky through gravity sensing combined with observation haki. Storm can sense farther areas through the flow of wind. Flame can be combined with observation haki through heat sensing. And the life perception composed of the core attribute of the mythical beast Yamata no Orokai and observation haki. In addition to these, the other snake heads have not been thoroughly studied. Orochimaru, who has the ability of a flash of inspiration, is making rapid progress in researching the combination of this ability and observation haki. At the Kendo tournament, Orochimaru actually only knew the life perception of the snake head's life attribute and the combination of observation haki, and the soul perception of the combination of Rashomen's ability and observation haki. The combination of life perception and soul perception is already an extremely powerful perception for a living being. Even Hisoka at that time could sense the approximate strength in front of Orochimaru. That's why, after meeting with Hisoka, King, Anohanaretsu, and others, he defined the soft persimmon as a senior named Hisoka at a glance. However, looking at it again now, the feeling is completely different. It's really interesting, no wonder he set the date with him in 10 days. At this time, Orochimaru laughed, but he didn't have any negative emotions. After all, Orochimaru didn't really want to kill Hisoka. He just wanted to get some wool. Then, let him try how capable the current senior is. As Orochimaru's thoughts moved, the several snake heads behind him also followed suit. The endless storm swept towards Hisoka with blazing flames. Boom boom boom. The powerful gravity field sank around, and the sky was filled with endless rain of golden needles. Swish swish swish. The power of gigantism was added to the gravity field, an endless rain of golden needles swept down like a rainstorm. The island seemed to be filled with wind, flames, and golden needles. The spectacular scene stunned the spectators. Is this the strength of the Snake King Orochimaru? P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data.